Book 4, Chapter 7 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 7. Gil Blas leaves his place and goes into the service of Don Gonzales Pacheco. 3 weeks after marriage, my mistress bethought herself of rewarding the services I had rendered her. She made me a present of 100 pistoles, telling me at the same time, "Gil Blas, my good fellow, it is not that I mean to turn you away, for you have my free leave to stay here as long as you please, but my husband has an uncle, Don Gonzales Pacheco, who wants you very much for a valet de chambre. I have given you so excellent a character that he would let me have no peace till I consented to part with you. He is a very worthy old nobleman, so that you will be quite in your element in his family." I thanked Aurora for all her kindness, and as my occupation was over about her, I so much the more readily accepted the post that offered, as it was merely a transfer from one branch of the Pachecos to another. One morning, therefore, I called on the illustrious Don Gonzales with a message from the bride. He ought at least to have overslept himself, for he was in bed at near noon. When I went into his chamber, a page had just brought him a basin of soup which he was taking. The dotard cherished his whiskers, or rather tortured them with curling papers. Though his eyes were sunk in their sockets, his complexion pale, and his visage emaciated. This was one of those old codgers who have been a little whimsical or so in their youth, and have made poor amends for their freedoms by the discretion of their riper age. His reception of me was affable enough, with an assurance that if my attachment to him kept pace with my fidelity to his niece, my condition should not be worse than that of my fellows. I promised to place him in my late mistress's shoes, and became the working partner in a new firm. A new firm it undoubtedly was, and heaven knows we had a strange head of the house. The resurrection of Lazarus was an ordinary event compared to his getting up. Imagine to yourself a long bag of dry bones, a mere skeleton, a dissection, an anatomy of a man, a study in osteology. As for the legs, 3 or 4 pair of stockings, one over the other, had no room to make any figure upon them. In addition to the foregoing, this mummy before death was asthmatic, and therefore obliged to divide the little breath he had between his cough and his loquacity. He breakfasted on chocolate. On the strength of that refreshment, he ventured to call for pen, ink, and paper, and to write a short note, which he sealed and sent to its address by the page who had administered the broth. "But this henceforth will be your office, my good lad," said he as he turned his haggard eyes upon me. "All my little concerns will be in your hands, and especially those in which Donna Euphrasia takes an interest. That lady is an enchanting young creature, with whom I am distractedly in love, and by whom, though I say it who should not say it, I am met with all the mutual ardour of inextinguishable and unutterable passion." Heaven defend us, thought I within myself. Good now, if this old antidote to rapture can fancy himself an object on which the fair should waste their sweets, is it any wonder that among our young folks each fancies himself the Adonis, for whom every Venus pines? "Gil Blas," pursued he with a chuckle, "this very day will I take you to this abode of pleasure. It is my house of call almost every evening for a bit of supper. You will be quite petrified at her modest appearance and the rigid propriety of her behaviour. Far from taking after those little wanton vagrants who are Hago mad after striplings, and give themselves up to the fascinations of exterior appearance, she has a proper insight into things, staid, ripe, and judicious. What she wants is the bona fide spirit and discretion of a man, a lover who has served an apprenticeship to his trade, in preference to all the flashy fellows of the modern school. This is but an epitome of the panegyric which the noble Duke Don Gonzales pronounced upon his mistress. He burdened himself with the task of proving her a compendium of all human perfection, but the lecture was little calculated for the conviction of the hearer. I had attended an experimental course among the actresses, and had always found that the elderly candidates had been plucked in their amours. Yet, as a matter of courtesy, it was impossible not to put on the semblance of giving implicit credit to my master's veracity. I even added chivalry to courtesy, and threw down my glove on Euphrasia's penetration and the correctness of her taste. My impudence went the length of asserting that it was impossible for her to have selected a better provided crony. The grown-up simpleton was not aware that I was fumigating his nostrils at the expense of his addled brain. On the contrary, he bristled at my praises. So true is it that a flatterer may play what game he likes against the pigeons of high life. They let you look over their hand, and then wonder that you beat them. The old crawler, having scribbled through his billet doux, restrained the luxuriance of a straggling hair or two with his tweezers, then bathed his eyes in the nostrum of some perfumer to give them a brilliancy which their natural gum would have eclipsed. His ears were to be picked and washed, and his hands to be cleansed from the effects of his other ablutions, and the labours of the toilette were to be closed by penciling every remaining hair in the deforested domain of his whiskers, pericranium, and eyebrows. No old dowager with a purse to buy a second husband ever took more pains to assure herself, by the cultivation of her charms, that the person and not the fortune should be the object of attraction. The assassin's stab of time was parried by the quart and tierce of art. Just as he had done making himself up, in came another old fogram of his acquaintance, by name the Count of Asumar. This genius made no secret of his grey locks, leant upon a stick, and seemed to plume himself on his venerable age instead of wishing to appear in the heyday of his prime. Signor Pacheco, said he as he came in, I am come to take pot luck with you to-day. You are always welcome, Count, rejoined my master. No sooner said than done. They embraced with 1,000 grimaces, took their seats opposite to one another, and began chatting till dinner was served. Their conversation turned at first upon a bull feast which had taken place a few days before. They talked about the cavaliers, and who among them had displayed most dexterity and vigour, whereupon the old count, like another Nestor, whom present events furnish with a topic of expatiating on the past, said with a deep-drawn sigh, Alas, where will you meet with men nowadays fit to hold a candle to my contemporaries? The public diversions are a mere bauble to what they were when I was a young man. I could not help chuckling in my sleeve at my good lord of Asumar's whim, for he did not stop at the handiwork of human invention. Would you believe it? At table, when the fruit was brought in, at the sight of some very fine peaches, this ungrateful consumer of the earth's produce exclaimed, In my time the peaches were of a much larger size than they are now, but nature sinks lower and lower from day to day. If that is the case, said Don Gonzales with a sneer, Adam's hothouse fruit must have been of a most unwieldy circumference. The Count of Asumar stayed still quite evening with my master, who had no sooner got rid of him than he sallied forth with me in his train. We went to Euphrasia's, who lived within a stone's throw of our house, and found her lodged in a style of the first elegance. She was tastefully dressed, and for the youthfulness of her air might have been taken to be in her teens, though 30 bonny summers at least had poured their harvests in her lap. She had often been reckoned pretty, and her wit was exquisite. Neither was she one of your brazen-faced jilts, with nothing but flimsy balderdash in their talk, and a libertine forwardness in their manners. Here was modesty of carriage as well as propriety of discourse. and she threw out her little sallies in the most exquisite manner, without seeming to aspire beyond natural good sense. Oh heaven! said I, is it possible that a creature of so virtuous a stamp by nature should have abandoned herself to vicious courses for a livelihood? I had taken it for granted that all women of light character carried the mark of the beast upon their foreheads. It was a surprise, therefore, to see such apparent rectitude of conduct. Neither did it occur to me that these hacks were all customers could go at any pace, and assume the polish of well-bred society to impose upon their cullies of the higher ranks. What if a lively petulance should be the order of the day? They are lively and petulant. Should modesty take its turn in the round of fashion, nothing can exceed their outward show of prudent and delicate reserve. They play the comedy of love in many masks, and are the prude, the coquette, or the virago, as they fall in with the quiz, the coxcomb, or the bully. Don Gonzales was a gentleman and a man of taste. He could not stomach those beauties who call a spade a spade. Such were not for his market. The rites of Venus must be consummated in the temple of Vesta. Euphrasia had got up her part accordingly, and proved by her performance that there is no comedy like that of real life. I left my master, like another Numa, with his Egeria, and went down into a hall, where whom should fortune throw in my way but an old Abigail, whom I had formerly known as maid of all work to an actress. The recognition was mutual. So, well met once more, Signor Gil Blas, said she. Then you have turned off Arsenia, just as I have parted with Constance? Yes, truly, answered I. It is a long while ago since I went away, and exchanged her service for that of a very different lady. Neither the theatre nor the people about it are to my taste. I gave myself my own discharge, without condescending to the slightest explanation with Arsenia. You were perfectly in the right, replied the new-found Abigail, called Beatrice. That was pretty much my method of proceeding with Constance. One morning early I gave in my accounts with a very sulky air. She took them from me in moody silence, and we parted in a sort of well-bred dudgeon. I am quite delighted, said I, that we have met again, where we need not be ashamed of our employers. Donna Euphrasia looks for all the world like a woman of fashion, and I am much deceived if she has not reputation too. You are too clear-sighted to be deceived, answered the old appendage to sin. She is of a good family, and as for her temper, I can assure you it is unparalleled for evenness and sweetness. None of your termagant mistresses, never to be pleased, but always grumbling and scolding about everything, making the house ring with their clack, and fretting poor servants to a thread, whose places, in short, are a hell upon earth. I have not in all this time heard her raise her voice on any occasion whatever. When things happen not to be done exactly in her way, she sets them to rights without any anger, nor does any of that bad language escape her lips, of which some high-spirited ladies are so liberal. My master, too, rejoined I, is very mild in his disposition, the very milk of human kindness, and in this respect we are, between ourselves, much better off than when we lived among the actresses. 1,000 times better, replied Beatrice. My life used to be all bustle and distraction, but this place is an actual hermitage. Not a creature darkens our doors but this excellent Don Gonzales. You will be my only helpmate in my solitude, and my lot is but too greatly blessed. For this long time have I cherished an affection for you, and many a time and oft have I begrudged that Laura the felicity of engrossing you for her sweetheart, but in the end I hope to be even with her. If I cannot boast of youth and beauty like hers to balance the account, I detest coquetry, and have all the constancy as well as affection of a turtle-dove. As honest Beatrice was one of those ladies who are obliged to hawk their wares, and cheapen themselves for want of cheapeners in the market, I was happily shielded from any temptation to break the commandments. Nevertheless, it might not have been prudent to let her see in what contempt her charms were held, for which reason I forced my natural politeness so far as to talk to her in a style not to cut off all hope of my more serious advances. I flattered myself then that I had found favour in the eyes of an old dresser to the stage, but pride was destined to have a fall, even on so humble an occasion. The domestic trickster did not sharpen her allurements from any longing for my pretty person. Her design in subduing me to the little soft god was to enlist me for the purposes of her mistress, to whom she had sworn so passive an obedience that she would have sold her eternal self to the old chapman who first set up the trade of sin, rather than have disappointed her slightest wishes. My vain conceit was sufficiently evident on the very next morning, when I carried an Ovidian letter from my master to Euphrasia. The lady gave me an affable reception, and made 1,000 pretty speeches, echoed from the practised lips of her chambermaid. The expression of my countenance was peculiarly interesting to the one, but that within which passeth show was the flattering theme of the other. According to their account, the fortunate Don Gonzales had picked up a treasure. In short, my praises ran so high that I began to think worse of myself than I had ever done in the whole course of my life. Their motive was sufficiently obvious, but I was determined to play at diamond cut diamond. The simper of a simpleton is no bad countermine to the attack of a sharper. These ladies under favour were of the latter description, and they soon began to open their batteries. Hark you, Gil Blas, said Euphrasia, fortune declares in your favour if you do not balk her. Let us put our heads together, my good friend. Don Gonzales is old, and a good deal shaken in constitution, so that a very little fever in the hands of a very good doctor would carry him to a better place. Let us take time by the forelock, and ply our arts so busily as to secure to me the largest slice of his effects. If I prosper, you shall not starve, I promise you, and my bare word is a better security than all the deeds and conveyances of all the lawyers in Madrid. Madam, answered I, you have but to command me. Give me my commission on your muster roll, and you shall have no reason to complain either of my cowardice or contumacy. So be it then, replied she. You must watch your master, and bring me an account of all his comings and goings. When you are chatting together in his more familiar moments, never fail to lead the conversation on the subject of our sex, and then by an artful but seemingly natural transition take occasion to say all the good you can invent of me. Ring Euphrasia in his ears till all the house re-echoes. I would counsel you besides to keep a wary eye on all that passes in the Pacheco family. If you catch any relation of Don Gonzales sneaking about him, with a design on the inheritance, bring me word instantly. That is all you have to do, and trust me for sinking, burning, and destroying him in less than no time. I have ferreted out the weak side of all your master's relations long ago. They are each of them to be made ridiculous in some shape or other, so that the nephews and cousins, after sitting to me for their portraits, are already turned with their faces to the wall. It was evident by these instructions, with many more to the same time and tune, that Euphrasia was one of those ladies whose partialities all lean to the side of elderly inamoratos with more money than wit. Not long ago, Don Gonzales, who could refuse nothing to the tender passion, had sold an estate, and she pocketed the cash. Not a day passed but she got some little personal remembrance out of him, and besides all this, a corner of his will was the ultimate object of her speculation. I affected to engage hand over head in their infamous plot, and if I must confess all without mental reservation, it was almost a moot point on my return home on which side of the cause I should take a brief. There was on either a profitable alternative, whether to join in fleecing my master, or to merit his gratitude by rescuing him from the plunderers. Conscience, however, seemed to have some little concern in the determination. it was quite ridiculous to choose the bypath of villainy when there was a better toll to be taken on the highway of honesty. Besides, Euphrasia had dealt too much in generals. An arithmetical definition of so much for so much has more meaning in it than all the wealth of the Indies, and to this shrewd reflection perhaps was owing my uncorrupted probity. Thus did I resolve to signalize my zeal in the service of Don Gonzales, in the persuasion that if I was lucky enough to disgust the worshipper by befouling his idol, it would turn to very good account. On a statement of debtor and creditor, between the right and the wrong side of the action, the money balance was visibly in favor of virtue, not to mention the delights of a fair and irreproachable character. If vice so often assumes the semblance of its contrary, why should not hypocrisy now and then change sides for variety? I held myself up to Euphrasia for a thorough swindler. She was dupe enough to believe that I was incessantly talking of her to my master, and thereupon I wove a tissue of frippery and falsehood, which imposed on her for sterling truth. She had so completely given herself up to my insinuations as to believe me her convert, her disciple, her confederate. The better still to carry on this fraud upon fraud, I affected to languish for Beatrice, and she, in ecstasy at her age to see a young fellow at her skirts, did not much trouble herself about my sincerity, if I did but play my part with vigour and address. When we were in the presence of our princesses, my master in the parlour and myself in the kitchen, the effect was that of two different pictures, but of the same school. Don Gonzales, dry as touchwood, with all its inflammability and nothing but its smother, seemed a fitter subject for extreme unction than for amorous parley; while my little pet, in proportion to the violence of my flame, niggled, nudged, toyed, and romped like a schoolgirl in vacation. And no wonder she knew her lesson so pat, for the old coquette had been upwards of 40 years in the form. She had finished her studies under certain professors of gallantry, whose art of pleasing becomes the more critical by practice, till they die under the accumulated experience of 2 or 3 generations. It was not enough for me to go every evening with my master to Euphrasia's, it was sometimes my lounge even in daytime. But let me pop my head in at what hour I would, that forbidden creature, man, was never there, nor even a woman of any description that might not be just as easily expressed as understood. There was not the least loophole for a paramour, a circumstance not a little perplexing to one who could not readily believe that so pretty a bale of goods could submit to a strict monopoly by such a dealer as Don Gonzales. This opinion undoubtedly was formed on a near acquaintance with female nature, as will be apparent in this sequel, for the fair Euphrasia, while waiting for my master's translation, fortified herself with patience in the arms of a lover, with some little fellow feeling for the frailties of her age. One morning I was carrying, according to custom, a note to this peerless pattern of perfection. There certainly were, or I was not standing in the room, the feet of a man ensconced behind the tapestry. Out slunk I, just as if I had no eyes in my head. Yet, though such a discovery was nothing but what might have been expected, neither was the piper to be paid out of my pocket. My feelings were a good deal staggered at the breach of faith. Ah, traitress, exclaimed I with virtuous indignation, abandon Euphrasia. Not satisfied to humbug a silly old gentleman with a tale of love, you share his property in your person with another, and add profligacy to dissimulation. But to be sure, on afterthoughts, I was but a greenhorn when I took on for such a trivial occurrence. It was rather a subject for mirth than for moral reflection, and perfectly justified by the way of the world. The languid, embargoed commerce of my master's amorous moments had need be filliped by a trade in some more merchantable wares. At all events, it would have been better to have held my tongue than to have laid hold on such an opportunity of playing the faithful servant. But instead of tempering my zeal with discretion, nothing would serve the turn but taking up the wrongs of Don Gonzales in the spirit of chivalry. On this high principle I made a circumstantial report of what I had seen, with the addition of the attempt made by Euphrasia to seduce me from my good faith. I gave it in her own words without the least reserve, and put him in the way of knowing all that was to be known of his mistress. He was struck all in a heap by my intelligence, and a faint flash of indignation on his faded cheek seemed to give security that the lady's infidelity would not go unpunished. Enough, Gil Blas, said he. I am infinitely obliged by your attachment to my service, and your probity is very acceptable to me. I will go to Euphrasia this very moment. I will overwhelm her with reproaches, and break at once with the ungrateful creature. With these words he actually bent his way to the subject of his anger, and dispensed with my attendance, from the kind motive of sparing me the awkwardness which my presence during their explanation would have occasioned to my feelings. I longed for my master's return with all the impatience of an interested person. There could not be a doubt but that with his strong grounds of complaint he would return completely disentangled from the snares of his nymph. In this thought I extolled and magnified myself for my good deed. What could be more flattering than the thanks of the kindred who were naturally to inherit after Don Gonzales, when they should be informed that their relative was no longer the puppet of a figure dance so hostile to their interests? It was not to be supposed but that such a friend would be remembered, and that my merits would at last be distinguished from those of other serving men, who are usually more disposed to encourage their masters in licentiousness than to draw them off to habits of decency. I was always of an aspiring temper, and thought to have passed for the Joseph or the Scipio of the servants' hall, but so fascinating an idea was only to be indulged for an hour or two. The founder of my fortunes came home. My friend, said he, I've had a very sharp brush with Euphrasia. She insists on it that you have trumped up a cock and bull story. If their word is to be taken, you are no better than an impostor, a hireling in the pay of my nephews, for whose sake you have set all your wits at work to bring about a quarrel between her and me. I have seen the real tears made of water run down in floods from her poor dear eyes. She has vowed to me as solemnly as if I had been her confessor that she never made any overtures to you in her life, and that she does not know what man is. Beatrice, who seems a simple, innocent sort of girl, is exactly in the same story, so that I could not but believe them and be pacified, whether I would or no. How then, sir, interrupted I, in accents of undissembled sorrow, do you question my sincerity? Do you distrust? No, my good lad, interrupted he again in his turn, I will do you ample justice. I do not suspect you of being in league with my nephews. I am satisfied that all you have done has been for my good, and own myself much obliged to you for it. But appearances are apt to mislead, so that perhaps you did not see in reality what you took it into your head that you saw, and in that case only consider yourself how offensive your charge must be to Euphrasia. Yet let that be as it will, she is a creature whom I cannot help loving in spite of my senses, so that the sacrifice she demands must be made, and that sacrifice is no less than your dismission. I lament it very much, my poor dear Gil Blas, and if that will be any satisfaction to you, my consent was wrung from me most unwillingly, but there was no saying nay. With one thing, however, you may comfort yourself, you shall not be sent away with empty pockets. Nay, more, I mean to turn you over to a lady of my acquaintance, where you will live to your liking. I was not a little mortified to find all my noble acts and motives end in my own confusion. I gave a left-handed blessing to Euphrasia, and wept over the weakness of Don Gonzales to be so foolishly infatuated by her. The kind-hearted old gentleman felt within himself that in turning me adrift at the peremptory demand of his mistress, he was not performing the most manly action of his life. For this reason, as a set-off against his hen-pecked cowardice, and that I might the more easily swallow this bitter dose, he gave me 50 ducats, and took me with him next morning to the Marchioness of Chaves, telling that lady before my face that I was a young man of unexceptionably good character, and very high in his good graces, but that certain family reasons prevented him from continuing me on his own establishment. He should esteem it as a favour if she would take me on hers. After such an introduction, I was retained at once as her appendage, and found myself, I scarcely knew how, established in another household. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Book 4, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 8, The Marchioness of Chaves, Her Character and that of Her Company. The Marchioness of Chaves was a widow of 35, tall, handsome, and well proportioned. She enjoyed an income of 10,000 ducats without the encumbrance of a nursery. I never met with a lady of fewer words, nor one of a more solemn aspect. Yet this exterior did not prevent her from being set up as the cleverest woman in all Madrid. Her great assemblies, attended by people of the first quality and by men of letters who made a coffee house of her apartments, contributed perhaps more than anything she said to give her the reputation she had acquired. But this is a point on which it is not my province to decide. I have only to relate as her historian that her name carried with it the idea of superior genius, and that her house was called, to distinguish it from the ordinary societies in town, the fashionable institution for literature, taste, and science. In point of fact, not a day passed but there were readings there, sometimes of dramatic pieces and sometimes in other branches of poetry. But the subjects were always selected from the graver muses. Wit and humour were held in the most sovereign contempt. Comedy, however spirited, a novel, however pointed in its satire or ingenious in its fable, such light productions as these were treated as weak efforts of the brain, without the slightest claim to patronage. Whereas, on the contrary, the most microscopical work in the serious style, whether ode, pastoral, or sonnet, was trumpeted to the skies as the most illustrious effort of a learned and poetical age. It not unfrequently fell out that the public reversed the decrees of this chancery for genius, nay, they had sometimes the gross ill-breeding to hiss the very pieces which had been sanctioned by this court of criticism. I was chief manager of the establishment, and my office consisted in getting the drawing-room ready to receive the company, in setting the chairs in order for the gentlemen, and the sofas for the ladies, after which I took my station on the landing-place to bawl out the names of the visitors as they came upstairs, and usher them into the circle. The first day, an old piece of family furniture, who was stationed by my side in the antechamber, gave me their description with some humour after I had shown them into the room. His name was Andrew Molina. He had a good deal of mother's wit, with a flowing vein of satire, much gravity of sarcasm, and a happy knack at hitting off characters. The first comer was a bishop. I roared out his lordship's name, and as soon as he was gone in, my nomenclator told me, "That prelate is a very curious gentleman. He has some little influence at court, but wants to persuade the world that he has a great deal. He presses his service on every soul he comes near, and then leaves them completely in the lurch." One day he met with a gentleman in the presence chamber who bowed to him. He laid hold of him, and squeezing his hand, assured him with an inundation of civilities that he was altogether devoted to his lordship. For goodness' sake, do not spare me. I shall not die in my bed without having first found an opportunity of making you my debtor. The gentleman returned his thanks with all becoming expressions of gratitude, and when they were at some distance from one another, the obsequious churchman said to one of his attendants in waiting, I ought to know that man. I have some floating indistinct idea of having seen him somewhere. Next, after the bishop, came the son of a grandee. When I had introduced him into my lady's room, this nobleman, said Molina, is also an original in his way. You are to take notice that he often pays a visit for the express purpose of talking over some urgent business with the friend on whom he calls, and goes away again without once thinking on the topic he came solely to discuss. But, added my showman on the sight of two ladies, here are Donna Angela de Penafiel and Donna Margareta de Montalvan. This pair have not a feature of resemblance to each other. Donna Margareta prides herself on her philosophical acquirements. She will hold her head as high as the most learned head among the doctors of Salamanca, nor will the wisdom of her conceit ever give up the point to the best reasons they can render. As for Donna Angela, she does not affect the learned lady, though she has taken no unsuccessful pains in the improvement of her mind. Her manner of talking is rational and proper. Her ideas are novel and ingenious, expressed in polite, significant, and natural terms. This latter portrait is delightful, said I to Molina, but the other, in my opinion, is scarcely to be tolerated in the softer sex. Not over bearable, indeed, replied he with a sneer. Even in men it does but expose them to the lash of satire. The good Marchioness herself, our honoured lady, continued he, she too has a sort of a philosophical looseness. There will be fine chopping of logic there to-day. God grant the mysteries of religion may not be invaded by these disputants. As he was finishing this last sentence, in came a withered bit of mortality with a grave and crabbed look. My companion showed him no mercy. This fellow, said he, is one of those pompous, unbending spirits who think to pass for men of profound genius under favour of a few commonplaces extracted out of Seneca. Yet they are but shallow coxcombs when one comes to examine them narrowly. Then followed in the train a spruce figure, with tolerable person and address, to say nothing of a troubled air and manner, which always supposes a plentiful stock of self-sufficiency. I inquired who this was. A dramatic poet, said Molina. He has manufactured 100,000 verses in his time, which never brought him in the value of a groat. But as a set-off against his metrical failure, he has feathered his nest very warmly by 6 lines of humble prose. You will wonder by what magic touch a fortune could be made. And so I did, but a confounded noise upon the staircase put verse and prose completely out of my head. Good again, exclaimed my informer, here is the licentiate Campanario. He is his own harbinger before ever he makes his appearance. He sets out from the very street door in a continued volley of conversation, and you hear how the alarm is kept up till he makes his retreat. In good sooth, the vaulted roof re-echoed with the organ of the thundering licentiate, who at length exhibited the case in which the pipes were contained. He brought a bachelor of his acquaintance by way of accompaniment, and there was not a sotto voce passage during the whole visit. Signor Campanario, said I to Molina, is to all appearance a man of very fine conversation. Yes, replied my sage instructor, the gentleman has his lucky hits, and a sort of quaintness that might pass for humour. He does very well in a mixed company. But the worst of it is that incessant talking is one of his most pardonable errors. He is a little too apt to borrow from himself, and as those who are behind the scenes are not to be dazzled by the tinsel of the property man, so we know how to separate a certain volubility and buffoonery of manner from sterling wit and sense. The greater part of his good things would be thought very bad ones if submitted, without their concomitant grimaces, to the ordeal of a jest book. Other groups passed before us, and Molina touched them with his wand. The Marchioness, too, came in for a magic rap over the knuckles. Our lady patroness, said he, is better than might be expected for a female philosopher. She is not dainty in her likings, and bating a whim or two, it is no hard matter to give her satisfaction. Wits and women of quality seldom approach so near the atmosphere of good sense, and for passion she scarcely knows what it is. Play and gallantry are equally in her black books. Dear conversation is her first and sole delight. To lead such a life would be little better than penance to the common run of ladies. Molina's character of my mistress established her at once in my good graces, and yet, in the course of a few days, I could not help suspecting that, though not dainty in her likings, she knew what passion was, and that a foul copy of gallantry delighted her more than the fairest conversation. One morning during the mysteries of the toilette, there presented himself to my notice a little fellow of 40, forbidding in his aspect, more filthy if possible than Pedro de Moya, the bookworm, and verging in no marketable measure towards deformity. He told me he wanted to speak with my lady Marchioness. On whose business? Quoth I. On my own, quoth he, somewhat snappishly. Tell her I am the gentleman, she will understand you, about whom she was talking yesterday with Donna Anna de Velasco. I went before him into my lady's apartment and gave in his name. The Marchioness all at once shrieked out her satisfaction and ordered me to show him in. It was not courtesy enough to point to a chair and bid him sit down, but the attendants, forsooth, her own maids, about her person, were to withdraw, so that the little hunchback, with better luck than falls to the lot of many a taller man, had the field entirely to himself as lord paramount. As for the girls and myself, we could not help tittering a little at this uncouthly concerted duet, which lasted nearly an hour, when my patroness dismissed his little lordship with such a profusion of farewells and God be with yous as sufficiently evinced her thankfulness for the entertainment she had received. The conversation had in fact been so edifying that in the afternoon she seized a private opportunity of whispering in my ear, Gil Blas, when the short gentleman comes again, you may show him up the back stairs. There is no need of parading him along a line of staring servants. I did as I was ordered. When this epitome of humanity knocked at the door, and that hour was no further off than the next morning, we threaded all the by passages to the place of assignation. I played the same modest part 2 or 3 times in the very innocence of my soul, without the most distant guess that the material system could form any part of their philosophy. But that hound-like snuff at an ill construction, with which the devil has armed the noses of the most charitable, put me on the scent of a very whimsical game, and I concluded either that the Marchioness had an odd taste, or that Crookback courted her as a proxy to a better man. Faith and troth, thought I, with all the impertinence of a hasty opinion, if my mistress really likes a handsome fellow behind the curtain, all is well. I forgive her her sins. But if she is stark mad for such a monkey as this, to say the truth, there will be little mercy for her on male or female tongues. But how foully did I defame my honoured patroness! The genius of magic had perched herself upon the little conjurer's protuberant shoulder, and his skill having been puffed off to the Marchioness, who was just the right food for such jugglers and their tricks, she held private conferences with him. Under his tuition she was to command wealth and treasure, to build castles in the air, to remove from place to place in an instant, to reveal future events, to tell what is done in far countries, to call the dead out of their graves, and terrify the world with many miracles. Seriously, and to give him his deserts, the scoundrel lived on the folly of the public, and it has been confidently asserted that ladies of fashion have not, in all ages and countries, been exempt from the credulity of their inferiors. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Book 4, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 9, an incident that parted Gil Blas and the Marchioness of Chavez, the subsequent destination of the former. For 6 months I lived with the Marchioness of Chavez, and, as it must be admitted, on the fat of the land. But fate, who thrusts footmen as well as heroes into the world, with herself tied about their necks, gave me a jog to be gone, and swore that I should stay no longer in that family or in Madrid. The adventure by which this decree was announced shall be the subject of the ensuing narrative. In my mistress's female squad there was a nymph named Portia. To say nothing of her youth and beauty, it was her meek demeanour and good repute that captivated me, who had yet to learn that none but the brave deserves the fair. The Marchioness's secretary, as proud as a prime minister and as jealous as the Grand Turk, was caught in the same trap as myself. No sooner did he cast an unlucky squint at my advances than, without waiting to see how Portia might chance to fancy them, he determined pell-mell to have a tilt with me. To forward this ghostly enterprise, he gave me an appointment one morning in a place sadly impervious to all seasonable interruption. Yet, as he was a little go by the ground scarcely up to my shoulders, and apparently of feeble frame, he did not look like a very dangerous antagonist. So away I went with some little courage to the appointed spot. Thinking to come off with flying colours, I anticipated the effect of my bravery on the heart of Portia, but as it turned out, I was gathering my laurels before they had budded. The little secretary, who had been practising for 2 or 3 years at the fencing school, disarmed me like a very baby, and holding the point of his sword up to my throat, "Prepare thyself," said he, "to balance thine accounts with this world, and open a correspondence with the next, or give me thy rascally word to leave the Marchioness of Chavez this very day, and never more to think of my Portia." I gave him my rascally word, and was honest enough not to think of breaking it. There was an awkwardness in showing my face before the servants of the family, after having been worsted, and especially before the high and mighty princess who had been the theme of our tournament. I only returned home to get together my baggage and wages, and on that very day set off towards Toledo, with a purse pretty well lined, and a knapsack at my back with my wardrobe and movables. Though my rascally word was not given to abandon the purlieus of Madrid, I considered it as a matter of delicacy to disappear at least for a few seasons. My resolution was to make the tour of Spain, and to halt first at one town and then at another. My ready money, thought I, will carry me a good way. I shall not call about me very prodigally. When my stock is exhausted, I can but go into service again. A lad of my versatility will find places in plenty, whenever it may be convenient to look out for them. It was particularly my wish to see Toledo, and I got thither after 3 days' journey. My quarters were at a respectable house of entertainment, where I was taken for a gentleman of some figure, under favour of my best clothes, in which I did not fail to bedizen myself. With the pick-tooth carelessness of a lounger, the affectation of a puppy, and the pertness of a wit, it remained with me to dictate the terms of an arrangement with some very pretty women who infested that neighbourhood. but as a hint had been given me that the pocket was the high road to their good graces, my amorous enthusiasm was a little flattered, and as it was no part of my plan to domesticate myself in any one place, after having seen all the lions at Toledo, I started one morning with the dawn and took the road to Cuenca, intending to go to Aragon. On the second day I went into an inn which stood open to receive me by the roadside. Just as I was beginning to recruit the carnal department of my nature, in came a party belonging to the Holy Brotherhood. These gentlemen called for wine and set in for a drinking bout. Over their cups they were conning the description of a young man whom they had orders to arrest. The spark, said one of them, is not above 23. He has long black hair, is well grown, with an aquiline nose, and rides a bay horse. I heard their talk without seeming to be a listener, and in fact did not trouble my head much about it. They remained in their quarters, and I pursued my journey. Scarcely had I gone a quarter of a mile before I met a young gentleman on horseback, as personable as need be, and mounted as described by the officers. Faith and truth, thought I within myself, this is the very identical man, black hair and an aquiline nose. One cannot help doing a good office when it comes in one's way. Sir, said I, give me leave to ask you whether you have not some disagreeable business on your hands. The young man, without returning any answer, looked at me from head to foot, and seemed startled at my question. I assured him it was not wanton curiosity that induced me to address him. He was satisfied of that when I related all I had heard at the inn. My unknown benefactor, said he, I will not deny to you that I have reason to believe myself actually the person of whom the officers are in quest. Therefore I shall take another road to avoid them. In my opinion, answered I, it would be better to look out for a spot where you may be in safety and under shelter from a storm which is brewing and will soon pour down upon our heads. Without loss of time, we discovered and made for a row of trees forming a natural avenue, which led us to the foot of a mountain where we found an hermitage. There was a large and deep grotto which time had worn away into the heart of the rock, and the hand of man had added a rude front built of pebbles and shell work covered all over with turf. The adjacent grounds were strewed with 1,000 sorts of flowers, which scattered their perfume, and one was pleased to see hard by the grotto a small fissure in the mountain, whence a spring rippled with a tinkling noise, and poured its pellucid stream along the meadow. At the entrance of this solitary abode stood a venerable hermit, seemingly weighed down with years. He supported himself with one hand upon a staff, and held a rosary of large beads with the other, composed of at least 20 rows. His head was almost lost in a brown woolen cap with long ears, and his beard, whiter than snow, swept down in aged majesty to his waist. We advanced towards him. Father, said I, is it your pleasure to allow us shelter from the threatening storm? Come in, my sons, replied the hermit, after examining me attentively. This hermitage is at your service to occupy it during pleasure. As for your horse, added he, pointing to the courtyard of his mansion, he will be very well off there. My companion disposed of the animal accordingly, and we followed the old man into the grotto. No sooner had we got in than a heavy rain fell, with a terrific storm of thunder and lightning. The hermit threw himself upon his knees before a consecrated image, fastened to the wall, and we followed the example of our host. Our devotions ceased with the subsiding of the storm, but as the rain continued, though with diminished violence, and night was not far distant, the old man said to us, my sons, you had better not pursue your journey in such weather, unless your affairs are pressing. We answered with one consent that we had nothing to hinder us from staying there but the fear of incommoding him, but that if there was room for us in the hermitage, we would thank him for a night's lodging. You may have it without inconvenience, answered the hermit. At least the inconvenience will be all your own. Your accommodation will be rough, and your meals such as a recluse has to offer. With this cordial welcome to a homely board, the holy personage seated us at a little table, and set before us a few vegetables, a crust of bread, and a pitcher of water. My sons, resumed he, you behold my ordinary fare, but today I will make a feast in hospitality towards you." So saying, he fetched a little cheese and some nuts, which he threw down upon the table. The young man, whose appetite was not keen, felt but little tempted by his entertainment. "I perceive," said the hermit to him, "that you are accustomed to better tables than mine, or rather that sensuality has vitiated your natural relish. I have been in the world like you. The utmost ingenuity of the culinary art, whether to stimulate or soothe the palate, was exerted by turns for my gratification. But since I have lived in solitude, my taste has recovered its simplicity. Now vegetables, fruit, and milk are my greatest dainties. In a word, I keep an antediluvian table." While he was haranguing after this fashion, the young man fell into a deep musing. The hermit was aware of his inattention. "My son," said he, "something weighs upon your spirits. May we not be informed what disturbs you? Open your heart to me. Curiosity is not my motive for questioning you, but charity and a desire to be of service. I am at a time of life to give advice, and you perhaps are under circumstances to stand in need of it." "Yes, father," replied the gentleman with a sigh, "I doubtless do stand in need of it, and will follow yours, since you are so good as to offer it. I cannot suppose there is any risk in unbosoming myself to a man like you. No, my son," said the old man, "you have nothing to fear. It is under more stately roofs that confidences are betrayed." On this assurance, the cavalier began his story. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Book 4, Chapter 10 of the Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 10, The History of Don Alfonso and the Fair Seraphina. I will attempt no disguise from you, my venerable friend, nor from this gentleman who completes my audience. After the generosity of his conduct towards me, I should be in the wrong to distrust him. You shall know my misfortunes from their beginning. I am a native of Madrid, and came into the world mysteriously. An officer of the German guard, Baron Steinbach by name, returning home one evening, espied a bundle of fair linen at the foot of his staircase. He took it up and carried it to his wife's apartment, where it turned out to be a new-born infant, wrapped up in very handsome swaddling clothes, with a note containing an assurance that it belonged to persons of condition, who would come forward and own it at some future period, and the further information that it had been baptized by the name of Alfonso. I was that unfortunate stranger in the world, and this is all that I know about myself. Whether honor or profligacy was the motive of the exposure, the helpless child was equally the victim. Whether my unhappy mother wanted to get rid of me, to conceal an habitual course of scandalous amours, or whether she had made a single deviation from the path of virtue with a faithless lover, and had been obliged to protect her fame at the expense of nature and the maternal feelings. However this might be, the Baron and his wife were touched by my destitute condition, and resolved, as they had no children of their own, to bring me up under the name of Don Alfonso. As I grew in years and stature, their attachment to me strengthened. My manners, genteel before strangers and affectionate towards them, were the theme of their fondest panegyric. In short, they loved me as if I had been their own. Masters of every description were provided for me. My education became their leading object, and far from waiting impatiently till my parents should come forward, they seemed, on the contrary, to wish that my birth might always remain a mystery. As soon as the Baron thought me old enough to bear arms, he sent me into the service. With my ensign's commission, a genteel and suitable equipment was provided for me, and the more effectually to animate me in the career of glory, my patron pointed out that the path of honor was open to every adventurer, and that the renown of a warrior would be so much the more creditable to me as I should owe it to none but myself. At the same time he laid open to me the circumstances of my birth, which he had hitherto concealed. As I had passed for his son in Madrid, and had actually thought myself so, it must be owned that this communication gave me some uneasiness. I could not then, nor can I even now, think of it without a sense of shame. In proportion as the innate feelings of a gentleman bear testimony to the birth of one, am I mortified at being rejected and renounced by the unnatural authors of my being. I went to serve in the Low Countries, but peace was concluded in a short time, and Spain finding herself without assailants, though not without assassins, I returned to Madrid, where I received fresh marks of affection from the Baron and his wife. Rather more than 2 months after my return, a little page came into my room one morning, and presented me with a note couched nearly in the following terms: I am neither ugly nor crooked, and yet you often see me at my window without the tribute of a glance. This conduct is little in unison with the spirit of your physiognomy, and so far stings me to revenge that I will make you love me if possible. On the perusal of this epistle there could be no doubt but it came from a widow by name Leonora, who lived opposite our house, and had the character of a very great coquette. Hereupon I examined my little messenger, who had a mind to be on the reserve at first, but a ducat in hand opened the floodgates of his intelligence. He even took charge of an answer to his mistress, confessing my guilt, and intimating that its punishment was far advanced. I was not insensible to a conquest even of this kind. For the rest of the day, home and my window seat were the grand attraction, and the lady seemed to have fallen in love with her window seat too. I made signals, she returned them, and on the very next day sent me word by her little Mercury that if I would be in the street on the following night between 11 and 12, I might converse with her at a window on the ground floor. Though I did not feel myself very much captivated by so coming on a kind of widow, it was impossible not to send such an answer as if I was, and a sort of amorous curiosity made me as impatient as if I had really been in love. In the dusk of the evening I went sauntering up and down the Prado till the hour of assignation. Before I could get to my appointment, a man mounted on a fine horse alighted near me, and coming up with a peremptory air, "Sir," said he, "are not you the son of Baron Steinbach?" I answered in the affirmative. "You are the person then," resumed he, "who were to meet Leonora at her window to-night. I have seen her letters and your answers, her page has put them into my hands, and I have followed you this evening from your own house hither to let you know you have a rival whose pride is not a little wounded at a competition with yourself in an affair of the heart." It would be unnecessary to say more. We are in a retired place. Let us therefore draw, unless, to avoid the chastisement in store for you, you will give me your word to break off all connection with Leonora. Sacrifice in my favour all your hopes and interest, or your life must be the forfeit. It had been better, said I, to have insured my generosity by good manners than to extort my compliance by menaces. I might have granted to your request what I must refuse to this insolent demand. Well then, resumed he, tying up his horse and preparing for the encounter, let us settle our dispute like men. Little could a person of my condition have stomached the debasement of a request to a man of your quality. 9 out of 10 in my rank would, under such circumstances, have taken their revenge on terms of less honour but more safety. I felt myself exasperated at this last insinuation, so that, seeing he had already drawn his sword, mine did not linger in the scabbard. We fell on one another with so much fury that the engagement did not last long. Whether his attack was made with too much heat, or my skill in fencing was superior, he soon received a mortal wound. He staggered and dropped dead upon the spot. In such a situation, having no alternative but an immediate escape, I mounted the horse of my antagonist, and went off in the direction of Toledo. There was no venturing to return to Baron Steinbach's, since, besides the danger of the attempt, the narrative of my adventure from my own mouth would only afflict him the more, so that nothing was so eligible as an immediate decampment from Madrid. Chewing the cud of my own melancholy reflection, I travelled onwards the remainder of the night and all the next morning, but about noon it became necessary to stop, both for the sake of my horse and to avoid the insupportable fierceness of the midday heat. I stayed in a village till sunset, and then, intending to reach Toledo without drawing bit, went on my way. I had already got 2 leagues beyond Illescas when, about midnight, a storm like that of today overtook me as I was jogging along the road. There was a garden wall at some little distance, and I rode up to it. For want of any more commodious shelter, my horse's station and my own were arranged, as comfortably as circumstances would admit, near the door of a summer house at the end of the wall, with a balcony over it. Leaning against the door, I discovered it to be open, owing, as I thought, to the negligence of the servants. Having dismounted, less from curiosity than for the sake of a better standing, as the rain had been very troublesome under the balcony, I went into the lower part of the summer house, leading my horse by the bridle. My amusement during the storm was in reconnoitring my quarters, and though I had nothing to form an opinion by but the lurid gleams of the lightning, it was very evident that such a house must belong to some family above the common. I was waiting anxiously till the rain abated to set forward again on my journey, but a great light at a distance made me change my purpose. Leaving my horse in the summer house, with the precaution of fastening the door, I made for the light in the assurance that they were not all gone to bed in the house, and with the intention of requesting a lodging for the night. After crossing several walks, I came to a saloon, and here too the door was left open. On my entrance, from the magnificence so handsomely displayed by the light of a fine crystal lustre, it was easy to conclude that this must be the residence of some illustrious nobleman. The pavement was of marble, the wainscot richly carved and gilt, the proportions of architecture tastefully preserved, and the ceiling evidently adorned by the masterpieces of the first artists in fresco. But what particularly engaged my attention was a great number of busts, and those of Spanish heroes, supported on jasper pedestals and ranged round the saloon. There was opportunity enough for examining all this splendor, since there was not even a footfall, nor the shadow of any one gliding along the passage, though my ears and eyes were incessantly on the watch for some inhabitant of this fairy desert. On one side of the saloon there was a door ajar. By pushing it a little wider open, I discovered a range of apartments, with a light only in the furthest. What is to be done now, thought I within myself? Shall I go back, or take the liberty of marching forward, even to that chamber? To be sure, it was obvious that the most prudent step would be to make good my retreat, but curiosity was not to be repelled, or rather, to speak more truly, my star was in its ascendant. Advancing boldly from room to room, at length I reached that where the light was. It was a wax taper on a marble slab, in a magnificent candlestick. The first object that caught my eye was the gay furniture of this summer abode, but soon afterwards, casting a look towards a bed, of which the curtains were half undrawn on account of the heat, an object arrested my attention, which engrossed it with the deepest interest. A young lady, in spite of the thunderclaps which had been pealing round her, was sleeping there, motionless and undisturbed. I approached her very gently, and by the light of the taper I had seized, a complexion and features the most dazzling were submitted to my gaze. My spirits were all afloat at the discovery. A sensation of transport and delight came over me. But however my feelings might harass my own heart, my conviction of her high birth checked every presumptuous hope, and awe obtained a complete victory over desire. While I was drinking in floods of adoration at the shrine of her beauty, the goddess of my homage awoke.
You may well suppose her consternation at seeing a man, an utter stranger, in her bedchamber, and at midnight. She was terrified at this strange appearance, and uttered a loud shriek. I did my best to restore her composure, and throwing myself on my knees in the humblest posture, "Madam," said I, "fear nothing. My business here is not to hurt you." I was going on, but her alarm was so great that she was incapable of hearing my excuses. She called her woman with a most vehement importunity, and as she could get no answer, she threw over her a thin nightgown at the foot of the bed, rushed rapidly out of the room, and darted into the apartments I had crossed, still calling her female establishment about her, as well as a younger sister whom she had under her care. I looked for nothing less than a posse of strapping footmen, who were likely, without hearing my defence, to execute summary justice on so audacious a culprit. But by good luck, at least for me, her cries were to no purpose. They only roused an old domestic, who would have been but a sorry knight, had any ravisher or magician invaded her repose. Nevertheless, assuming somewhat of courage from his presence, she asked me haughtily who I was, by what inlet, and to what purpose I had presumptuously gained admission into her house. I began then to enter on my exculpation, and had no sooner declared that the open door of the summer house in the garden had invited my entrance, than she exclaimed, as if thunderstruck, "Just heaven! What an idea darts across my mind!" As she uttered these words, she caught at the wax light on the table, then ran through all the apartments one after another without finding either her attendants or her sister. She remarked, too, that all their personals and wardrobe were carried off. With such a comment on her hasty suspicion, she came up to me and said, in the hurried accent of suspense and perturbation, "Traitor, add not hypocrisy to your other crimes. Chance has not brought you hither. You are in the train of Don Ferdinand de Leyva, and are an accomplice in his guilt. But hope not to escape. There are still people enough about me to secure you." "Madam," said I, "do not confound me with your enemies. Don Ferdinand de Leyva is a stranger to me. I do not even know who you are. You see before you an outcast whom an affair of honour has compelled to fly from Madrid, and I swear by whatever is most sacred among men, that had not a storm overtaken me, I should never have set my foot over your threshold. Entertain then a more favourable opinion of me. So far from suspecting me for an accomplice in any plot against you, believe me ready to enlist in your defence, and to revenge your wrongs." These last words, and still more the sincere tone in which they were delivered, convinced the lady of my innocence, and she seemed no longer to look on me as her enemy. But if her anger abated, it was only that her grief might sway more absolutely. She began weeping most bitterly. Her tears called forth my sympathy, and my affliction was scarcely less poignant than her own, though the cause of this contagious sorrow was still to be ascertained. Yet it was not enough to mingle my tears with hers. In my impatience to become her defender and avenger, an impulse of terrific fury came over me. "Madam," exclaimed I, "what outrage have you sustained? Let me know it, and your injuries are mine. Would you have me hunt out Don Ferdinand and stab him to the heart? Only tell me on whom your justice would fall, and they shall suffer. You have only to give the word. Whatever dangers, whatever certain evils may be attendant on the execution of your orders, the unknown, whom you thought to be in league with your enemies, will brave them all in your cause." This enraptured devotion surprised the lady, and stopped the flowing of her tears. "Ah, sir," said she, "forgive this suspicion, and attribute it to the blindness of my cruel fate. A nobility of sentiment like this speaks at once to the heart of Seraphina, and while it undeceives, makes me the less repine at a stranger being witness of an affront offered to my family. Yes, I own my error, and revolt not, unknown as you are, from your proffered aid. But the death of Don Ferdinand is not what I require." "Well then, madam," resumed I, "of what nature are the services you would enjoin me?" "Sir," replied Seraphina, "the ground of my complaint is this. Don Ferdinand de Leyva is enamoured of my sister Julia, whom he met with by accident at Toledo, where we for the most part reside. 3 months since he asked her in marriage of the Count de Poland, my father, who refused his consent on account of an old grudge subsisting between the families. My sister is not yet 15. She must have been indiscreet enough to follow the evil counsels of my woman, whom Don Ferdinand has doubtless bribed. And this daring ruffian, advertised of our being alone at our country house, has taken the opportunity of carrying off Julia. At least I should like to know what hiding place he has chosen to deposit her in, that my father and my brother, who have been these 2 months at Madrid, may take their measures accordingly. For heaven's sake, added she, give yourself the trouble of examining the neighbourhood of Toledo. An act so heinous cannot escape detection, and my family will owe you a debt of everlasting gratitude. The lady was little aware how unseasonable an employment she was thrusting upon me. My escape from Castile could not be too soon effected, and yet how should such a reflection ever enter into her head, when it was completely superseded in mine by a more powerful suggestion? Delighted at finding myself important to the most lovely creature in the universe, I caught at the commission with eagerness, and promised to acquit myself of it with equal zeal and industry. In fact, I did not wait for daybreak to go about fulfilling my engagement. A hasty leave of Seraphina gave me occasion to beg her pardon for the alarm I had caused her, and to assure her that she should speedily hear somewhat of my adventure. I went out as I came in, but so wrapped up in admiration of the lady that it was palpable I was completely caught. My sense of this truth was the more confirmed by the eagerness with which I embarked in her cause, and by the romantic, gaily coloured bubbles which my passion blew. It struck my fancy that Seraphina, though engrossed by her affliction, had remarked the hasty birth of my love, without being displeased at the discovery. I even flattered myself that if I could furnish her with any certain intelligence of her sister, and the business should terminate in any degree to her satisfaction, my part in it would be remembered to my advantage. Don Alfonso broke the thread of his discourse at this passage, and said to our aged host, I beg your pardon, father, if the fullness of my passion should lead me to dilate too long upon particulars wearisome and uninteresting to a stranger. No, my son, replied the hermit, such particulars are not wearisome. I am interested to know the state and progress of your passion for the young lady you are speaking of. My counsels will be influenced by the minute detail you are giving me. With my fancy heated by these seductive images, resumed the young man, I was 2 days hunting after Julia's ravisher, but in vain were all the inquiries that could be made. By no means I could devise was the least trace of him to be discovered. Deeply mortified at the unsuccessful issue of my search, I bent my steps back to Seraphina, whom I pictured to myself as overwhelmed with uneasiness. Yet she was in better spirits than might have been expected. She informed me that her success had been better than mine, for she had learned how her sister was disposed of. She had received a letter from Don Ferdinand himself, importing that after being privately married to Julia, he had placed her in a convent at Toledo. I have sent his letter to my father, pursued Seraphina. I hope the affair may be adjusted amicably, and that a solemn marriage will soon extinguish the feuds which have so long kept our respective families at variance. When the lady had thus informed me of her sister's fate, she began making an apology for the trouble she had given me, as well as the danger into which she might imprudently have thrown me by engaging my services in pursuit of a ravisher, without recollecting what I had told her, that an affair of honour had been the occasion of my flight. Her excuses were couched in such flattering terms as to convert her very oversight into an obligation. As rest was desirable for me after my journey, she conducted me into the saloon, where we sat down together. She wore an undress gown of white taffety with black stripes, and a little hat of the same materials with black feathers, which gave me reason to suppose that she might be a widow, but she looked so young that I scarcely knew what to think of it. If I was all impatient to get at her history, she was not less so to know who I was. She besought me to acquaint her with my name, not doubting, as she kindly expressed it, by my noble air, and still more by the generous pity which had made me enter so warmly into her interests, that I belonged to some considerable family. The question was not a little perplexing. My colour came and went, my agitation was extreme, and I must own that, with less repugnance to the meanness of a falsehood than to the acknowledgment of a disgraceful truth, I answered that I was the son of Baron Steinbach, an officer of the German Guard. Tell me likewise, resumed the lady, why you left Madrid. Before you answer my question, I will ensure you all my father's credit, as well as that of my brother Don Gaspard. It is the least mark of gratitude I can bestow on a gentleman who, for my service, has neglected the preservation even of his own life. Without further hesitation, I acquainted her with all the circumstances of my rencounter. She laid the whole blame on my deceased antagonist, and engaged to interest all her family in my favour. When I had satisfied her curiosity, it seemed not unreasonable to plead in favour of my own. I inquired whether she was maid, wife, or widow. It is 3 years, answered she, since my father made me marry Don Diego de Lara, and I have been a widow these 15 months. Madam, said I, by what misfortune were your wedded joys so soon interrupted? I am going to inform you, sir, resumed the lady, in return for the confidence you have reposed in me. Don Diego de Lara was a very elegant and accomplished gentleman, but, though his affection for me was extreme, and every day was witness to some attempt at giving me pleasure, such as the most impassioned and most tender lover puts in practice to win the smile of her he loves, though he had 1,000 estimable qualities, my heart was untouched by all his merit. Love is not always the offspring either of assiduity or desert. Alas, we are often captivated at first sight by we know not whom, nor why, nor how. To love, then, was not in my power. More disconcerted than gratified by his repeated offices of tenderness, which I received with a forced courtesy, but without real pleasure, if I accused myself in secret of ingratitude, I still thought myself an object as much of pity as of censure. To his unhappiness and my own, his delicacy more than kept pace with his affection. Not an action or a speech of mine, but he unravelled all its hidden motives and fathomed all my thoughts almost before they arose. The inmost recesses of my heart were laid open to his penetration. He complained without ceasing of my indifference, and esteemed himself only so much the more unfortunate in not being able to please me, as he was well assured that no rival stood in his way, for I was scarcely 16 years old, and before he paid his addresses to me, he had tampered with my women, who had assured him that no one had hitherto attracted my attention. Yes, Seraphina, he would often say, I could have been contented that you had preferred some other to myself, and that there were no more fatal cause of your insensibility. My attentions and your own principles would get the better of such a juvenile prepossession, but I despair of triumphing over your coldness, since your heart is impenetrable to all the love I have lavished on you. Wearied with the repetition of the same strain, I told him that instead of disturbing his repose and mine by this excess of delicacy, he would do better in trusting to the effects of time. In fact, at my age, I could not be expected to enter into the refinements of so sentimental a passion, and Don Diego should have waited, as I warned him, for a riper period and more staid reflection. But finding that a whole year had elapsed, and that he was no forwarder in my favour than on the first day, he lost all patience, or rather his brain became distracted. Affecting to have important business at court, he took his leave and went to serve as a volunteer in the Low Countries, where he soon found in the chances of war what he went to seek, the terminations of his sufferings and of his life. After the lady had finished her recital, her husband's uncommon character became the topic of our discourse. We were interrupted by the arrival of a courier charged with a letter for Seraphina from the Count de Polan. She begged my permission to read it, and as she went on, I observed her to grow pale and to become dreadfully agitated. When she had finished, she raised her eyes upward, heaved a long sigh, and her face was in a moment bathed with her tears. Her sorrow sat heavily on my feelings, my spirits were greatly disturbed, and as if it were a forewarning of the blow impending over my head, a death-like shudder crept through my frame, and my faculties were all benumbed. Madam, said I, in accents half choked, with apprehension. May I ask of what dire events that letter brings the tidings? Take it, sir, answered Seraphina most dolefully, while she held out the letter to me. Read for yourself what my father has written. Alas, you are but too deeply concerned in the contents. At these words, which made my blood run cold, I took the letter with a trembling hand, and found in it the following intelligence. Your brother, Don Gaspard, fought yesterday at the Prado. He received a small sword wound, of which he died this day, and declared, before he breathed his last, that his antagonist was the son of Baron Steinbach, an officer of the German Guard. As misfortunes never come alone, the murderer has eluded my vengeance by flight, but wherever he may have concealed himself, no pains shall be spared to hunt him out. I am going to write to the magistrates all round the country, who will not fail to take him into custody if he passes through any one of the towns in their jurisdiction, and by the notices I am going to circulate, I hope to cut off his retreat in the country or at the seaports. The Count de Polan. Conceive into what a ferment this letter threw all my thoughts. I remained for some moments motionless and without the power of speech. In the midst of my confusion, I too plainly saw the destructive bearing of Don Gaspard's death on the passion I had imbibed. My despair was unbounded at the thought. I threw myself at Seraphina's feet, and offering her my naked sword, Madam, said I, spare the Count de Polan the necessity of seeking further for a man who might possibly withdraw himself from his resentment. Be yourself the avenger of your brother. Offer up his murderer as the victim of your own hand. Now strike the blow. Let this very weapon, which terminated his life, cut short the sad remnant of his adversary's days. Sir, answered Seraphina, a little softened by my behaviour, I loved Don Gaspard so that, though you killed him in fair and manly hostility, and though he brought his death upon himself, you may rest assured that I take up my father's quarrel. Yes, Don Alfonso, I am your decided enemy, and will do against you all that the ties of blood and friendship require at my hands. But I will not take advantage of your evil star. In vain has it delivered you into my grasp. If honour arms me against you, the same sentiment forbids to pursue a cowardly revenge. The rights of hospitality must be inviolable, and I will not repay such service as you have rendered me with the treachery of an assassin. Fly, make your escape if you can from our pursuit and from the rigour of the laws, and save your forfeit life from the dangers that beset it. What, then, madam, returned I, when vengeance is in your own hands, do you turn it over to the laws, which may perhaps be too slow for your impatience? Nay, rather stab a wretch who is not worthy of your forbearance. No, madam, maintain not so noble and so generous a proceeding with one like me. Do you know who I am? All Madrid takes me for Baron Steinbach's son, yet am I nothing better than a foundling, whom he brought up from charity. I know not even who were guilty of my existence. No matter, interrupted Seraphina with precipitation, as if my last words had given her new uneasiness. Though you were the lowest of mankind, I would do what honour bids. Well, madam, said I, since a brother's death is insufficient to excite your thirst after my blood, I will exasperate your hatred still further by a new offence, of which I trust you will never pardon the boldness. I dote on you. I could not behold your charms without being dazzled by them, and in spite of the cloud in which my destiny was enveloped, I had cherished the hope of being united to you. I was so infatuated by my passion, or rather by my pride, as to flatter myself that heaven, which perhaps conceals from me my birth and mercy, might discover it one day and enable me without a blush to acquaint you with my real name. After this injurious avowal, can you hesitate a moment about punishing me? This rash declaration, replied the lady, would doubtless prove offensive at any other season, but I forgive it in consideration of the trouble which bewilders you. Besides, my own condition so engrosses me as to render me deaf to any strange ideas that may escape you. Once more, Don Alfonso, added she, shedding tears, begone far from a house which you have cast into mourning. Every moment of your longer stay adds pungency to my distress. I no longer oppose your will, madam, returned I, preparing to take my leave. Absence from you must then be my portion. But do not suppose that, anxious for the preservation of a life which has become hateful to you, I go to seek an asylum where I may be sheltered from your search. No, no, I bare my breast to your resentment. I shall wait with impatience at Toledo for the fate which you design me, and by surrendering at once to my pursuers shall myself forward the completion of my miseries. At the conclusion of this speech I withdrew. My horse was returned to me, and I went to Toledo, where I abode 8 days, and really with so little care to conceal myself that I know not how or why I have escaped an arrest, for I cannot suppose that the Count de Palan, whose whole soul is set on cutting off my retreat, should not have been aware that I was likely to pass through Toledo. Yesterday I left that town, where it should seem as if I was tired of my liberty, and without betaking myself to any fixed course of travelling, I came to this hermitage like a man who had no reason to be ashamed of showing himself. Such, Father, was the cause of my absence and distraction. I beseech you to assist me with your counsels. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Book 4, Chapter 11 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 11, The Old Hermit turns out an extraordinary genius, and Gil Blas finds himself among his former acquaintance. When Don Alfonso had concluded the melancholy recital of his misfortunes, the old hermit said to him, "My son, you have been excessively rash in tarrying so long at Toledo. I consider in a very different light from that you affect to place it in what you have told me of your story, and your love for Seraphina seems to me to be sheer madness. Take my word for it, you will do well to cancel that young lady from your remembrance. She never can be of your communion. Retreat like a skillful general when you cannot act with effect on the offensive, and pursue your fortune on another field, where success may smile on your endeavours. You will be terribly out of luck to kill the brother of the next young lady who may chance to succeed this only possible object of your affection." He was going to add many other inducements to resignation in such a case as Don Alfonso's, when we saw another hermit enter our retreat with a well-stuffed wallet slung across his shoulders. He was on his return with the charitable contributions of all the good folks in the town of Cuenca, and the gathering did credit to the religion of the age. He looked younger than his companion, in spite of his thick, foxy beard. "Welcome home, brother Antony," said the elder of the two recluses. "What news do you bring us from town?" "Bad enough," answered the carroty friar, putting into his hands a paper folded in the form of a letter. "This little instrument will inform you." The hoary sage opened it, and after reading on with an increased attention, as the contents seemed to grow more interesting, exclaimed, "Heaven's will be done! Since the combustion is anticipated, we have only to fall in with the humour of our fate. Let us change our dialect, Signor Don Alfonso," pursued he, addressing his discourse to my young companion. "You behold in me a man like yourself, who has been a broad mark for the wantonness of fortune to take aim at. Word is sent me from Cuenca, a town at the distance of a league hence, that some backbiter has been blackening my fair fame in the esteem of justice, who is coming with her hue and cry to disturb the repose of these rural scenes, and to lay her paw upon my person. But an old fox is too cunning to be caught in a trap. This is not the first time that I have cut and run before the bloodhounds of the law. But, thanks to myself for having my wits about me, I have always ended the chase in a whole skin, and held myself in readiness for another. It is now time to assume another form, for whether you like me best in my old skin or my new, I cast my hermit's decrepit slough to bask in the sunshine of youth and vigour." To suit the action to the word, he threw off the encumbrance of his ecclesiastical petticoat, and stood forth to view in a doublet of black serge with slashed sleeves. Then off went his cap, and snap went a string which supported the hoary honours of a beard, and our anchorite was at once transformed to a brawny ruffian of 28 or 30. Brother Antony, following a good example, discarded the outward show of religion, treated his fiery beard as the snowy one had been handled just before, and pulled out of an old worm-eaten trunk a sorry rag of a cassock with which he invested his person. But what words can express my surprise when Signor Don Raphael presented himself to my view like a phoenix from the ashes of the old bead counter. To complete the trick of the pantomime, Brother Antony was turned into my faithful vassal and trusty squire, Ambrose de Lamela. Here are miracles, exclaimed I in a quandary. As far as I can perceive, we are all hail fellow well met. You never were more lucky in your life, Signor Gil Blas, said Don Raphael, with a brazen-faced good humour. You have fallen among old friends when you least expected it. It must be owned you have a crow to pluck with us, but let the past be buried in oblivion, and thank heaven here we are together again. Ambrose and I will serve under your banner, and let me tell you, you will have subalterns of no contemptible prowess. You may object to our morals, but they are better in the main than many a hypocrite's pretensions. We never assassinate and rarely maltreat, and that in pure self-defense. The only liberty we take with society is to live at free quarters, and though robbery may be considered as containing some little spice of injustice, the necessity we labor under of committing it restores its equilibrium to the scale. Even join your fortune with ours. You will lead a life of hazard, but of variety. Our predatory peregrinations have every pastoral beauty except innocence, and the want of that is more than counterpoised by subtlety and stratagem. Not but, with all our forecast, a certain mechanical concatenation of second causes sometimes frustrates our best concerted projects, and drags our philosophy through the mire. But a ducking now and then only makes us swim the better. The seasons must all be taken in their turns. The blanks as well as the prizes must be drawn in the cheating lottery of life. Courteous stranger, pursued the pretended hermit, speaking to Don Alfonso, we extend the proposal of partnership to you, and it may be a question whether you will better yourself by rejecting it in the lamentable condition of your affairs, for to say nothing of the chance medley for which you are at hide and seek, your fortune is probably a little out at elbows. Most lamentably so, said Don Alfonso, and hence, since the truth must out, are my forebodings more dark than even my present evils. That is the very thing, replied Don Raphael. You were sent by our better genius to join the party. You will find no such good birth in the honest part of the world. Your wants will all be supplied, and you may laugh at the vigilance of your pursuers. There is not a corner in all Spain which we have not ferreted out. Those who are always on the scamper see a great deal of the country. We are perfect connoisseurs in landscape, and affect Salvator Rosa's rugged scenery. There we graze in peace and freedom, secure from the brutality of justice. Don Alfonso expressed himself very much obliged to them for their kind invitation, and finding neither money in his purse, nor contrivance to procure it in his pericranium, made up his mind at once not to stand upon punctilio with morality. I too was led into a looser course than agreed with my rigid principles by a growing friendship for this young man, whom I could not find in my heart to abandon in so perilous an enterprise. We all four agreed to set off in a body, and never to part company. The question was put whether we should sound a retreat on the instant, or first give a peremptory summons to a flagon of excellent wine, which Brother Antony had invested by regular approaches at Senca the day before. But Raphael, a more experienced general than any of us, represented that the first thing to be done was to render our own camp impregnable, for which purpose he proposed that we should march all night to gain a very thick wood between Vilardesa and Almodovar, where we should halt, as in a friendly country, and recruit after the fatigues of the campaign. These general orders were approved of in council. Our lay hermits then went about packing up their baggage and provisions, which were swung in 2 bundles across the back of Don Alfonso's horse. We were not long in our preparations, after which we sheered off from the hermitage, leaving a rich booty to legal rapine in the saintly paraphernalia of the 2 hermits, including a white beard and a red one, 2 rickety bedsteads, a table without a leg, a chest without a bottom, 2 chairs without any seats, and an unmutilated image of Saint Pacomo. Our march was continued the whole night, and we began to chafe and feel other inconveniences when at daybreak we hailed the wood where our toils were to end. Sailors, after a long voyage, worked the ship with double alacrity at sight of their native land. So it was with us. We pushed forward and got to our journey's end by sunrise. Dashing into the thickest of the wood, we pitched upon a retired and pleasant spot, where the turf was circled in by tall and branching oaks, whose gigantic limbs interwoven over our heads formed a natural vault, not to be penetrated even by noonday heat. We took the bridle off the horse to let him feed after he was unloaded. Then down we sat, pulling out of Brother Anthony's wallet some large pieces of bread and good substantial slices of roast meat, at which we began pegging with all possible pertinacity. Nevertheless, let our appetites be as obstinate as they might, we every now and then suspended the fray to spar a little with the flagon, which returned our blows till it made us reel again. About the end of the conflict, Don Raphael said to Don Alfonso, "My brave comrade, after the confidence you have reposed in me, it is but fair that in my turn I should recount the history of my life to you with the same sincerity." "You will do me a great favour," answered the young man. "And an equal one to me," chimed in I. "My curiosity is all alive to know your adventures, for doubtless they must afford much matter of useful speculation." "You may rest assured of that," replied Don Raphael, "and I mean to leave behind me a history of my own times. The composition shall be the amusement of my old age, for I am as yet in the prime of life, and mean to furnish in propria persona many new hints for my commonplace book. But we are all weary, let us recruit with some hours of sleep. While we 3 lie down, Ambrose shall keep watch for fear of a surprise, and shall then take a nap in his turn. For though, to all appearance, we are here in perfect safety, it is always good to keep a sentry at the outposts." After this precaution, he stretched himself along upon the grass. Don Alfonso did the same. I followed their example, and Lamela performed the office of a scout. Don Alfonso, so far from getting any rest, was incessantly brooding over his misfortunes, and I could not get a wink of sleep. As for Don Raphael, he snored most sonorously. But he awoke in little more than an hour, when, finding us in a listening mood, he said to Lamela, "My friend Ambrose, you may now yield to the gentle influence of Morpheus." "No, no," answered Lamela, "my sleepy fit is over, and though I know all the passages of your life by rote, they are so instructive to the practitioners of our art of mystery, that I do not care how often I hear the tale over again." Without further preface, Don Raphael began the narrative of his adventures in these terms. End of Book 4, Chapter 11. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1, History of Don Raphael. I made my entrance on the stage of life at Madrid, where my mother was an actress, famous for dramatic, and infamous for her intriguing talents. Her name was Lucinda. As for my father, every man must have one, but my arithmetic is too scanty to determine the number of mine. It might indeed be a matter of history that such or such a man of fashion was dangling after my mother at the epoch of my arrival in this system, but then that mere fact would by no means warrant a deduction that any individual gallant of the mother must therefore be the father of the child. A lady so eminent as she was in so notorious and wholesale a profession must have many strings to her bow. Where her blandishments are most publicly lavished, her favours are most sparingly bestowed. There is a show article or two for public exhibition, but her everyday wares are cheap and hackneyed to the meanest purchaser. There is nothing like taking scandal by the beard, and treating the opinion of the world with heroic indifference. Lucinda, instead of cooping me up in a garret at home, made no scruple about owning her little bastard, but took me in her hand to the theatre with a modest assurance, regardless how the tongue of rumour might babble at her expense, or how the laugh of malice might peal at my unlucky appearance. In short, I was her pet, and came in for the caresses of all the men who frequented the house. One would have sworn that nature pleaded in my favour, and inspired each of them with a father's pride in the brat they had clubbed for. The 12 first years of my life were suffered to waste away in all kinds of frivolous amusements. Scarcely did they teach me to read and write. Still less was it thought of any consequence to initiate me in the principles of my religion. To dance, to sing, to play on the guitar was the sum total of my early attainments. With these gifts and graces for my only acquisitions, the Marquis of Leganez asked for me to be about his only son, who was nearly of my own age. Lucinda gave her consent without reluctance, and it was then that I began to mind a little what I was about. Young Leganez could not reproach me with my ignorance. His little lordship was not cast in a scientific mould, for he scarcely knew a letter of his alphabet, though he had been under private tuition for 15 months. None of his masters could make anything of him. Patience was never formed to engage in so unequal a match. To be sure, they were expressly forbid to exercise any severity on his noble carcass. Their orders were to teach, not to torture him. And this tender precaution, acting on a subject of insufferably untoward dispositions, was the means of throwing to the dogs all the mental physic they poured in. He would none of it. But the verb grinder engendered in his noddle a most ingenious device by which to keep this troublesome young lordling in awe without trenching on his foolish father's injunctions. This scheme was no other than to flog me whenever that scapegrace Leganez had incurred the penalty of the rod, and this vicarious execution was inflicted with the utmost rigour. My consent to the transfer had never been asked, and there was nothing in the act itself to recommend it, so that my only chance was to run away, and appeal to my mother against so arbitrary a discipline. However her maternal feelings might inwardly revolt, no trace of woman's weakness could be detected in her manner of receiving my complaint. The Leganez connection was too important to be lost for a few whippings, and away went she, dragging her culprit into the presence of his tormentor, who by this act of hers became master of Broomfield. Experience had convinced him that the success of his invention corresponded with its felicity. He therefore went on improving the mind and manners of the little grandee at the expense of my skin. Remorse for his delinquencies was to be excited only by sympathy, so that whenever it became necessary to make a bloody example, my seat of vengeance was firked most unmercifully. The running account between young Leganez and me was all on one side, and scarcely a day passed but he sinned on tick and suffered by attorney. By the nearest calculation of whole numbers, there went somewhere about 100 cuts to teach him each single letter of the alphabet, so that if you multiply 100 by 24 for stupidity and add an O to the amount for moral offences, you will have the sum total of the belabouring that his education cost me. This thick and threefold companionship with Birch was not the only rub. My path through this family was more beset with thorns than sweetened by flowers. As my birth and connections were no secret, the whole of the establishment, to the very refuse of the household, the stable boys and scullions, twitted me with my shameful origin. This stuck so terribly in my throat that I made my escape once more, but not without borrowing my tutor's ready money, amounting to upwards of 150 ducats, for an indefinite period, and without interest. Thus was the account settled between us. Since he had made a property of my hide for a scarecrow, it was but fair that I should have a finger in the earnings of his arm. For a first attempt at thieving, both the plan and execution were hopeful. A hue and cry was raised for 2 days. It was hot while it lasted, but I lay snug, and they missed me. Madrid was no longer a fit hiding place, so I took to cover in Toledo, and the hounds were thrown out. I was just then entering into my 15th year. What a happy fellow, at such an early age, to shape my own conduct, and be in a condition of forming a set of morals for myself. I soon scraped acquaintance with some pleasant youths, who rescued me from the dominion of prejudice, and shared liberally with me in the sin of spending what was not my own. By degrees I rose in society, and leagued myself with a set of professional sharpers, who found me so fine a subject to work upon, that a short time with plenty of practice put me in possession of all the most desperate jobs. At the expiration of 5 years, an itch for travelling laid hold of me. I therefore took leave of my comrades, and got as far as Alcantara, wishing to commence my peregrinations with the province of Estremadura. In this, my first excursion, an opportunity of keeping in my hand occurred, and I was too diligent a practitioner to let it escape. As I was on foot, and loaded moreover with a pretty heavy knapsack, I halted from time to time to avail myself of the shade, and recruit a little under the trees which lined the highway. At one of these baits I picked up 2 young gentlemen, who were chatting at their ease upon the grass, and inhaling the freshness of the breeze. My mode of accosting them was suited to the occasion, nor did its familiarity seem to be taken in ill part. The eldest could not be more than 15, a couple of as practicable greenhorns as ever fell into the hands of a man of genius. Courteous strangers, said the youngest, we are the sons of 2 rich citizens at Placentia. Longing extremely to see the kingdom of Portugal, we have each of us begged 100 pistoles from our friends, and are setting out to satisfy our curiosity. Travelling on foot as we do, we shall be able to get a good way with that supply, shall we not? What do you think of it? If I had as much, answered I, they might take me who could catch me. I would scour over the 4 known quarters of the globe, and then set out on new discoveries. Fire and fury, 200 pistoles, why it is an entail for a dukedom. You ought to lay by out of the interest. If it is agreeable to you, gentlemen, I will club with you as far as Almeria, whither I am going to take possession of an estate left me by an uncle who was settled there for 20 years or upwards. My young cockneys testified at once the pleasure they should derive from my company. Whereupon, when we were all 3 a little refreshed, we trudged on towards Alcantara, where we arrived early in the afternoon. No inn but the best was fit to hold such guests. We asked for a room, and were shown into one where there was a press with a good strong lock upon it. Supper was ordered without delay, but as some time was required to get it ready, I proposed to my travelling companions a gentle saunter about the town. The party seemed perfectly agreeable. We locked up our knapsacks in the press, the key of which one of the citizens put in his pocket, and out sallied we from the inn. The churches were the best lions we met with in our way, and while we were gaping about the principal, I pretended to have recollected on a sudden some very urgent business. Gentlemen, said I to my companions, it has just come across me that a good man of Toledo gave me a commission to say 2 words on his behalf to a merchant who lives hard by this church. Have the goodness to wait for me here, I will be back in a moment. With this excuse I went off like a shot in the direction of our inn. The press was my point of attack. I forced the lock, ransacked the baggage of my young citizens, and laid a sacrilegious hand on their pistoles. Poor youths! How they were to pay their reckoning it was not for me to presume even to guess, for most assuredly I stripped them of all the natural means. After this feat I decamped as expeditiously as my legs could carry me from the town, and took the direction of Merida, without caring a curse what became of the young brood I had plucked. Such a windfall as this placed me in a condition of travelling merrily, though in the very blush of youth a certain forecast was not wanting to carry me discreetly through the world, and keep my head above water. It must be admitted without question that I was a youth of forward parts for my age, and unfettered by the prejudices of innocence. I determined to buy a mule, and cheapened one at the first market town. My knapsack was metamorphosed into a portmanteau, and by degrees I began to put on the man of consequence. On the 3rd day a man came across me singing vespers with lungs like a pair of bellows on the highway. By his air he seemed to be a musician of the church establishment, and I accosted him accordingly. Well done, my holy howler of the hallelujahs! You sing your penitential ditties at a good jovial pitch. To all appearance you sol fa with your whole heart and soul. Good sir, replied he, I belong, with your good leave, to the musical department of the Catholic Church, and it is my common practice to keep my devotion and my wind in play by the rehearsal of an anthem or 2 as I travel along the road. With this disposition to be sociable, we soon got into conversation. It was clear to me that I had fallen in with a character not to be despised in point of shrewdness, nor indisposed to society and merriment. He was 4 or 5 and 20. My companion being on foot, I slackened my pace for the pleasure of chatting with him. Among other things, we talked about Toledo. I am perfectly well acquainted with that city, said the brazen-lunged torturer of anthems. It was my residence for a considerable time, and my connections there are not altogether contemptible. And in what part of the town, interrupted I, did you reside? In the New Street, was his answer. I was hand in glove with Don Vincent de Buenagara, Don Matias de Cordello, and 2 or 3 other gentlemen of very considerable fashion. We lived together, took our meals at the same mess, and in short were scarcely ever asunder. It was a charming society. This avowal was no small surprise to me, for it is to be understood that the gentlemen whose names he cited with so pompous an air were the very sharpers with whom I had been affiliated at Toledo. Why, thou degenerate vicar choral, exclaimed I, these fine blades of whom thou hast been boasting are among the number of my acquaintance also, for I too have lived with them in the New Street. We were hand in glove, took our meals at the same mess, and in short were scarcely ever asunder. You are a wag, replied he, with a knowing wink, that is to say, you got into the gang 3 years ago, when I left it. My motive for quitting such a worshipful fraternity, resumed I, was an itch for travelling. I mean to make the tour of Spain. A little more knowledge of the world will make me quite another thing. Doubtless, said he, there is no possible way but travelling to rub off the rust, or bring wit, talent, and address to perfection. It is for the selfsame reason that I too turn my back upon Toledo, though the time glided away there very agreeably. But thanks to a kind providence, which has yoked me with a labourer in my own vineyard when I least expected it, let us join our forces, let us travel the same road, let us make a joint stock out of our neighbours' purses. let us rob, let us cheat, let us avail ourselves of every opportunity that may offer of exemplifying our theory and improving our practice in the noble art on which our skill is employed. The proposal was made in so candid a spirit, so like a citizen of the world, untainted with the selfishness of your honest men, that I closed in with it at once. My confidence was surrendered at the first summons to the frankness with which he volunteered his own. We spoke our free hearts each to the other. I dilated all my pilgrimage, and he spake of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents through which he had passed even from his boyish days to this very moment of his ripe and rampant roguery. It appeared that he was on his way from Portalegre, whence he had been obliged to decamp with the utmost expedition on account of a little swindling transaction in which his luck happened not to keep pace with his ingenuity. The habit he wore was sacrilegiously adopted as a cloak to his person and real character, since he thought it safest to be near the church, however far from God. Thus did we two share all our counsel and pledge our brothers' vows, till we grew together like a double cherry, and determined, with two seeming bodies but one heart, to incorporate our voices and minds in some master stroke at Merida. If it took, well and good; if not, we had only to cut and run. From this moment, community of goods, that pure and simple feature of patriarchal life, was enacted as a law between us. Morales, it is true, for that was my fellow traveller's name, did not find himself in the most splendid condition possible. His funds were limited to 5 or 6 ducats, with a few little articles in a bag. I, therefore, was the moneyed man of the firm. But then there was brass in his forehead for an inexhaustible coinage, and the seeming of a saint when he played the devil most. So on we journeyed on the ride and tie principle, and arrived in humble cavalcade at Merida. We put up at an inn near the skirts of the town, where my comrade changed his dress. When he had rigged himself in layman's attire, we took a turn up and down to reconnoitre the ground, and see if we could pick out some opportunity of labouring in our vocation. Had it been our good fortune to have lived before Homer, that old apologist for sharping by wholesale would have dignified our excursion with a simile. Not half so keen, fierce vultures of the chase, stooped from the mountains on the feathered race, etc. To descend into plain prose, we were ruminating on the chapter of accidents, and hammering out some theme for the employment of our industry, when we espied a grey-headed old gentleman in the street, sword in hand, defending himself against 3 men who were thrusting at him with all their might and main. The unfairness of the match was what stuck in my throat, so that, flying with the spirit of a prize fighter to see fair play, I made common cause with the old man. Morales followed up my blows. We proved ourselves a match for the 3 assailants, and put them completely to the rout. Our rescued friend was profuse in his acknowledgments. "We are in rapture," said I, "at our good luck in being here so seasonably for your assistance. But let us at least know to whom we have been so fortunate as to be serviceable, and what inducement those 3 men could possibly have for their murderous attempt." "Gentlemen," replied he, "my obligations are too great to hesitate about satisfying your curiosity. My name is Jerome de Moyadas, a gentleman of this town, living on my means. One of these cutthroat rascals from whom you have rescued me professes to be in love with my daughter. He asked her of me in marriage within these few days, and for want of gaining my consent in a quiet way, has just attempted to force himself into my daughter's good graces by sending me into the other world." "And may we take the liberty," rejoined I, "of inquiring further why you were so obdurate to the proposals of this enamoured swain?" "I will explain the whole to you at once," said he. "I had a brother, a merchant in this town. His name was Austin. 2 months ago he happened to be at Calatrava, and took up his abode with his correspondent, Juan Velez de la Membrilla. They got to be as loving as turtles, and my brother, to clench the connection, engaged my daughter Florence to his good friend's son, not doubting but he had influence enough with me to redeem his pledge when he returned to Merida. Accordingly, he no sooner opened himself on this subject than I consented out of pure fraternal affection. He sent Florence's picture to Calatrava, but alas, he did not live to put the finishing hand to his own work. We laid him with his forefathers 3 weeks ago. On his deathbed he besought me not to dispose of my girl, but in favor of his correspondent's son. I satisfied his mind on that point, and this is the reason why I have refused Florence to the suitor by whom I was assaulted, though the match would have been a very desirable one. But my word is my idol, and we are in daily expectation of Juan Velez de la Membrilla's heir, who is to be my son-in-law, though I know no more of him nor of his father neither than if they were just imported from an undiscovered island. But I beg pardon, this is an old man's garrulity. Yet you yourselves led me into the scrape. This tale did I swallow with a greedy ear, and pouncing at once upon a part to play, which my fruitful imagination suggested, I put on an air of inordinate surprise, and ventured at all hazards to lift my eyes upward to a purer region. Then turning to my father-in-law with an expression of feeling which nothing but hypocrisy could personate, "Ah, Signor de Moyadas, is it possible that, on my arrival at Merida, I should enjoy the heartfelt triumph of rescuing from foul assassination the honoured parent of my peerless love?" This exclamation produced all the astonishment it was levelled to excite in the old citizen. Even Morales himself stared like an honest man, and showed by his face that there was a degree of impudence to which his conceptions had not hitherto risen. "What! Do not my ears deceive me?" exclaimed the old gentleman. "And are you really the son of my brother's correspondent?" "Really and truly, Signor Jerome de Moyadas," rejoined I, with impregnable effrontery, and a hug round his neck that had nearly sent him after his brother. "Behold the selected mortal of his species, to whose arms the adorable Florence is devoted. But these nuptial anticipations, transporting as they are, must yield to the anguish of my soul for the demise of their founder. Poor Austin! He is gone, and we must all follow. I should be ingratitude personified if my heart was not lacerated and rent by the death of a man to whom I owe all my hopes of bliss." At the term of this period I squeezed good Jerome's weasand once more, and drew the back of my hand across my eyes to wipe away the tears it had not been convenient to shed. Morales, who by this time had conned over the pretty pickings to be made out of this juggle, was not wanting to play his underpart. He passed himself off for my servant, and improved upon his master in lamentation for the untimely death of Signor Austin. "My honoured master Jerome," exclaimed he, "what a loss have you sustained since your brother is no more! He was such an honest man. Honest men are not to be met with every day. A superfine sample of commerce, a dealer in friendship without a percentage, a dealer in merchandise without an underhand advantage, a dealer who dealt as dealers very seldom do deal. We had our hands to play against a man who was a novice at the game, simple and gullible, so far from smelling out the rat. He took his stink for a nosegay. 'And why,' said he, 'did you not come straight to my house? It was not friendly to put up at an inn. On the footing we are likely to be upon, there should be none of those punctilios.' 'Sir,' said Morales, helping me out of the scrape, 'my master is a little too much given to stand upon ceremony, though to be sure, in the present instance, he is in some degree excusable for declining to appear before in this uncouth trim.' We have been robbed upon the road, and have lost all our travelling equipage. My lad, interrupted I, has let the cat out of the bag, Signor de Moyadas. This unlucky accident has prevented me from paying my respects sooner. True love is diffident, nor could I venture in this garb into the presence of a mistress who was unacquainted with my person. I was therefore waiting the return of a servant whom I have sent to Calatrava. Such a trifle, rejoined the old man, must not deprive us of your company, and I insist upon it that you make my house your home from this very moment. With such sort of importunity he forced me into his family, but as we were on our way, the pretended robbery was a natural topic of conversation, and I should have made light of my baggage, though the loss was very considerable, had not Florence's picture unluckily formed a part of the booty. The old codger chuckled at that, and observed that such a loss was easily repaired. The original was worth 500 per cent, more than the copy. To make me amends, as soon as we got home, he called his daughter, a girl of not more than 16, with a person to have reclaimed a libertine, if beauty ever possessed that power except in romance. You behold, said he, the bale of goods my late brother has consigned to you. Oh, my good sir, exclaimed I in an impassioned tone, words are not wanting to assure me that this must be the lovely Florence. Those bewitching features are engraven on my memory. Their impression is indelible on my heart. If the portrait I have lost, the mere outline of these embodied charms, could kindle passion by its cold and lifeless likeness, judge what must be my agitation, my transport at this moment. Such language is too flattering to be sincere, said Florence, nor am I so weak and vain as to be persuaded that my merits warrant it. That is right. Interchange your fine speeches, my children. This was a good-natured encouragement from the father, who at once left me alone with his daughter, and taking Morales aside, said to him, my friend, those who made so free with your baggage doubtless did not stand upon any ceremony with your money. Very true, sir, answered my colleague. An overpowering band of robbers poured down upon us near Castil Blazo, and left us not a rag but what we carry on our backs. But we are in momentary expectation of receiving bills of exchange, and then we shall appear once more like ourselves. While you are waiting for your bills of exchange, replied the old man, taking a purse out of his pocket, here are 100 pistoles with which you may do as you please. Oh, sir, rejoined Morales, as if he were shocked, my master will never take them. You do not know him. Heaven and earth, he is a man of the nicest scruples in money matters. Not one of your shabby fellows, always sponging upon his friends, and ready to take up money wherever he can get it. Running in debt is ratsbane to him. If he is to beg his bread or go into an hospital, why there is an end of it, but as for borrowing, he will never be reduced to that. So much the better, said the good Burgess, I value him the more for his independence. Running in debt is a mean thing, it ought to be ratsbane to him and everybody else. Your people of quality, to be sure, may plead prescription in their favour. There's a sort of privileged swindling, not incompatible with high honour in high life. If tradesmen were to be paid, they would be too nearly on a level with their employers. But as your master has such upright principles, heaven forbid they should be violated in this house. Since any offer of pecuniary assistance would hurt his feelings, we must say no more about it. As the point seemed to be settled, the purse was for steering its course back again into the pocket. But my provident partner laid hold of Signor de Moyadas by the arm, and delayed the convoy. Stay, sir, said he, whatever aversion my master may have to borrowing on a general principle, and considered as borrowing, yet there is a light in which, with good management, he may be brought to look kindly on your 100 pistoles. In fact, it is only in a mercantile point of view, as an affair of debtor and creditor between strangers, that he holds this formal doctrine. but he is free and easy enough where he is on a family footing. Why, there is his own father. It is only ask and have, and he does ask and have accordingly. Now you are going to be a second father to him, and are fairly entitled to be put on the same confidential footing. He is a young man of nice discrimination, and will doubtless think you entitled to the compliment. By thus shifting his ground, Morales got possession of the old gentleman's purse. As for the girl and myself, we were engaged in a little agreeable flirting, but were soon joined by our honoured parent, who interrupted our tete-a-tete. He told Florence how much he was obliged to me, and expressed his gratitude to myself in terms which left no doubt of our being a very happy family. I made the most of so favourable a disposition by telling the good man that if he would bestow on me an acknowledgment the nearest to my heart, he must hasten my marriage with his daughter. My eagerness was not taken amiss. He assured me that in 3 days at latest I should be a happy bridegroom, and that instead of 6,000 ducats, the fortune he had promised to give my wife, he would make it up 10, as a substantial proof how deeply he felt himself indebted to me for the service I had rendered him. Here we were, therefore, quite at home with our good friend Jerome de Moyadas, sumptuously entertained, and catching every now and then a vision of 10,000 ducats, with which we proposed to march off abruptly from Merida. Our transports, however, were not without their alloy. It was by no means improbable that within 3 days the bona fide son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla might come and interrupt our sport. This fear had for its foundation more than the weakness of our nerves. On the very next morning, a sort of clodpole, with a portmanteau across his shoulders, knocked at the door of Florence's father. I was not at home at the time, but my colleague had to bear the brunt of it. Sir, said the rustic to our sagacious friend, I belong to the young gentleman at Calatrava who is to be your son-in-law, to Signor de la Membrilla. We have both just come off our journey. He will be here in an instant, and sent me forward to prepare you for his arrival. Hardly had these unaccountable tidings been announced when the master appeared in person, which stretched the old fellow's blinkers into a stare, and put Morales a little to the blush. Young Pedro was what we call a tall fellow of his inches. He began at once paying his compliments to the master of the house, but the good man did not give him time to finish his speech, and turning towards my partner in iniquity, asked what was the meaning of all this. Hereupon Morales, whose power of face was not to be exceeded by any human impudence, boldly asserted our identity, and said to the old gentleman, Sir, these 2 men here before you belong to the gang which pillaged us on the highway. I have a perfect recollection of their features, and in particular could swear to him who has the effrontery to call himself the son of Signor Juan Velez de la Membrilla. The old citizen gulped down the lies of Morales like nectar, and told the intruders, on the supposition of their being the impostors, Gentlemen, you are come the day after the fair. The trick was a very good one, but it will not pass. The enemy has taken the ground before you. Pedro de la Membrilla has been under this roof since yesterday. Have all your wits about you, answered the young man from Calatrava. You are nursing a viper in your bosom. Be assured that Juan Velez de la Membrilla has neither chick nor child but myself, and what relation is the hangman to you? Replied the old dupe. You are better known than liked in this house. Can you look this young man in the face, or can you deny that you robbed his master? If I were anywhere but under your roof, rejoined Pedro in a rage, I would punish the insolence of this scoundrel who fancies to pass me off for a highwayman. He is indebted for his safety to your presence, which puts a curb upon my collar. Good sir, pursued he, you are grossly imposed on. I am the favoured youth to whom your brother Austin has promised your daughter. Is it your pleasure for me to produce the whole correspondence with my father on the subject of the impending match? Will you be satisfied with Florence's picture sent me by him as a present a little while before his death? No, put in the old burgess crustily, the picture will work just as strongly on my conviction as the letters. I am perfectly aware by what chance they all fell into your hands, and if you will take a stupid fellow's advice, Merida will soon be rid of such rubbish. A quick march may save you a trouncing. This is beyond all bearing, screamed out the young royster with an overwhelming vehemence. My name shall never be stolen from me, and assumed by a common cheat with impunity, neither shall my person be confounded with that of a freebooter. There are those in this town who can identify me. They are forthcoming, and shall expose the fallacy by which you are prejudiced against me. With this assurance he withdrew, attended by his servant, and Morales kept possession of the field. The adventure had even the effect of determining Jerome de Moyadas to fix the wedding for the very time being. Accordingly, he went his way for the purpose of giving the necessary orders for the celebration. Though my colleague in knavery was well enough pleased to see Florence's father in a humour so pat for our purposes, he was not without certain scruples of conscience about our safety. It was to be feared lest the probable proceedings of Pedro might be followed up by awkward consequences, so that he waited impatiently for my arrival to make me acquainted with what had occurred. I found him over head and ears in a brown study. "What is the matter, my friend?" said I. "Seemingly there is something upon your mind." "Indeed there is, and something that will be minded," answered he. At the same time he let me into the affair. "Now you may judge," added he after a pause, "whether we have not some food for reflection. It is your ill star, rash contriver, which has thrown us into this perplexity. The idea, it must be confessed, was full of fire and ingenuity. Had it answered in the application, your renown would have been emblazoned in the chronicles of our fraternity. But according to present appearances, the run of luck is against us, and my counsels incline to a prudent avoidance of all explanations by quietly sneaking off with the market penny we have made of the silly old fellow's credulity." "Master Morales," replied I to this desponding speech, "you give way to difficulties with more haste than good speed. Such pusillanimity does but little honour to Don Matthias de Cordel and the other gallant blades with whom you were affiliated at Toledo. After serving a campaign under such experienced generals, it is not soldierly to shrink from the perils of the field. For my part, I am resolved to fight the battles of these heroes over again, or in more vulgar phrase, to prove myself a chip from the old blocks. The precipice which makes your head turn giddy only stiffens my sinews to surmount the toils of the way, and push forward to the end of our career. If you arrive at your journey's end in a whole skin," said my companion, "I will myself be your biographer and set your fame far above all the parallels of Plutarch." Just as Morales was finishing this learned allusion, Jerome de Moyadas came in. "You shall be my son-in-law this very evening," said he. "Your servant must have given you an account of what has just passed. What say you to the impudence of the scoundrel who wanted to make me believe that he was the son of my brother's correspondent?" "Honoured sir," answered I, with a melancholy air, and in a tone of voice the most insinuating that ever cajoled the easy faith of a dotard, "I feel within me that it is not in my nature to carry on an imposition without betraying it in my countenance. It now becomes necessary to make you a sincere confession. I am not the son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla." "What is it you tell me?" interrupted the old man, out of breath with surprise, and out of his wits with apprehension. "So then you are not the young man to whom my brother—" "For pity's sake, sir," interrupted I in my turn, "condescend to give me a hearing patiently to the end of my story. For these 8 days have I doted to distraction on your daughter, and this dotage, this distraction, has riveted me to Merida. Yesterday, after having rescued you from your danger, I was making up my mind to ask her of you in marriage, but you gave a check to my passion and put a tie upon my tongue by the intelligence that she was destined for another. You told me that your brother on his deathbed enjoined you to give her to Pedro de la Membrilla, that your word was pledged, and that you were the sworn vassal and bondman of your veracity. These circumstances, it must be owned, were overwhelming in the extreme, and my romantic passion, at the last gasp of its despair, gained breath by the stratagem with which the god of love inspired me. I must at the same time declare that a trick is at the best but a mean thing, and, however sanctified by the motive, my conscience recoiled at the delusion. Yet I could not but think that my pardon would be granted on the discovery, when it should come out, that I was an Italian prince, travelling through this country as a private gentleman. My father reigned supreme over a nest of inaccessible valleys lying between Switzerland, the Milanese, and Savoy. It could not but occur to me that you would be agreeably surprised when I should unfold to you my birth, and having married Florence under my fictitious character, should announce to her the rank she had attained, with all the rapture of an enamoured husband, and all the stage effect of a hero in tragedy or romance. But heaven, pursued I, with an hypocritical softening down of my accents, has visited my sins by cutting me off from such a perennial stream of joy. Pedro de la Membrilla was introduced upon the scene. He must have his name back again, whatever the restitution may cost me. Your promise binds you hand and foot to fix upon him for your son-in-law. It is your duty to give him the preference without taking my rank and station into the account, without mercy on the forlorn condition to which you are going to reduce me. To be sure, it might be said, but then I should say it who ought not to say it, that your brother had only the authority of an uncle over your daughter, that you are her father, and that there is more right and reason in discharging an actual debt of gratitude towards your preserver than in being mealy-mouthed about a verbal promise which would press but lightly on the conscience of the most scrupulous casuist. Yes, without doubt, that argument is indisputable, exclaimed Jerome de Moyadas, and on that ground there can no longer be any question between you and Pedro de la Membrilla. If my brother Austin were still living, he would not think it bad morality to give the preference to a man who has saved my life, nor a bad speculation to close the bargain with a prince who has not disdained to court our alliance. It were an absolute suicide on the part of all my opening prospects, the frantic desperation of an acknowledged incurable, not to dispose of my daughter so illustriously, not to solicit your highness's acceptance of her hand. And yet, sir, resumed I, these things are not to be determined without due deliberation. Look at your own interests and safety with a microscopic eye, for though the illustrious channel through which my blood has flowed for ages— You are scarcely serious, interrupted he, in supposing that I can hesitate for a moment. No, may it please your highness, it is my most humble and earnest request that you will deign on this very evening to honour the happy Florence with your hand. Well then, said I, be it so. Go yourself and be the bearer of the unlooked-for tidings. Announce to her the brilliant career of her exalted destiny. While the good citizen was putting his best foot foremost to instill into his daughter that she had made the conquest of a prince, Morales, who had taken in the whole conversation with greedy ear, threw himself upon his knees before me and did homage in these bantering terms. Most potent, grave, and august Italian prince, son of a sovereign, supreme over a nest of inaccessible valleys, lying between Switzerland, the Milanese, and Savoy, permit me to humble myself at your highness's feet in humble acknowledgment of the ecstasy into which you have thrown me. By the honour of a swindler, you are one of the wonders of our world. I always thought myself the first man in the line, but in good truth I doff my bonnet before you, whose genius seems to supersede the lessons of experience. Then you are no longer uneasy about the result, said I to my colleague in iniquity. Oh, as to that, not in the least, answered he. I no longer care a fig for Master Pedro. Let him come as soon as he pleases, we are a match for him. Here we are then, Morales and myself, safe seated on the saddle and rising in our stirrups. We even went so far as to begin settling the course we should pursue with the fortune. on which we reckoned so securely, that if it had already been in our pockets, we could not have chuckled more triumphantly over the proverb of a bird in the hand. Yet we were not in actual possession, which is more than legal right, and the sequel of the adventure proved to us that many things fall out between the cup and the lip. We very soon saw the young man of Calatrava returning. He was accompanied by 2 citizens and by an alguazil, whose dignity was as much supported by his whiskers and by the lowering overcast of his swarthy aspect as by the weight of his official character. Florence's father was of the party. Signor de Moyadas, said Pedro to him, here are 3 honest people come to answer for me. They are acquainted with my person and can tell you who I am. Yes, undoubtedly, exclaimed the alguazil, I can depose to the fact. I certify to all those whom it may concern that you are known to me. Your name is Pedro, and you are the only son of Juan Velez de la Membrilla. Whosoever dares to maintain the contrary is an impostor. I believe you implicitly, Master Alguazil, said the good creature Jerome de Moyadas rather dryly. Your evidence is gospel to me, as well as that of these fair and honest tradesmen you have brought with you. I am fully satisfied that the young gentleman on whose behalf you come is the only son of my brother's correspondent. But what is that to me? I am no longer in the humour to give him my daughter. So there is an end of that. End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 1. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2. Oh, then, it is quite another matter, said the alguazil. I only come to your house for the purpose of assuring you that this young man is no impostor. You have the authority of a parent over your child, and no one has any right to dictate to you how you are to marry her, and whether you will or no. Neither do I, on my part, interrupted Pedro, pretend to lay any force on the inclinations of Signor de Moyadas, but he will perhaps allow me to ask him why he has so suddenly changed his resolution. Has he any reason to be dissatisfied with me? Alas, let me at least understand that in losing the sweet hope of becoming his son-in-law, my promised bliss has not been wrested from me by any misconduct of my own. I have no complaint to make of you, answered the old man. Nay, I will even tell you more. It is with sincere sorrow that I find myself under the necessity of breaking my word with you, and I heartily beseech you to forgive me for having done so. I am persuaded that you are too generous to bear me any ill will for having thrown the balance into the scale of a rival who has saved my life. You see him here, pursued he, introducing my noble self. This is the illustrious personage who threw round me the shield of his protection in my great peril, and the better still to apologize for my seemingly harsh treatment of yourself, you are to know that he is an Italian prince. At these last words Pedro was dumbfounded and looked as if he could not help it. The 2 tradesmen opened their eyes as wide as they could stare with surprise at finding themselves for the first time in princely society. But the alguazil, in the habit of looking at things with the cross eye of suspicion, divined most perspicuously that this marvellous adventure must be a complete humbug, and the verification of the prophecy was calculated to put money into the pocket of the prophet. He therefore conned over my countenance with a very inquisitive regard, but as my features, which were new to justice, threw him out most cruelly from hunting down the game he was in chase of, he had no alternative but to try his luck on my companion. Unfortunately for my highness of the inaccessible valleys, He knew again the hangdog features of Morales, and recollecting to have seen him within the purlieus of a jail, "Ay, exclaimed he, this is one of my established customers. This gentleman is a particular acquaintance of mine, and you may take his character from me for one of the rankest rascals within the kingdoms and principalities of Spain. Softly, look before you leap, most adventurous alguazil, said Jerome de Moyadas. This lad, of whom you draw so unfavourable a picture, is in the travelling retinue of a prince. So much the better, retorted the alguazil. A man would not desire clear evidence on which to bring in his verdict. If we can but hang the servant, we shall soon send the master to the devil. The case is as undeniable as a feed counsel's plea. These pleasant sparks are a couple of fortune hunters who have laid their heads together to take you in. I am an old hound upon this scent, so that by way of proof presumptive that these merry vagabonds are within the contemplation of the law in that case provided, I shall lodge them where they will be well taken care of. They will have plenty of time for meditation under the chastising philosophy of a turnkey. Or should refinement fail to mend their morals, we have a sort of tangible discipline, which insinuates reformation by the inlet of a smarting hide. Stop there, and bethink you in good time, master officer, rejoined the old gentleman. We must not draw the cord tighter than it will bear. You never make any bones, you hangers-on of the law, about hurting the feelings of better men than yourselves. May not this servant be a common cheat, without his master being a swindler? Princes are persons of honour, as a matter of course. Yet the retainers to a court are inordinate rascals. It requires no conjurer to find that out. Are you playing into the hands of your deluders with your princes? Interrupted the alguazil. This new manufacturer of false pretences is a proficient, take my word for it. But I shall quench his zeal in the service, and gravel the ingenuity of his partner with a whereas and a commitment in due form. The scouts of justice are all round the door, who will worry their game every inch of the chase, if they do not suffer themselves to be taken quietly on their form. So come along, may it please your serene highness, let us proceed to our destination. This upshot of the business was a death blow to me as well as to Morales, and our confusion did but infuse doubts into the mind of Jerome de Moyadas, or rather burned, sunk, and destroyed us in his esteem. He began rather to think, not without reason, that we had some little design to impose on his credulity. Nevertheless, he acted on this occasion in the spirit of a man of honour and a gentleman. My good friend and protector, said he to the alguazil, your conjectures may be without foundation. On the other hand, they may turn out to have too much truth in them. Whichever of these alternatives may be the fact, let us not look too curiously into their characters. They are both young, and have time enough for amendment if they want it. Let them go their ways, and withdraw whithersoever it may best please them. Make no opposition, I beseech you, to their safe egress. It is a favour which you may consider as done to me, and my motive for asking it is to acquit myself of my debt to them. If my heart was not too soft for my profession, answered the alguazil, I should lodge these pretty gentlemen in limbo, in defiance of all your pleadings in their favour, but your eloquence and my susceptibility have relaxed the stern demeanour of justice for this evening. Let them, however, leave town on the spur of the occasion, for if I come across them tomorrow, and there is any faith in an alguazil, they shall see such sport as will be no sport to them. When it was signified to Morales and me, culprits as we were, that we were to be let off scot-free, we polished up the brass upon our foreheads a little. It was time now to bounce and swagger, and to maintain that we were men of undeniable respectability. But the alguazil looked askew at us, and muttered that least said was soonest mended. I do not know how, but those gentry have a strange knack of curbing our genius. They are complete lords of the ascendant. Florence and her dowry therefore were lost to Pedro de la Membrilla by a turn of the dice, and we may conclude that he was received as the son-in-law of Jerome de Moyadas. I took to my heels with my companion. We blundered on the road to Truxillo, with the consolation at our hearts of having at least pocketed 100 pistoles by our frolic. An hour before nightfall we passed through a little village with the intention of putting up for the evening at the next stage. An inn of very tolerable appearance for the place attracted our notice. The landlord and landlady were sitting at the door on a long bench, such as usually graces a pothouse porch. Our host, a tall man, withered, and with one foot in the grave, was tinkling on a cracked guitar to the unbounded emolument of his wife, whose faculties seemed to hang in rapture on the performance. "Gentlemen," cried out the intrepid tavern keeper, when he found that we were not upon the halt, "you will do well to stop here. You may fare worse further off. There is a devil of 3 leagues to the nearest village, and you will find nothing to make you amends for what you leave behind. You may assure yourselves of that. Take a word of advice. Know when you are well used. I will treat you with the fat of the land, and charge you at the lowest rate." There was no resisting such a plea. We came up to our courteous entertainers, paid them the compliments of course, and sitting down by their side, the conversation was supported by all 4 on the indifferent topics of the day. Our host announced himself as an officer of the Holy Brotherhood, and his rib was a fat, laughing squab of a woman, with outward good nature, but with an eye to make the most of her commodities. Our discourse was broken in upon by the arrival of from 12 to 15 riders, some mounted on mules, others on horseback, followed by about 30 sumpter mules laden with packages. "Ah, what a princely retinue!" exclaimed the landlord at the sight of so much company. "Where can I put them all?" In an instant the village was crammed full of men and beasts. As luck would have it, there was near the inn an immense barn, where the sumpter mules and their packages were secured. The saddle mules and horses were taken care of in other places. As for their masters, they thought less about bespeaking beds than about calling for the bill of fare and ordering a good supper. The host and hostess, with a servant girl whom they kept, were all upon the alert to make things agreeable. They laid a heavy hand upon all the fowls in the poultry yard. These precious roasts, with some undisguised rabbits, cats, in the masquerade of a fricassee, and a deluging tureen of soup, stinking of cabbage and greasy with mutton fat, were enough to have given a sickener to the inveterate stomachs of a regiment. As for Morales and myself, we cast a scrutinizing eye on these troopers, nor were they behindhand in passing their secret judgments upon us. At last we came together in conversation, and it was proposed on our part, if they had no objection, that we should all sup together. They assured us that they should be extremely happy in our company. Here we are then all seated round the table. There was one among them who seemed to take the lead, and for whom the rest, though in the main they were on the most intimate terms with him, thought it necessary on some occasions to testify their deference. In case of a dispute, this high gentleman assumed the umpire. He talked in a tone above the common pitch, going so far sometimes as to contradict, in no very courtly phrase, the sentiments of others, who, far from giving him back his own, were ready to swear to his assertions and crouch under his rebuke. By accident the discourse turned on Andalusia. Morales happening to launch out into the praise of Seville, the man about whom I have been talking said to him, "My good fellow traveller, you are ringing the chimes on the city which gave birth to me. At least I am a native of the neighbourhood, since the little town of Merina is answerable for my appearance in the world." "I have the same story to tell you," answered my companion. "I am also a Merina, and it is scarcely possible but that our families should be acquainted, Whose son are you? An honest notary's, replied the stranger, by name Martin Morales. As fate will have it, exclaimed my comrade with emotion, the adventure is very remarkable. You are then my eldest brother, Manuel Morales. Exactly so, said the other, and if my senses do not deceive me, you, your very self, are my little brother Louis, whom I left in the cradle when I turned my back upon my father's house. You are right in your conjectures, answered my honest colleague. At this discovery they both got up from table and almost hugged the breath out of each other's bodies. At last Signor Manuel said to the company, Gentlemen, this circumstance is altogether marvellous. By mere chance I have met with a brother, and have been challenged by him whom I have not seen for more than 20 years. Allow me to introduce him. At once all the travellers, who had risen from their seats out of curiosity and good manners, paid their compliments to the younger Morales, and made him run the gauntlet through their salutations. When these were over, the party returned to the table, nor did they think any more of an adjournment. Bedtime never entered into their heads. The two brothers sat next to one another and talked in a whisper about their family affairs. The other guests plied the bottle and made merry in a louder key. Louis had a long conference with Manuel, and afterwards, taking me aside, said to me, All these troopers belong to the household of the Count de Montanos, whom the king has very lately appointed to the vice-regal government of Majorca. They are convoying the equipage of the viceroy to Alicante, where they are to embark. My brother, who has risen to be steward to that nobleman, proposes to take me along with him, and on the difficulty I started about leaving you, he told me that if you would be of the party, he would procure you a good berth. My dear friend, pursued he, I advise you not to stand out against this proposal. Let us take flight together for the island of Majorca. If we find our quarters pleasant, we will fix there, and if they are otherwise, we have nothing to do but to return into Spain. I accepted the proposal with the best grace possible. What a reinforcement in the person of young Morales and myself to the household of the Count. We took our departure in a body from the inn before daybreak. We got to the city of Alicante by long stages, and there I bought a guitar and arranged my dress in a manner suited to my new destination before we embarked. Nothing ran in my head but the island of Majorca, and Louis Morales was a new man as well as myself. It should seem as though we had bid farewell to the rogueries of this wicked world. Yet, not to play the liar in the ear of so rigorous a confessor as my own conscience, we had a mind not to pass for villains incarnate, now that we had got into company that had some pretensions to decency, and that was the sum total of our honesty. The natural bent of our genius remained much the same. We were still men of business, but just now keeping a vacation. In short, we went on board gallantly and gaily in this lucid interval of innocence, and had no idea but of landing at Majorca under the especial care of Neptune and Aeolus. Hardly, however, had we cleared the Gulf of Alicante, when a sudden and violent storm arose, enough to have frightened better men. Now is my opportunity or never to speak of moving accidents by flood, to set the atmosphere on fire and give a louder explosion to the thundercloud, to compare the whistling of the winds to the factions of a populace, and the rolling of the waves to the shock of conflicting hosts, with other such old-fashioned phraseologies as have been heirlooms of Parnassus from time immemorial. But it is useless to be poetical without invention. Suffice it therefore to say, in slang metaphor, that the storm was a devil of a storm, and obliged us to stand in for the point of Cabrera. This is a desert island with a small fort, at that time garrisoned by an officer and 5 or 6 soldiers. Our reception was hospitable and cordial. As it was necessary for us to stay there some days for the purpose of refitting our sails and rigging, we devised various kinds of amusements to keep off the foul fiend melancholy. Every one did as seemed good in his own eyes. Some played at cards, others diverted themselves in other ways, but as for me, I went about exploring the island. with such of our gentry as had either a curiosity or a taste for the picturesque. We were frequently obliged to clamber from rock to rock, for the face of the country is rugged and the soil scanty, presenting a scene difficult of access, but interesting from its wildness. One day, while we were speculating on these dry and barren prospects, and extracting a moral from the vagaries of nature, who can swell into the fruitful mother and the copious nurse, or shrink into the lean and loathsome skeleton as she pleases, our sense was all at once regaled with a most delicious fragrance. We turned, as with a common impulse, towards the east, whence the scented gale seemed to come. To our utter astonishment, we discovered among the rocks a green plat of considerable dimensions, gay with honeysuckles, more luxuriant and more odorous than even those which thrive so greatly in the climate of Andalusia. We were not sorry to approach nearer these delicious shrubs, which were wasting their sweetness in such unchecked profusion, when it turned out that they lined the entrance of a very deep cavern. The opening was wide, and the recess in consequence partially illuminated. We were determined to explore, and descended by some stone steps overgrown with flowers on each side, so that it was difficult to say whether the approach was formed by art or nature. When we had got down, we saw several little streams winding over a sand, the yellow lustre of which outrivaled gold. These drew their sources from the continual distillations of the rock within, and lost themselves again in the hollows of the ground. The water looked so clear that we were tempted to drink of it, and such was its freshness that we made a party to return the next day, with some bottles of generous wine, which we were persuaded would acquire new zest from the retreat where they were to be quaffed. It was not without regret that we left so agreeable a place, nor did we omit, on our return to the fort, boasting among our comrades of so interesting a discovery. The commander of the fortress, however, with the warmest professions of friendship, warned us against going any more to the cavern with which we were so much delighted. And why so? Said I. Is there anything to be afraid of? Most undoubtedly, answered he. The corsairs of Algiers and Tripoli sometimes land upon this island for the purpose of watering at that spring. One day they surprised 2 soldiers of my garrison there, whom they carried into slavery. It was in vain that the officer assumed a tone of kind dissuasion. Nothing could prevent us from going. We fancied that he meant to play upon our fears, and the day following I returned to the cavern with 3 adventurous blades of our establishment. We were even foolhardy enough to leave our firearms behind as a sort of bravado. Young Morales declined being of the party. The fort and the gaming table had more charms for him, as well as for his brother. We went down to the bottom of the cave, as on the preceding day, and set some bottles of the wine we had brought with us to cool in the rivulets. While we were enjoying them in all the luxury of elegant conviviality, our wits set in motion by the novelty of the scene, and the echo reverberating to the music of our guitars, we espied at the mouth of the cavern several abominable faces overgrown with whiskers. Neither did their turbans and Turkish dresses render them a whit more amiable in our conceits. We nevertheless took it into our heads that it was a frolic of our own party, set on by the commanding officer of the fort, and that they had disguised themselves for the purpose of playing us a trick. With this impression on our minds, we set up a horse laugh, and allowed a quiet entrance to about 10, without thinking of making any resistance. In a few moments our eyes were opened to that fatal error, and we were convinced, in sober sadness, that it was a corsair at the head of his crew, come to carry us away. "Surrender, you Christian dogs," cried he in most outlandish Castilian, "or prepare for instant death." At the same time the men who accompanied him levelled their pieces at us, and our ribs would have been well lined with the contents if we had resisted in the least. Slavery seemed the better alternative than death, so that we delivered our swords to the pirate. He ordered us to be handcuffed and carried on board his vessel, which was moored not far off. Then, setting sail, he steered with a fair wind towards Algiers. Thus were we punished for having neglected the warning given us by the officer of the garrison. The first thing the corsair did was to put his hand into our pockets and make free with our money. No bad windfall for him. The 200 pistoles from the greenhorns at Placentia, the 100 which Morales had received from Jerome de Moyadas, and which, as ill luck would have it, were in my custody, all this was swept away without a single qualm of conscience. My companions, too, had their purses well lined, and it was all fish that came to the net. The pirate seemed to chuckle at so successful a drag, and the scoundrel, not contented with chousing us of our cash, insulted us with his infernal Moorish witticisms. But the edge of his satire was not half so keen as the dire necessity which made us the subject of it. After 1,000 clumsy sarcasms, he called for the bottles which we had set to cool in the fountain, those irreligious Mahometans not having scrupled to load their consciences with the conveyance of the unholy fermentation. The master and his man pledged one another in many a Christian bumper, and drank to our better acquaintance with a most provoking mockery. While this farce was acting, my comrades wore a hanging look, which testified how pleasantly their thoughts were employed. They were so much the more out of conceit with their captivity, as they thought they had drawn a prize in the lottery of human life. The island of Majorca, with all its luxuries and delights, was a melancholy contrast with their present situation. For my part, I had the good sense to take things as I found them. Less put out of my way by my misfortune than the rest, I joined in conversation with this transmarine joker, and showed him that wit was the common language of Africa and of Europe. He was pleased with my accommodating spirit. Young man, said he, instead of groaning and sighing, you do well to arm yourself with patience, and to fall in with the current of your destiny. Play us a little air, continued he, observing that I had a guitar by my side. Let us have a specimen of your skill. I complied with his command as soon as my arms were loosened from their confinement, and began to thrum away in a style that drew down the applauses of my discerning audience. It is true that I had been taught by the best master in Madrid, and that I played very tolerably for an amateur upon that instrument. A song was then called for, and my voice gave equal satisfaction. All the Turks on board testified by gestures of admiration the delight with which my performance inspired them, from which circumstance it was but modest to conclude that vocal music had made no very extraordinary progress in their part of the world. The pirate whispered in my ear that my slavery should be no disadvantage to me, and that with my talents I might reckon upon an employment by which my lot would be rendered not only supportable but happy. I felt somewhat encouraged by these assurances, but flattering as they were, I was not without my uneasiness as to the employment which the corsair held out as a nameless but invaluable boon. When we arrived in the port of Algiers, a great number of persons were collected to receive us, and we had not yet disembarked when they uttered 1,000 shouts of joy. Add to this, that the air re-echoed with a confused sound of trumpets, of Moorish flutes, and of other instruments, the fashion of that country, forming a symphony of deafening clangor, but very doubtful harmony. The occasion of these rejoicings proceeded from a false report which had been current about the town. It had been the general talk that the renegado Mahomet, meaning our amiable pirate, had lost his life in the attack of a large Genoese vessel, so that all his friends, informed of his return, were eager to hail him with these thundering demonstrations of attachment. We had no sooner set foot on shore than my companions and myself were conducted to the palace of the Bey Shah Soliman, where a Christian secretary, questioning us individually one after another, inquired into our names, our ages, our country, our religion, and our qualifications. Then Mahomet, presenting me to the Bashaw, paid my voice more compliments than it deserved, and told him that I played on the guitar with a most ravishing expression. This was enough to influence Soliman in his choice of me for his own immediate service. I took up my abode, therefore, in his seraglio. The other captives were led into the public market and sold there at the usual rate of Christian cattle. What Mahomet had foretold to me on shipboard was completely verified. My condition was exactly to my mind. I was not consigned to the stronghold of a prison, nor kept to any works of oppressive labor. My indulgent master stationed me in a particular quarter with 5 or 6 slaves of superior rank, who were in momentary expectation of being ransomed, and were therefore favored in the distribution of our tasks. The care of watering the orange trees and flowers in the gardens was allotted as my portion. There could not be a more agreeable or less fatiguing employment. Soliman was a man about 40 years of age, well made as to figure, tolerably accomplished as to his mind, and as much of a lady's man as could be expected from a Turk. His favourite was a Cashmerian, whose wit and beauty had acquired an absolute dominion over his affections. He loved her even to idolatry. Not a day but he paid his court to her by some elegant entertainment. At one time a concert of vocal and instrumental music, at another a dramatic performance after the fashion of the Turks, which fashion implies a loose sort of comedy, where moral and modesty enter about as much into the contemplation of the contriver as do Aristotle and his unities. The favourite, whose name was Farouk Naz, was passionately enamoured of these exhibitions. She sometimes even got up among her own women some Arabian melodrames to be performed before her admirer. She took some of the parts herself, and charmed the spectators by the abundant grace and vivacity of her action. One day, when I was among the musicians at one of these representations, Soliman ordered me to play on the guitar and to sing a solo between the acts of the piece. I had the good fortune to give satisfaction, and was received with applause. The favourite herself, if my vanity did not mislead me, cast glances towards me of no unfavourable interpretation. On the next day, as I was watering the orange trees in the gardens, there passed close by me an eunuch, who, without stopping or saying a word, threw down a note at my feet. I picked it up with an emotion strangely compounded of pleasure and alarm. I crouched upon the ground for fear of being observed from the windows of the seraglio, and concealing myself behind the boxes in which the orange trees were planted, opened this unexpected enclosure. There I found a diamond of very considerable value, and these words in genuine Castilian: "Young Christian, return thanks to heaven for your captivity. Love and fortune will render it the harbinger of your bliss. Love, if you are alive to the attractions of a fine person, and fortune, if you have the hardihood to confront danger in every direction." I could not for a moment doubt that the letter was written by the favourite sultana. The style and the diamond were more than presumptive evidence against her. Besides that, nature did not cast me in the mould of a coward. The vanity of keeping up a good understanding with the mistress of a scoundrelly Mahometan in office, and more than all the temptations of vanity or inclination, the hope of cajoling her out of 4 times as much as the curmudgeon her master would demand for my ransom, put me into conceit, with the intention of trying my luck at a venture, whatever risk might be incurred in the experiment. I went on with my gardening, but always harping on the means of getting into the apartment of Farouk Naz, or rather waiting till she opened a door of communication, for I was clearly of opinion that she would not stop upon the threshold, but meet me halfway in the career of love and danger. My conjecture was not altogether without foundation. The same eunuch who had led me into this amorous reverie passed the same way an hour afterwards, and said to me, Christian, have you communed with your own determinations, and will you win a fair lady by abjuring a faint heart? I answered in the affirmative. Well then, rejoined he, heaven sprinkle its dew upon your resolutions. You shall see me betimes to-morrow morning. With this comfortable assurance he withdrew. The following day I actually saw him make his appearance about 8 o'clock in the morning. He made a signal for me to go along with him. I obeyed the summons, and he conducted me into a hall where was a large wrapper of canvas, which he and another eunuch had just brought thither, with the design of carrying it to the sultana's apartment, for the purpose of furnishing a scene for an Arabian pantomime in preparation for the amusement of the bashaw. The two eunuchs unrolled the cloth and laid me at my length on the proscenium. Then, at the risk of turning the farce into a tragedy by stifling me, they rolled it up again with its palpitating contents. In the next place, taking hold of it at each end, they conveyed me with impunity by this device into the chamber devoted to the repose of the beautiful Cashmerian. She was alone with an old slave devoted to her wishes. They helped each other to unroll their precious bale of goods, and Farrukhnaz, at the sight of her consignment, set up such an alarm of delight as exhibited the woman of the East without forgetting her prurient propensities. With all my natural bias towards adventure, I could not recognize myself as at once transported into the private apartment of the women without something like an inauspicious damp upon my joy. The lady was aware of my feelings, and anxious to dissipate the unpleasant part of them. Young man, said she, you have nothing to fear. Soliman is just gone to his country house. He is safely lodged for the day, so that we shall be able to entertain one another here at our ease. Hints like these rallied my scattered spirits, and gave a cast to my countenance which confirmed the speculation of the favourite. You have won my heart, pursued she, and it is in my contemplation so often the severity of your bondage. You seem to be worthy of the sentiments which I have conceived for you. Though disguised under the garb of a slave, your air is noble, and your physiognomy of a character to recommend you to the good graces of a lady. Such an exterior must belong to one above the common. Unbosom yourself to me in confidence. Tell me who you are. I know that captives of superior condition and family disguise their real circumstances to be redeemed at a lower rate. But you have no inducement to practice such a deception on me, and it would even be a precaution revolting to my designs in your favour, since I here pledge myself for your liberty. Deal with sincerity, therefore, and own to me at once that you are a youth of illustrious rank. In good earnest then, madam, answered I, it would ill become me to repay your generous partiality with dissimulation. You are absolutely bent upon it that I should entrust you with the secret of my quality, and commands like yours are not to be questioned or resisted. I am the son of a Spanish grandee, and so it might actually have been, for anything that I know to the contrary. At all events, the sultana gave me credit for it, so that with considerable self-congratulation at having fixed her regard on a gentleman of some little figure in the world, she assured me that it only depended on herself whether or no we should meet pretty often in private. In fact, we were no niggards of our mutual goodwill at the very first approaches. I never met with a woman who was more what a man wishes her to be. She was, besides, an expert linguist, above all in Castilian, which she spoke with fluency and purity. When she conceived it to be time for us to part, I got by her order into a large osier basket with an embroidered silk covering of her own manufacture. Then the two slaves who had brought me in were called to carry me out as a present from the favourite to her deluded lord, for under this pretence it is easy to screen any amorous exports from the inspection of the officers entrusted with the superintendence of the women. As for Farrukhnaz and myself, we were not slack in other devices to bring us together, and that lovely captive inspired me by degrees with as much love as she herself entertained for me. Our good understanding was kept a profound secret for full 2 months. notwithstanding the extreme difficulty in a seraglio of veiling the mysteries of love for any length of time from those uninitiated, whose eyes are jaundiced by their own disqualification. Neither was the discovery made at last by the means of envious spies. An unlucky chance disconcerted all our little arrangements, and the features of my fortune were at once aggravated into a frown. One day, when I had been introduced into the presence of the Sultana in the body of an artificial dragon, invented as a machine for a spectacle, while we were parleying most amicably together, Soliman, to whom we had given credit for having gone out of town, made his unwelcome appearance. He entered so abruptly into his favourite's apartment as scarcely to leave time for the old slave to give us notice of his approach. Still less was there any opportunity to conceal me. Thus, therefore, with all my enormities on my head, was I the first object which presented itself to the astonished eyes of the bashaw. He seemed considerably startled at the sight, and his countenance flashed with indignation on the instant. I considered myself as a wretch just hovering on the brink of the grave, and death seemed arrayed in all the paraphernalia of torture. As for Farrukhnaz, it was very evident in good truth that she was miserably frightened, but instead of owning her crime and imploring pardon, she said to Soliman, "My lord, before you pronounce my sentence, be pleased to hear my defense. Appearances doubtless condemn me, and it must strike you that I have committed an act of treason, worthy the most dreadful punishment. It is true, I have brought this young captive hither. It is true that I have introduced him into my apartment with just such artifices as I should have used if I had entertained a violent passion for him. And yet I call our great prophet to witness, in spite of these seeming irregularities, I am not faithless to you. It was my wish to converse with this Christian slave for the purpose of disengaging him from his own sect and proselytizing him to that of the true believers. But I have found in him a principle of resistance for which I was not well prepared. I have, however, conquered his prejudices, and he came to give me an assurance that he would embrace Mahometanism. I do not mean to deny that it was an act of duty to have contradicted the favourite flatly, without paying the least attention to the dangerous predicament in which I stood. But my spirits were taken by surprise. The beloved partner of my imprudence was hovering on the brink of perdition, and my own fate was involved with hers. How could I do otherwise than give a silent and perturbed assent to her impious fiction? My tongue indeed refused to ratify it, but the bashaw, persuaded by my acquiescence that his mistress had told him the whole truth and nothing but the truth, suffered his angry spirit to be tranquillized. "Madam," answered he, "I am willing to believe that you have committed no infidelity towards me, and that the desire of doing a thing agreeable to the prophet has been the means of leading you on to risk so hazardous and delicate a proceeding. I forgive, therefore, your imprudence, on condition that this captive assumes the turban on the spot." He sent immediately for a priest to initiate me. My dress was changed with all due ceremony into the Turkish. They did just what they pleased with me, nor had I the courage to object, or, to do myself more justice, I knew not what was becoming of me in so dreadful a disorder of all my faculties and feelings. There are other good Christians in the world who have been guilty of apostatizing on less imminent emergencies. After the ceremony, I took my leave of the seraglio to go and possess myself, under the name of Saidi Hali, of an inferior office which Soliman had given me. I never saw the Sultana more, but an eunuch of hers came one day to look after me. He brought with him, as a present from his mistress, jewels to a very considerable amount, accompanied with a letter in which the lady assured me she should never forget my generous compliance in turning Mahometan to save her life. In point of fact, besides these rich gifts lavished upon me by Farrukhnaz, I obtained through her interest a more considerable employment than my first, and in the course of 6 or 7 years became one of the richest renegados in the town of Algiers. You must be perfectly aware that if I assisted at the prayers put up by the Mussulmen in their mosques, or fulfilled the other observances of their religion, it was all a mere copy of my countenance. My inclination was always uniform and determined as to returning before my death into the bosom of our holy church, and with this view I looked forward to withdrawing some time or other into Spain or Italy with the riches I should have accumulated. But there seemed no reason whatever against enjoying life in the interval. I was established in a magnificent mansion, with gardens of extent and beauty, a numerous train of slaves, and a well-appointed equipage of pretty girls in my seraglio. Though the Mahometans are forbidden to the use of wine in that country, they are not backward for the most part in their stolen libations. As for me, my orgies were without either a mask or a blush, after the manner of my brother renegadoes. I remember in particular two of my bottle companions with whom I often drank down the night before we rose from table. One was a Jew and the other an Arabian. I took them to be good sort of people, and with that impression lived in unconstrained familiarity with them. One evening I invited them to sup at my house. On that very day a dog of mine died. It was a pet. We performed our pious ablutions on his lifeless clay, and buried him with all the solemn obsequies attendant on a Mahometan funeral. This act of ours was not designed to turn the religion we outwardly professed into ridicule. It was only to furnish ourselves with amusement, and give loose to a ludicrous whim, which struck us in the moment of jollity, that of paying the last offices of humanity to my dog. This action was, however, very near laying me by the heels. On the following day there came a fellow to my house, saying, "Master Saidi Hali, it is no laughing matter that induces me to pay you this visit. My employer, the Cadi, wants to have a word in your ear. Be so good, if you please, as just to step to his office without loss of time. An Arabian merchant who supped with you last night has laid an information respecting a certain act of irreverence perpetrated by you on occasion of a dog which you buried. It is on that charge that I summon you to appear this day before the judge, and in case of failure you are hereby warned that you will be the subject of a criminal prosecution." Away went he, leaving me to digest his discourse, but the citations stuck in my throat and took away my appetite. The Arabian had no reason whatever to set his face against me, and I could not comprehend the meaning of the dog's trick the scoundrel had played me. The circumstance, at all events, demanded my prompt attention. I knew the Cadi's character, a saint on the outside, but a sinner in his heart. Away went I, therefore, to wait on this judge, but not with empty pockets. He sent for me into his private room, and began upon me in all the vehemence of pious indignation. "You are a fellow rejected out of paradise, a blasphemer of our holy law, a man loathsome and abominable to look upon. You have performed the funeral service of a Mussulman over a dog. What an act of sacrilege! Is it thus then that you reverence our most holy ceremonies? Have you only turned Mahometan to laugh at our devotions and our rites?" "My honoured master," answered I, "the Arabian who has told you such a cock and bull story is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and more than that, he is even an accomplice in my crime, if it is one, to grant such rest as to peace-parted souls to a faithful household servant, to an animal with more good qualities than half the two-legged Mahometans out of Christendom. His attachment, besides, to people of merit and consideration in the world was at once moral and sensible, and at his death he left several little tokens of remembrance to his friends. By his last will and testament he bequeathed his effects in the manner therein mentioned, and did me the honour to name me for his executor. This old crony came in for 20 crowns, that for 30, and another for a cool 100. But your worship is interested deeply in this instrument, pursued I, drawing out my purse. He has left you residuary legatee, and here is the amount of the bequest. The Cadi's gravity could not but relax after the posthumous kindness of his deceased friend, and he laughed outright in the face of the mock executor. As we were alone, there was no occasion to make wry mouths at the purse, and my acquittal was pronounced in these words: "Go, Master Saidi Hali, it was a very pious act of yours to enlarge the obsequies of a dog who had so manly a fellow feeling for honest folks." End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 2. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 3. By this device I got out of the scrape, and if the hint did not increase my religion, it doubled my circumspection. I was determined no longer to open either my cellar or my soul in presence of Arabian or Jew. My bottle companion henceforward was a young gentleman from Leghorn, who had the happiness of being my slave. His name was Azarini. I was of another kidney from renegados in general, who impose greater hardships on their Christian slaves than do the Turks themselves. All my captives waited for the period of their ransom without any impatient hankering after home. My behavior to them was in truth so gentle and fatherly that many of them assured me they were more afraid of changing their master than anxious after their liberty, whatever magic that word may have to the ears of those who have felt what it is to be deprived of it. One day the Bashaw's corsairs came into port with considerable prizes. Their cargo amounted to more than 100 slaves of either sex carried off from the Spanish coast. Soliman retained but a very small number, and all the rest were sold. I happened to go to market and bought a Spanish girl, 10 or 12 years old. She cried as if her heart would break, and looked the picture of despair. It seemed strange that at her age slavery should make such an impression on her. I told her in Castilian to combat with her terrors, and assured her that she was fallen into the hands of a master who had not put off humanity when he took up the turban. The little mourner, not initiated in the trade of grief, pursued the subject of her lamentations without listening to me. Her whole soul seemed to be breathed in her sighs. She descanted on her wretched fate, and exclaimed from time to time in softened accents, "Oh, my mother, why were we ever parted?" I could bear my lot with patience. Might we share it together? With these lamentations on her lips, she turned round towards a woman of from 45 to 50, standing at the distance of several paces, and waiting with her eyes fixed to the ground in a determined sullen silence till she met with a purchaser. I asked my young bargain if the lady she was looking at was her mother. "Alas, she is indeed, sir," replied the girl. "For the love of God, do not let me be parted from her." "Well then, my distressed little damsel," said I, "if it will give you any pleasure, there is no more to do than to settle you both in the same quarters, and then you will give over your murmuring." On the very moment I went up to the mother with the intention of cheapening her, but no sooner did I cast my eyes on her face than I knew again with what emotion you may guess, the very form and pressure of Lucinda. "Just heaven," said I within myself, "this is my mother. Nature whispers it in my ear, and can I doubt her evidence? On her part, whether a keen resentment of her woes pointed out an enemy in every object on which she glanced, or else it might be my dress that disfigured me, or else I might have grown a little older in about a dozen years since she had seen me. But however historians may account for it, she did not know me. But I knew her and bought her. The pair were sent home to my house. When they were safely lodged, I wished to surprise them with the pleasure of ascertaining who I was. "Madam," said I to Lucinda, "is it possible that my features should not strike you? 'Tis true I wear whiskers and a turban, but is Raphael less your son for that?" My mother thrilled through all her frame at these words, looked at me with an eager gaze. My whole self rushed into her recollection, and into each other's arms we affectionately flew. I then caressed in moderated ecstasies her daughter, who perhaps knew as much about having a brother as I did about having a sister. Tell the truth, said I to my mother. In all your theatrical discoveries, did you ever meet with one so truly natural and dramatic as this? My dear son, answered she in an accent of sorrow, the first sight of you after so long a separation overwhelmed me with joy, but the revulsion was only the more deeply distressing. In what condition, alas, do I again behold you? My own slavery is 1,000 times less revolting to my feelings than the disgraceful habiliments. Heyday! By all the powers, madam, interrupted I with a hearty laugh, I am quite delighted with your newly acquired morality. This is excellent in an actress. Well, well, as heaven is my judge, my honoured mamma, you are mightily improved in your principles, if my transformation astounds your religious eyesight. So far from quarrelling with your turban, consider me rather as an actor, playing a Turkish character on the stage of the world. Though a conformist, I am just as much a Mussulman as when I was in Spain. Nay, in the bottom of my heart, I never was a more firm believer in our Christian creed than at the present moment, when you shall become acquainted with all my hairbreadth escapes, since I have been domesticated in this country, you will not be rigorous in your censure. Love has been the cause of my apostasy, and he who worships at that shrine may be absolved from all other infidelities. I have a little of my mother in me, take my word for it. Another reason besides ought to moderate your disgust at seeing me under my present circumstances. You were expecting to experience a harsh captivity in Algiers, but you find in your protector a son, with all the tenderness and reverence befitting his relation to you, and rich enough to maintain you here in plenty and comfort, till a favourable opportunity offers of returning with safety into Spain. Admit, therefore, the force of the proverb which says that evil itself is good for something. My dear son, said Lucinda, since you fully intend one day to go back into your own country and to throw off the mantle of Mahomet, my scruples are all satisfied. Thanks to heaven, continued she, I shall be able to carry back your sister Beatrice safe and sound into Castile. Yes, madam, exclaimed I, so you may. We will all three, as soon as the season may serve, go and throw ourselves into the bosom of our family, for I make no matter of doubt but you have still in Spain other indisputable evidences of your prolific powers. No, said my mother, I have only you two, the offspring of my body, and you are to know that Beatrice is the fruit of a marriage, manufactured in as workmanlike a manner as any within the pale of the church. And pray, for what reason, replied I, might not my little sister have been just as contraband as myself? How did you ever work yourself up to the formidable resolution of marrying? I have heard you say 100 times in my childhood that there was no benefit of clergy for a pretty woman who could commit such an offence as to take up with a husband. Times and seasons ebb and flow, my son, rejoined she. Men of the most resolute character may be shaken in their purposes, and do you require that a woman should be inflexible in hers? But I will now relate to you the story of my life since your departure from Madrid. She then began the following recital, which will never be obliterated from my memory. I will not withhold from you so curious a narrative. It is nearly 13 years, if you recollect, said my mother, since you left young Leganez. Just at that time the Duke of Medina Celi told me that he had a mind to sup with me one evening in private. The day was fixed. I made preparations for his reception. He came, and I pleased him. He required from me the sacrifice of all his rivals, past, present, and to come. I came into his terms in the hope of being well paid for my complaisance. There was no deficiency on that score. On the very next morning I received presents from him, which were followed up by a long train of kindred attentions. I was afraid of not being able to hold in my chains a man of his exalted rank, and this apprehension was the better founded because it was a matter of notoriety that he had escaped from the clutches of several celebrated beauties whose chains he had worn only for the purpose of breaking. But for all that, so far from surfeiting on the relish of my kindness, his appetite grew by what it fed on. In short, I found out the secret of entertaining him and impounding his heart, naturally roving, so that it should not go astray according to its usual volatility. He had now been my admirer for 3 months, and I had every reason to flatter myself that the arrangement would be lasting, when a lady of my acquaintance and myself happened to go to an assembly where the Duchess, his wife, was of the party. We were invited to a concert of vocal and instrumental music. We accidentally seated ourselves too near the Duchess, who took it into her head to be affronted that I should exhibit my person in a place where she was. She sent me word by one of her women that she should take it as a favour if I would quit the room immediately. I sent back an answer just as saucy as the message. The Duchess, irritated to fury, laid her wrongs before her husband, who came to me in person and said, "Retire, Lucinda. Though noblemen of the first rank attach themselves to pretty playthings like yourself, it is highly unbecoming in you to forget your proper distance. If we love you better than our wives, we honour our wives more than you. Whenever, therefore, your insolence shall go so far as to set yourselves up for their rivals under their very noses, you will always be mortified and made to know your places." Fortunately, the Duke held his cruel language to me in so low a tone of voice as not to have been overheard by the people about us. I withdrew in deep confusion, and cried with vexation at having incurred such an affront. At once, to crown my shame and aggravate my chastisement, the actors and actresses got hold of the story on the very same evening. To do them justice, these gentry must contrive to entertain a familiar spirit whose business is to fly about and whisper in the ear of one whatever falls out amiss to the other. Suppose, for instance, that an actor gets drunk and makes a fool of himself, or an actress gets hold of a rich cully and makes a fool of him. The green room is sure to ring with all the particulars, and a few more than are true. All my kindred of the sock and buskin were informed at once of what had happened at the concert, and a blessed life they led me with their quips and quiddities. Never was there charity like theirs. Without beginning at home, heaven only knows where it ends. But I held myself too high to be affected by their jibes and jeers, nor did even the loss of the Duke de Medina Celi hang heavy on my spirits. For true it was, I never saw him more at my toilette, but learned a very short time after that he had got into the trammels of a little warbler. When a theatrical lady has the good luck to be in fashion, she may change her lover as often as her petticoat, and one noble fool, should he even recover his wits at the end of 3 days, serves excellently well for a decoy to his successor. No sooner was it buzzed about Madrid that the Duke had raised the siege, than a new host of would-be conquerors appeared before the trenches. The very rivals whom I had sacrificed to his wishes, looking at my charms through the magnifying medium of delay and disappointment, came back again in crowds to encounter new caprices, to say nothing of 1,000 fresh hearts, ready to bargain on the mere report of my being to let. I had never been so exclusively the mode. Of all the men who put in for being cajoled by me, a portly German belonging to the Duke of Osunna's household seemed to bid highest. Not that his personal attractions were by any means the most catching, but then there were 1,000 amiable pistoles on the list of candidates, scraped together by perquisites in his master's service, and turned adrift with the prodigality of a prince in the hope of becoming my favoured lover. This fat pigeon to be plucked was by name Brutandorf. As long as his pockets were lined, his reception was warm. Empty purses meet with fastened doors. The principles on which my friendship rested were not altogether to his taste. He came to the play to look after me during the performance. I was behind the scenes. It was his humour to load me with reproaches. It was mine to laugh in his face. This provoked his boorish wrath, and he gave me a box on the ear. Like a clumsy-fisted German as he was, I set up a loud scream. The business of the stage was suspended. I came forward to the front, and addressing the Duke of Ossuna, who was at the play on that occasion with his Lady Duchess, begged his protection from the German gallantry of his establishment. The Duke gave orders for our proceeding with the piece, and intimated that he would hear the parties after the curtain had dropped. At the conclusion of the play, I presented myself in all the dreary pomp of tragedy before the Duke, and laid open my griefs in all the majesty of woe. As for my German pugilist, his defence was on a level with his provocation. So far from being sorry for what he had done, his fingers itched to give me another dressing. The cause being heard pro and con, the Duke of Ossuna said to his Scandinavian savage, Brutandorf, I dismiss you from my service, and beg never to see anything more of you, not because you have given a box on the ear to an actress, but for your failure in respect to your master and mistress, in having presumed to interrupt the progress of the play in their presence. This decision was a bitter pill for me to swallow. It was high treason against my histrionic majesty that the German was not turned off on the ground of having insulted me. It seemed difficult to conceive the possibility of a greater crime than that of insulting a principal actress, and where crimes are parallel, punishments should tally. The retribution in this case would have been exemplary, and I expected no less. This unpleasant occurrence undeceived me, and proved, to my mortification, that the public distinguished between the actors and the personages they may chance to enact. On this conviction my pride revolted at the theatre. I resolved to give up my engagements to go and live at a distance from Madrid. I fixed on the city of Valencia for the place of my retreat, and went thither under a feigned character, with a property of 20,000 ducats in money and jewels, a sum, in my mind, more than sufficient to maintain me for the remainder of my days, since it was my purpose to lead a retired life. I rented a small house at Valencia, and limited my establishment to a female servant and a page, who were as ignorant of my birth, parentage, and education as the rest of the town. I gave myself out for the widow of an officer belonging to the king's household, and intimated that I had made choice of Valencia for my residence on the report that it was one of the most agreeable neighbourhoods in Spain. I saw very little company, and maintained so reserved a deportment that there never was the slightest suspicion of my having been an actress. Yet, notwithstanding all the pains I took to hide myself from the garish eye of day, I had worse success against the piercing ken of a gentleman who had a country seat near Paterna. He was of an ancient family, in person genteel and manly, from 35 to 40 years of age, nobly connected, but scandalously in debt, a contradiction in the vocabulary of honour, neither more unaccountable nor uncommon in the kingdom of Valencia than what takes place every day in other parts of the civilized world. This gentleman of a generation or two before the present, finding my person to his liking, was desirous of knowing if in other respects I was a commodity for his market. He set every engine at work to inquire into the most minute particulars, and had the pleasure to learn from general report that I was a warm widow with a comfortable jointure, and a person little, if anything, the worse for wear. It struck him that this was just the match, so that in a very short time an old lady came to my house, telling me from him that with equal admiration of my virtues and my charms, he laid himself and his fortune at my feet, and was ready to lead me to the altar if I could condescend so far as to become his wife. I required 3 days to make up my mind on the subject. In the interval I made inquiries about the gentleman, and hearing a good character of him, notwithstanding the deranged state of his finances, it was my determination to marry him without more ado, so that the preliminaries were soon ratified by a definitive treaty. Don Manuel de Zurica, for that was my husband's name, took me immediately after the ceremony to his castle, which had an air of antiquity highly flattering to his family pride. He told a story about one of his ancestors who built it in days of yore, and because it was not founded the day before yesterday, jumped to a conclusion that there was not a more ancient house in Spain than that of Zurica. But nobility, like perishable merchandise, will run to decay. The castle, shored up on this side and on that, was in the very agony of tumbling to pieces. What a buttress for Don Manuel and for his old walls was his marriage with me. More than half my savings were laid out on repairs, and the residue was wanted to set us going in a genteel style among our country neighbours. Behold me then, you who can believe it, landed on a new planet, transformed into the presiding genius of a castle, the Lady Bountiful of my parish. Our stage machinery could never have furnished such a change. I was too good an actress not to have supported my new rank and dignity with appropriate grace. I assumed high airs, theatrical grandeurs, a most dignified strut and demeanour, all which made the bumpkins conceive a wonderful idea of my exalted origin. How would they not have tickled their fancies at my expense had they known the real truth of the case? The gentry of the neighbourhood would have scoffed at me most unmercifully, and the country people would have been much more chary of the respect they showed me. It was now 6 years that I had lived very happily with Don Manuel, when he ended ways, means, and life together. My legacy consisted of a broken fortune to splice, and your sister Beatrice, then more than 4 years old, to maintain. The castle, which was our only tangible resource, was unfortunately mortgaged to several creditors, the principal of whom was one Bernard Astuto. Cunning by name and cunning by nature, he practised as an attorney at Valencia, and bore his faculties in all the infamy of pettifogging. Law and equity conspired in his person to push the trade of cozening and swindling to the utmost extremity. To think of falling into the clutches of such a creditor! A gentleman's property under the grip of such a claw as this attorney's affords much the same sport as a lamb to a wolf, or a dove to a kite. Nearly after the fashion of these beasts and birds of prey did Signor Astuto, when informed of my husband's death, hover over his victim, concealing his fell purpose under the ambush of the law. The whole estate would have been swallowed up in pleadings, affidavits, demurrers, and rejoinders, but for the light thrown upon the proceedings by my lucky star, under whose influence the plaintiff was turned at once into defendant, and was left without a reply to the arguments of these all-powerful eyes. I got to the blind side of him in an interview, which I contrived during the progress of our litigation. Nothing was wanting on my part, I own it frankly, to fill him brimful of the tender passion. An ardent longing to save my goods, chattels, and domain made me practise upon him, to my own disgust, that system of coquettish tactics and flirtation which had drawn so many former fools into an ambuscade. Yet with all the resources of a veteran, I was very near letting the attorney escape. He was so barricaded by mouldy parchments, so immured in actions and informations, as scarcely to seem susceptible of any love but the love of law. The truth, however, was that this moping pettifogger, this porer over ponderous abridgments, this scrawler of acts and deeds, had more young blood in him than I was aware of, and a trick of looking at me out of the corner of his eye. He professed to be a novice in the art of courtship. My whole heart and soul, madam, said he, have been wedded to my profession, and the consequence has been that the uses and customs of gallantry have seemed weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable to me. But though not a man of outward show, I am well furnished with the stock in trade of love. To come to the point at once, if you can resolve in your mind to marry me, we will make a grand bonfire of the whole lawsuit, and I will give the go-by to those rascally creditors who have joined issue with me in our attack upon your estate. You shall have the life interest, and your daughter the reversion. So good a bargain for Beatrice and myself would not allow of any wavering. I closed without delay on the conditions. The attorney kept his word most miraculously. He turned short round upon the other creditors, defeated them with the very weapons himself had furnished with their joint campaign, and secured me in the possession of my house and lands. It was probably the first time in his life that he had taken up the cause of the widow and the orphan. Thus did I become the honoured wife of an attorney, without losing my rank as the lady of the manor. But this incongruous marriage ruined me in the esteem of the gentry about Valencia. The women of quality looked upon me as a person who had lowered herself, and refused any longer to visit me. This inevitably threw me on the acquaintance of the tradespeople, a circumstance which could not do otherwise than hurt my feelings a little at first, because I had been accustomed for the last 6 years to associate only with ladies of the higher classes. But it was in vain to fret about it, and I soon found my level. I got most intimately acquainted with the wives of my husband's brethren of the quill and brief. Their characters were not a little entertaining. There was an absurdity in their manners which tickled me to the very soul. These trumpery fine ladies held themselves up for something far above the common run. Well a day, said I to myself every now and then when they forgot the blue bag, this is the way of the world. Every one fancies himself to be something vastly superior to his neighbour. I thought we actresses only did not know our places. Women at the lower end of private life, as far as I see, are just as absurd in their pretensions. I should like, by way of check upon their presumption, to propose a law that family pictures and pedigrees should be hung up in every house. Were the situation left to the choice of the owner, the deuce is in it if these legal gentry would not cram their scrivening ancestors either into the cellar or the garret. After 4 years passed in the holy state of wedlock, Signor Bernardo d'Astuto fell sick and went the way of all flesh. We had no family. Between my settlement and what I was worth before, I found myself a well-endowed widow. I had, too, the reputation of being so, and on this report a Sicilian gentleman by name Calaficini determined to stick in my skirts and either ruin or marry me. The alternative was kindly left to my own choice. He was come from Palermo to see Spain, and after having satisfied his curiosity, was waiting, as he said, at Valencia for an opportunity of taking his passage back to Sicily. The spark was not quite 25, of an elegant though diminutive person. In short, his figure absolutely haunted me. He found the means of getting to the speech of me in private, and I will own it to you frankly, I fell distractedly in love with him from the moment of our very first interview. On his part, the little knave flounced over head and ears in admiration of my charms. I do really think, God forgive me for it, that we should have been married out of hand if the death of the attorney, whose funeral baked meats were scarcely cold enough to have furnished forth the marriage tables, would have allowed me to contract a new engagement at so short a warning. But since I had got into the matrimonial line, it was necessary that where the church makes the feast, the devil should not send cooks. I therefore took care always to season my nuptials to the palate of the world at large. Thus did we agree to delay our coming together for a time out of a tender regard to appearances. Colifichini in the meantime devoted all his attentions to me. His passion, far from languishing, seemed to become more a part of himself from day to day. The poor lad was not too flush of ready money. This struck my observation, and he was no longer at a loss for his little pocket expenses. Besides being very nearly twice his age, I recollected having laid the men under contribution in my younger days, so that I looked upon what I was then lavishing as a sort of restitution, which balanced my debtor and creditor account, and made me quits with my conscience. We waited as patiently as our frailty would allow for the period when widows may in decency so far surmount their grief as to try their luck again. When the happy morning rose, we presented ourselves before the altar, where we plighted our faith to each other by oaths the most solemn and binding. We then retired to my castle, where I may truly say that we lived for 2 years, less as husband and wife than as tender and unfettered lovers. But alas, such an union, so happy and sentimental, was not long to be the lot of humanity. A pleurisy carried off my dear Colifichini. At this passage in her history I interrupted my mother. "Hey day, madam, your third husband dispatched already! You must be a most deadly taking." "What do you mean?" answered she. "Is it for me to dispute the will of heaven, and lengthen the days parcelled out to every son of earth? If I have lost 3 husbands, it was none of my fault. 2 of them cost me many a salt tear. If I buried any with dry eyes, it was the attorney. As that was merely a match of interest, I was easily reconciled to the loss of him. But to return to Colifichini, I was going to tell you that some months after his death, I had a mind to go and take possession of a country house near Palermo, which he had settled on me as a jointure by our marriage contract. I took my passage for Sicily with my daughter, but we were taken on the voyage by Algerine corsairs. This city was our destination. Happily for us, you happened to be at the market where we were put up for sale. Had it been otherwise, we must have fallen into the hands of some barbarian purchaser who would have used us ill, and we probably might have passed our whole life in slavery, nor would you ever have heard of us." Such was my mother's story. To return to my own, gentlemen, I gave her the best apartment in my house, with the liberty of living after her own fashion, which was a circumstance very agreeable to her taste. She had a confirmed habit of loving, brought to such a system by so many repeated experiments, that it was impossible for her to do without either a gallant or a husband. At first she looked with favour on some of my slaves, but Halipeglin, a Greek renegado who sometimes came and called upon us, soon drew all her glances on himself. She conceived a stronger passion for him than she had ever done for Colifichini, and such was her aptitude for pleasing the men, that she found the way to wind herself about the heart of this man also. I seemed as if unconscious of their good understanding, being then intent only on my return into Spain. The Bashaw had already given me leave to fit out a vessel for the purpose of sweeping the sea and committing acts of piracy. This armament was my sole object. Just a week before it was completed, I said to Lucinda, "Madam, we shall take our leave of Algiers almost immediately, so that you will bid a long farewell to an abode which you cannot but detest." My mother turned pale at these words, and stood silent and motionless. My surprise was extreme. "What do I see?" said I to her. "Whence comes it that you present such an image of terror and despair? My design was to fill you with transport, but the effect of my intelligence seems only to overwhelm you with affliction. I thought to have been thanked for my welcome news, and hastened with eagerness to tell you that all is ready for our departure. Are you no longer in the mind to go back into Spain?" "No, my son, Spain no longer has any charms for me," answered my mother. "It has been the scene of all my sorrows, and I have turned my back on it forever." "What do I hear?" exclaimed I in an agony. "Ah, tell me rather that it is a fatal passion which alienates you from your native country." Just heavens, what a change! When you landed here, every object that met your eyes was hateful to them. But Halle Pegelin has given another colour to your fancy. I do not deny it, replied Lucinda. I love that renegado, and mean to take him for my fourth husband. What an idea, interrupted I with horror, you to marry a Mussulman. You forget yourself to be a Christian, or rather have hitherto been one only in name and not in heart. Ah, my dear mother, what a futurity do you present to my imagination! You are running headlong to your eternal ruin. You are going to do voluntarily and from impure motives what I have only done under the pressure of necessity. I urged many other arguments in the same strain to turn her aside from her purpose, but all my eloquence was wasted. She had made up her mind to her future destiny. Not satisfied with following the bent of her base inclinations and leaving her son to go and live with this renegado, she had even formed a design to settle Beatrice in her own family. This I opposed with all my might and main. Ah, wretched Lucinda, said I, if nothing is capable of keeping you within the limits of your duty, at least rush on perdition alone, confine within yourself the fury which possesses you. Cast not a young innocent headlong over a precipice, though you yourself may venture on the leap. Lucinda quitted my presence in moody silence. It struck me that a remnant of reason still enlightened her, and that she would not obstinately persevere in requiring her daughter to be given up to her. How little did I know of my mother! One of my slaves said to me 2 days afterwards, Sir, take care of yourself. A captive belonging to Pegelin has just let me into a secret of which you cannot too soon avail yourself. Your mother has changed her religion, and as a punishment upon you for having refused Beatrice to her wishes, it is her purpose to acquaint the bashaw with your flight. I could not for a moment doubt but what Lucinda was the woman to do just what my slave had said she would. The lady had given me manifold opportunities of studying her character, and it was sufficiently evident that by dint of playing bloody parts in tragedy, she had familiarized herself with the guilty scenes of real life. It would not in the least have gone against her nature to have got me burned alive, nor probably would she have been more affected by my exit after that fashion than by the winding up of a dramatic tale. The warning of my slave, therefore, was not to be neglected. My embarkation was hastened on. I took some Turks on board, according to the practice of the Algerine corsairs, when going on a piratical expedition, but I engaged no more than was necessary to blind the eyes of jealousy, and weighed anchor from the port as soon as possible, with all my slaves and my sister Beatrice. You will do right to suppose that I did not forget in that moment of anxiety to pack up my whole stock of money and jewels, amounting probably to the worth of 6,000 ducats. When we were fairly out at sea, we began by securing the Turks. They were easily mastered, as my slaves outnumbered them. We had so favourable a wind that we made the coast of Italy in a very short time. Without let or hindrance, we got into the harbour of Leghorn, where I thought the whole city must have come out to see us land. The father of my slave, Azarini, either accidentally or from curiosity, happened to be among the gazers. He looked with all his eyes at my captives as they came ashore, but though his object was to discover his lost son among the number, it was with little hope of so fortunate a result. But how powerful is the plea of nature! What transports, expressed by mutual embraces, followed the recognition of a tie so close but so painfully interrupted for a time! As soon as Azarini had acquainted his father who I was and what brought me to Leghorn, the old man obliged me, as well as Beatrice, to accept of an apartment in his house. I shall pass over in silence the description of 1,000 ceremonies necessary to be gone through in order to my return into the bosom of the church. Suffice it to say that I forswore Mahometanism with much more sincerity than I had pledged myself to it. After having entirely purged myself from my Algerine leaven, I sold my ship and set all my slaves at liberty. As for the Turks, they were committed to prison at Leghorn, to be exchanged against Christians. I received kind attention in abundance from the Azzarini family. Indeed, the young man married my sister Beatrice, who, to speak the truth, was no bad match for him, being a gentleman's daughter and inheriting the castle of Zurica, which my mother had taken care to let out to a rich farmer of Paterna, when she resolved upon her voyage to Sicily. From Leghorn, after having stayed there some time, I departed for Florence, a town I had a strong desire to see. I did not go thither without letters of recommendation. Azzarini the father had connections at the Grand Duke's court, and introduced me to them as a Spanish gentleman related to his family. I tacked on to my name an honest rivalry of impudence with other low Spaniards who take up that travelling title of honour without compunction, when far enough from home to set detection at defiance. Boldly then did I dub myself Don Raphael, and appeared at court with suitable splendour, on the strength of what I had brought from Algiers to keep my nobility from starving. The high personages to whom old Azzarini had written in my favour gave out in their circle that I was a person of quality, so that with this testimony, and a natural knack I had of giving myself airs, the deuce must have been in it if I could not have passed muster for a man of some consequence. I soon got to be hand in glove with the principal nobility, and they presented me to the Grand Duke. I had the good fortune to make myself agreeable. It then became the object with me to pay court to that prince, and to study his humour. I sucked in with greedy ear all that his most experienced courtiers said about him, and by their conversation fathomed all his peculiarities. Among other things, he encouraged a play of wit, was fond of good stories and lively repartees. On this hint I formed myself. Every morning I wrote down in my pocket-book such anecdotes as I meant to rack off in the course of the day. My stock was considerably extensive, so that I was a walking budget of balderdash. Yet even my estate in nonsense required economy, and I began to get out at elbows so as to be reduced to borrow from myself, and mortgage my resources 20 times over. But when the shallow current of wit and wisdom was nearly at its summer drought, a torrent of matter-of-fact lies gave new force to the exhausted stream of quibble. Intrigues which never had been intrigued, and practical jokes which had never been played off, were the tools I worked with, and exactly to the level of the Grand Duke. Nay, what often happens to dull dealers in inextinguishable vivacity, the mornings were spent in financiering those funds of conversation which were to be drawn upon after dinner, as if from a perennial spring of preternatural wealth. I had even the impudence to set up for a poet, and made my broken-winded muse trot to the praises of the prince. I allow candidly that the verses were execrable, but then they were quite good enough for their readers, and it remains a doubt whether, if they had been better, the Grand Duke would not have thrown them into the fire. They seemed to be just what he would have written upon himself. In short, it was impossible to miss the proper style on such a subject. But whatever might be my merit as a poet, the prince by little and little took such a liking to my person as gave occasion of jealousy to his courtiers. They tried to find out who I was. This, however, was beyond their compass. All they could learn was that I had been a renegado. This was whispered forthwith in the prince's ear in the hopes of hurting me. Not that it succeeded. On the contrary, the Grand Duke one day commanded me to give him a faithful account of my adventures at Algiers. I obeyed, and the recital, without reserve on my part, contributed more than any other of my stories to his entertainment. Don Raphael, said he, after I had ended my narrative, I have a real regard for you, and mean to give you a proof of it, which will place my sincerity beyond a doubt. Henceforth you are admitted into my most private confidence, as the first fruits of which you are to know that one of my ministers has a wife with whom I am in love. She is the most enchanting creature at court, but at the same time the most impregnable. Shut up in her own household, exclusively attached to a husband who idolizes her, she seems to be ignorant of the combustion her charms have kindled in Florence. You will easily conceive the difficulty of such a conquest, and yet this epitome of loveliness, so deaf to all the whispers of common seduction, has sometimes listened to my sighs. I have found the means of speaking to her without witnesses. She is not unacquainted with my sentiments. I do not flatter myself with having warmed her into love. She has given me no reason to form so sweet a conjecture. Yet I will not despair of pleasing her by my constancy, and by the cautious conduct, even to mystery, which I take care to observe. My passion for this lady, continued he, is known only to herself. Instead of pursuing my game wantonly, and overleaping the rights of my subjects like a true sovereign, I conceal from all the world the knowledge of my love. This delicacy seems due to Mascarini, the husband of my beloved mistress. His zeal and attachment to me, his services and honesty, oblige me to act in this business with the closest secrecy and circumspection. I will not plunge a dagger into the bosom of this ill-starred husband by declaring myself a suitor to his wife. Would he might forever be insensible, were it within possibility, to the secret flame which devours me, for I am persuaded that he would die of grief were he to know the circumstances I have just now confided to you. I therefore veil my pursuit in impenetrable darkness, and have determined to make use of you for the purpose of conveying to Lucretia the merit of the sacrifices my delicacy imposes on my feelings. Of these you shall be the interpreter. I doubt not but you will acquit yourself to a marvel of your commission. Contrive to be intimate with Mascarini, make a point of worming yourself into his friendship. Then an introduction to his family will be easy, and you will secure to yourself the liberty of conversing freely with his wife. This is what I require from you, and what I feel assured that you will execute with all the dexterity and discretion necessary to so delicate an undertaking. End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 3. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 4 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 4. I promised the Grand Duke to do my utmost in furtherance of his good opinion, and in aid of his success with the object of his desires. I kept my word without loss of time. No pains were spared to get into Mascarini's good graces, and the design was not difficult to accomplish. Delighted to find his friendship sought by a man possessing the affections of the prince, he advanced halfway to meet my overtures. His house was always open to me. My intercourse with his lady was unrestrained, and I have no hesitation in affirming my measures to have been taken so well as to have precluded the slightest suspicion of the embassy entrusted to my management. It is true he had but a small share of the Italian jealousy, relying as he did on the virtue of his Lucretia, so that he often shut himself up in his closet and left me alone with her. I entered at once into the pith and marrow of my subject. The Grand Duke's passion was my topic with the lady, and I told her that the motive of my visits was only to plead for that prince. She did not seem to be over head and ears in love with him, and yet methought vanity forbade her to frown decisively on his addresses. She took a pleasure in listening to his sighs without sighing in concert. A certain propriety of heart she had, but then she was a woman, and it was obvious that her rigour was giving way insensibly to the triumphant image of a sovereign, bound in the fetters of her resistless charms. In short, the prince had good reason to flatter himself that he might dispense with the ill-breeding of a Tarquin, and yet bend Lucretia to a compliance with his longings. An incident, however, the most unexpected in the annals of romance, blasted his flattering prospects. In what manner you shall hear. I am naturally free and easy with the women. This constitutional assurance, whether a blessing or a curse, was ripened into inveterate habit among the Turks. Lucretia was a pretty woman. I forgot that I was courting by proxy, and assumed the tone of a principal. Nothing could exceed the warmth and gallantry with which I offered my services to the lady. Far from appearing offended at my boldness, or silencing me by a resentful answer, she only said with a sarcastic smile, "Own the truth, Don Raphael. The Grand Duke has pitched upon a very faithful and zealous agent. You serve him with an integrity not sufficiently to be commended." "Madam," said I in the same strain, "let us not examine things with too much nicety. A truce, I beseech you, with moral discussions. They are not of my element. Good honest passion tallies better with our natures. I do not believe myself, after all, the first prince's confidant who has ousted his master in an affair of gallantry. Your great lords have often dangerous rivals in more humble messengers than myself." "That may be," replied Lucretia, "but a haughty temper stands with me in the place of virtue, and no one under the degree of a prince shall ever sully these charms." "Regulate your behaviour accordingly," added she in a tone of serious severity, "and let us change the subject. I willingly bury your presumption in oblivion, provided you never hold similar discourse to me again. If you do, you may repent of it." Though this was a comment of some importance on my text, and ought to have been heedfully conned over, it was no bar to my still entertaining Mascarini's wife with my passion. I even pressed her with more importunity than heretofore for a kind consent to my tender entreaties, and was rash enough to feel my ground by some little personal freedoms. The lady then, offended at my words, and still more at my Mahometan quips and cranks, gave a complete set down to my assurance. She threatened to acquaint the Grand Duke with my impertinence, and declared she would make a point of his punishing me as I deserved. These menaces bristled up my spirit in return. My love turned at once into hatred, and determined me to revenge myself for the contempt with which Lucretia had treated me. I went in quest of her husband, and after having bound him by oath not to betray me, I informed him of his wife's correspondence with the prince, and failed not to represent her as distractedly enamoured of him, by way of heightening the interest of the scene. The minister, lest the plot should become too intricately entangled, shut his wife up, without any law but his own will, in a secret apartment, where he placed her under the strict guard of confidential persons. While she was thus kept at bay by the watchdogs of jealousy, who prevented her from acquainting the Grand Duke with her situation, I announced to that prince, with a melancholy air, that he must think no longer of Lucretia. I told him that Mascarini had doubtless discovered all, since he had taken it into his head to keep a guard over his wife, that I could not conceive what had induced him to suspect me, as I flattered myself with having always behaved according to the most approved rules of discretion in such cases. The lady might, I suggested, have been beforehand, and owned all to her husband, and had perhaps, in concert with him, suffered herself to be immured, in order to lie hid from a pursuit so dangerous to her virtue. The prince appeared deeply afflicted at my relation. I was not unmoved by his distress, and repented more than once of what I had done, but it was too late to retract. Besides, I must acknowledge, a spiteful joy tingled in my veins when I meditated on the distressed condition of the disdainful fair, who had spurned my vows. I was feeding with impunity on the pleasure of revenge, so palatable to all the world, but most of all to Spaniards, when one day the Grand Duke, chatting with 5 or 6 nobles of his court and myself, said to us, "In what manner would you judge it fitting for a man to be punished who should have abused the confidence of his prince, and designed to step in between him and his mistress?" The best way, said one of the courtiers, would be to have him torn to pieces by 4 horses. Another gave it as his verdict that he should be soundly beaten till he died under the blows of the executioner. The most tender-hearted and merciful of these Italians, with comparative lenity towards the culprit, wished only just to admonish him of his fault by throwing him from the top of a tower to the bottom. And Don Raphael, resumed the Grand Duke after a pause, what is his opinion? The Spaniards in all likelihood would improve upon our Italian severity in a case of such aggravated treachery. I fully understood, as you may well suppose, that Mascarini had not kept his oath, or that his wife had devised the means of acquainting the prince with what had passed between her and me. My countenance sufficiently betokened my inward agitation, but for all that, suppressing as well as I could my rising emotion and alarm, I replied to the Grand Duke in a steady tone of voice, "My lord, the Spaniards are more generous. Under such circumstances they would pardon the unworthy betrayer of his trust, and by that act of unmerited goodness would kindle in his soul an everlasting abhorrence of his own villainy." "Yes, truly," said the prince, "and I feel in my own breast a similar spirit of forbearance. Let the traitor then be pardoned, since I have myself only to blame for having given my confidence to a man of whom I had no knowledge, but on the contrary much ground of suspicion, according to the current of common report. Don Raphael," added he, "my revenge shall be confined to this single interdict: quit my dominions immediately, and never appear again in my presence." I withdrew in all haste, less hurt at my disgrace than delighted to have got off so cheaply. The very next day I embarked in a Barcelona ship, just setting sail from the port of Leghorn on its return. At this period of his history I interrupted Don Raphael to the following effect: "For a man of shrewdness, methinks you were not a little off your guard in trusting yourself at Florence for even so short a time after having discovered the prince's love of Lucretia to Mascarini. You might well have foreboded that the Grand Duke would not be long in getting to the knowledge of your duplicity." "Your observation is very just," answered the well-matched son of so eccentric a mother as Lucinda, "and for that reason, not trusting to the minister's promise of screening me from his master's indignation, it had been my intention to disappear without taking leave. I got safe to Barcelona," continued he, "with the remnant of the wealth I had brought from Algiers, but the greater part had been squandered at Florence in enacting the Spanish gentleman. I did not stay long in Catalonia. Madrid was the dear place of my nativity, and I had a longing desire to see it again, which I satisfied as soon as possible, for mine was not a temper to stand parleying with its own inclinations. On my arrival in town, I chanced to take up my abode in a ready furnished lodging, where dwelt a lady by name Camilla. Though at some distance from her teens, she was a very spirit-stirring creature, as Signor Gil Blas would bear me out in saying, for he fell in love with her at Valladolid nearly about the same time. Her parts were still more extraordinary than her beauty, and never had a lady with a character to let a happier talent of inveigling fools to their ruin. But she was not like those selfish jilts who put out the culpability of their lovers to usury. The pillage of the plodding merchant or the grave family man was squandered upon the first gambler or prize fighter who happened to find his way into her frolicsome fancy. We loved one another from the first moment, and the conformity of our tempers bound us so closely together that we soon lived on the footing of joint property. The amount, in sober sadness, was a little better than a cipher, and a few good dinners more reduced it to that ignoble negative of number. We were each of us thinking as the deuce would have it of our mutual pleasures, without profiting in the least by those happy dispositions of ours for living at the expense of other folks. Want at last gave a keener edge to our wits, which indulgence had blunted. My dear Raphael, said Camilla, let us carry the war into the enemy's quarters, if you love me, for while we are as faithful as turtles, we are as foolish, and fall into our own snare instead of laying it for the unwary. You may get into the head and heart of a rich widow. I may conjure myself into the good graces of some old nobleman. But as for this ridiculous fidelity, it brings no grist to the mill. Excellent Camilla, answered I, you are beforehand with me. I was going to make the very same proposal. It exactly meets my ideas, thou paragon of morality. Yes, the better to maintain our mutual fire, let us forage for substantial fuel. As good may always be extracted out of evil, those infidelities which are the bane of other loves shall be the triumph of ours. On the basis of this treaty we took the field. At first there was much cry, but little wool. We had no luck at finding cullies. Camilla met with nothing but pretty fellows, with vanity in their hearts, tinsel on their backs, and not a maravetti in their pockets. My ladies were all of a kidney to levy, rather than to pay contributions. As love left us in the lurch, we paid our devotions at the shrine of knavery. With the zeal of martyrs to a new religion did we encounter the frowns of the civil power, whose myrmidons, as like the devil in their nature as their office, were ordered on the lookout after us. But the alguazil, with all the good qualities of which the corregidor inherited the contraries, gave us time to make our escape out of Madrid for the good of the trade and a small sum of money. We took the road to Valladolid, meaning to set up in that town. I rented a house for myself and Camilla, who passed for my sister, to avoid evil tongues. At first we kept a tight rein over our speculative talents, and began by reconnoitring the ground before we determined on our plan of operations. One day a man accosted me in the street with a very civil salutation to this effect: Signor Don Raphael, do you recollect my face? I answered in the negative. Then I have the advantage of you, replied he, for yours is perfectly familiar to me. I have seen you at the court of Tuscany, where I was then in the Grand Duke's guards. It is some months since I quitted that prince's service. I came into Spain with an Italian, who will not discredit the politics of his country. We have been at Valladolid these 3 weeks. Our residence is with a Castilian and a Galician, who are without dispute 2 of the best creatures in the world. We live together by the sweat of our brows and the labour of our hands. Our fare is not abstemious, nor have we made any vow against the temptations of a life about the court. If you will make one of our party, my brethren will be glad of your company, for you always seem to me a man of spirit, above all vulgar prejudices, in short, a monk of our order. Such frankness from this arch scoundrel was met halfway by mine. Since you talk to me with so winning a candour, said I, you deserve that I should be equally explicit with you. In good truth, I am no novice in your ritual, and if my modesty would allow me to be the hero of my own tale, you would be convinced that your compliments were not lavished on an unworthy subject. But enough of my own commendations. Proceed we to the point in question. With all possible desire to become a member of your body, I shall neglect no opportunity of proving my title to that distinction. I had no sooner told this sharper at all points that I would agree to swell the number of his gang, than he conducted me to their place of meeting, and introduced me in proper form. It was on this occasion that I first saw the renowned Ambrose de Lamela. These gentlemen catechized me in the religion of coveting my neighbour's goods, and doing as I would not be done by. They wanted to discern whether I played the villain on principle, or had only some little practical dexterity, but I showed them tricks which they did not know to be on the cards, and yet acknowledged to be better than their own. They were still deeper lost in admiration, when in cool disdain of manual artifice as an everyday effort of ingenuity, I maintained my prowess in such combinations of roguery as require an inventive brain and a solid judgment to support them. In proof of these pretensions, I related the adventure of Jerome de Moyadas, and on this single specimen of my parts, they conceived my genius of so high an order as to elect me by common consent for their leader. Their choice was fully justified by a host of slippery devices, of which I was the master wheel, the corner stone, or according to whatever other metaphor in mechanics you may best express the soul of a conspiracy. When we had occasion for a female performer to heighten the interest, Camilla was sent upon the stage and played up to admiration in the parts she had to perform. Just at that period our friend and brother Ambrose was seized with a longing to see his native country once more. He went for Galicia with an assurance that we might reckon on his return. The visit cured his patriotic sickness. As he was on the road back, having halted at Burgos to strike some stroke of business, an innkeeper of his acquaintance introduced him into the service of Signor Gil Blas de Santillane, not forgetting to instruct him thoroughly in the state of that gentleman's affairs. Signor Gil Blas, pursued Don Raphael, addressing his discourse to me, you know in what manner we eased you of your movables in a ready furnished lodging at Valladolid, and you must doubtless have suspected Ambrose to have been the principal contriver of that exploit, and not without reason. On his coming into town, he ran himself out of breath to find us, and laid open every particular of your situation, so that the associated swindlers had nothing to do but to build on his foundation. But you are unacquainted with the consequences of that adventure. You shall therefore have them on my authority. Your portmanteau was made free with by Ambrose and myself. We also took the liberty of riding your mules in the direction of Madrid, not dropping the least hint to Camilla, nor to our partners in iniquity, who must have partaken in some measure of your feelings in the morning at finding their glory shorn of two such beams. On the second day we changed our purpose. Instead of going to Madrid, whence I had not sallied forth without an urgent motive, we passed by Zabreros and continued our journey as far as Toledo. Our first care in that town was to dress ourselves in the genteelest style. Then, assuming the character of two brothers from Galicia on our travels of mere curiosity, we soon got acquainted in the most respectable circles. I was so much in the habit of acting the man of fashion as not easily to be detected, and as the generality of people are blinded by a free expenditure, we threw dust into the eyes of all the world by the elegant entertainments to which we invited the ladies. Among the women who frequented our parties, there was one not indifferent to me. She appeared more beautiful than Camilla, and certainly much younger. I inquired who she was, and learned that her name was Violante, and that she was married to an ungrateful spark, who soon grew weary of her chaste caresses, and was running after those of a prostitute with whom he was in love. There was no need to say any more to determine me on enthroning Violante, the sovereign lady and mistress of my thoughts and affections. She was not long in coming to the knowledge of her conquest. I began by following her about from place to place, and playing 100 monkey tricks to instill into her comprehension that nothing would please me better than the office of making her amends for the ill usage of her husband. The pretty creature ruminated on my proffered kindness, and to such purpose as to let me know in the end that my labour was not wasted on an ungrateful soil. I received a note from her in answer to several I had transmitted by one of those convenient old dowagers, in such high request throughout Spain and Italy. The lady sent me word that her husband supped with his mistress every evening, and did not return home till very late. It was impossible to mistake the meaning of this. On that very night I planted myself under Violante's windows, and engaged her in a most tender conversation. At the moment of parting, it was settled between us that every evening, the same hour, we should meet and converse on the same everlasting topic, without gainsaying any such other acts of gallantry as might safely be submitted to the peering eye of day. Hitherto, Don Balthazar, as Violante's husband was called, had no reason to complain of his forehead, but I was a natural philosopher, and little satisfied with metaphysical endearments. One evening, therefore, I repaired under my lady's windows with the design of telling her that there was an end of life and everything, if we could not come together on more accommodating terms than from the balcony to the street, for I had never yet been able to get into the house. Just as I got thither, a man came within sight, apparently with the view of dogging me. In fact, it was the husband returning earlier than usual from his precious bit of amusement, but observing a male nuisance near his nunnery, instead of coming straight home, he walked backwards and forwards in the street. It was almost a moot point with me what I ought to do. At last I resolved on accosting Don Balthazar, though neither of us had the slightest knowledge of each other. "Noble gentleman," said I, "you would do me a most particular favour by leaving the street vacant to me for this one night. I would do as much for you another time." "Sir," answered he, "I was just going to make the same request to you. I am on the lookout after a girl over whom a confounded fellow of a brother keeps watch and ward like a jailer, and she lives not 20 yards from this place. I could wish to carry on my project without a witness." "We have the means," replied I, "of attaining both our ends without clashing. For the lady of my desires lives there," added I, pointing to his own house. "We had better even help one another in case of being attacked." "With all my heart," resumed he, "I will go to my appointment, and we will make common cause if need be." Under this pretence he went away, but only to observe me the more narrowly, and the darkness of the night favoured his doing so without detection. As for me, I made up to Violante's balcony in the simplicity of my heart. She soon heard my signal, and we began our usual parley. I was not remiss in pressing the idol of my worship to grant me a private interview in some safe and practicable place. She was rather coy to my entreaties, as favours hardly earned are the higher valued. At length she took a letter out of her pocket and flung it down to me. "There," said she, "you will find in that scrap of paper the promise of what you have teased me so long about." She then withdrew, as the hour approached when her husband usually came home. I put the note up carefully, and went towards the place where Don Balthazar had told me that his business lay. But that staunch husband, with the sagacity of an old sportsman, where his own wife was the game, came more than half-way to meet me with this question: "Well, good sir, are you satisfied with your happy fortunes?" "I have reason to be so," answered I. "And as for yourself, what have you done? Has the blind God befriended you?" "Alas, quite the contrary," replied he. "That impertinent brother, who takes such liberties with my beauty, thought fit to come back from his country house, whence we hugged ourselves as sure that he would not return till tomorrow. This infernal chance has put all my soft and soothing pleasures out of tune." Nothing could exceed the mutual pledges of lasting friendship which were exchanged between Don Balthazar and me. To draw the cords the closer, we made an appointment for the next morning in the great square. This plodding gentleman, after we had parted, betook himself to his own house, without giving Violante at all to understand that he knew more about her than she wished him. On the following day he was punctual in the great square, and I was not 5 minutes after him. We exchanged greetings with all the warmth of old friendship, but it was a vapour to mislead on his part, though a spark of heavenly flame on mine. In the course of conversation, this hypocritical Don Balthazar palmed upon me a fictitious confidence respecting his intrigue with the lady about whom he had been speaking the night before. He put together a long story he had been manufacturing on that subject, and all this to hook me in to tell him, in return, by what means I had got acquainted with Violante. The snare was too subtle for me to escape. I owned all with the innocence of a newborn babe. I did not even stick at showing the note I had received from her, and read the contents to the following purport. I am going tomorrow to dine with Donna Inez. You know where she lives. It is in the house of that confidential friend that I mean to pass some happy moments along with you. It is impossible longer to refuse a boon your patience has so well merited. Here indeed, said Don Balthazar, is an epistle which promises to crown all your wishes at once. I congratulate you beforehand on your approaching happiness. He could not help fidgeting and wriggling a little, while he talked in these terms of his own household. But all his hitches and wry faces passed off, and my eyes were as fast sealed as ever. I was so full of anticipating titillations as not to think of noticing my new friend, who was obliged to get off as fast as he could for fear of betraying his agitation in my presence. He ran to acquaint his brother-in-law with this strange occurrence. I know not what might pass between them. It is only certain that Don Balthazar happened to knock at Donna Inez's door just when I was at that lady's house with Violante. We were warned who it was, and I escaped by a back door exactly as he went in at the front. As soon as I had got safe off the women, whom the unexpected visit of this troublesome husband had disconcerted a little, recovered their presence of mind, and with it so large a stock of assurance as to stand the brunt of his attack and put him to a nonplus in ascertaining whether they had hid me or smuggled me out. I cannot exactly tell you what he said to Donna Inez and his wife, nor do I believe that history will ever furnish any authentic particulars of the squabble. In the meantime, without suspecting yet how completely I was gulled by Don Balthazar, I sallied forth with curses in my mouth and returned to the great square, where I had appointed Lamela to meet me. But no Lamela was there. He also had his little snug parties, and the scoundrel fared better than his comrade. As I was waiting for him, I caught a glimpse of my treacherous associate, with a knowing smile upon his countenance. He made up to me, and inquired with a hearty laugh what news of my assignation with my nymph under the convenient roof of Donna Inez. I cannot conceive, said I, what evil spirit, jealous of my joys, takes delight to nip them in their blossom. But after we had embraced, kissed, protested, and as it were spoke the prologue of our comedy, comes the peaking cornuto of a husband, the furies fly away with him, and knocks at the door in the instant of our encounter. There was nothing to be done but to secure my retreat as fast as possible. So I got out at a back door, sending to all the inhabitants of hell and its suburbs the jealous knave, who was so uncivil as to search another lady's house for his own horns. I am sorry you sped so ill-favourably, exclaimed Don Balthazar, who was chuckling with inward satisfaction at my disappointment. What a mechanical rogue of a husband! I would advise you to show no mercy to the wittol. Oh, you need not teach me how to predominate over such a peasant, replied I. Take my word for it, a new quarter shall be added to his coat of arms this very night. His wife, when I went away, told me not to be faint-hearted for such a trifle, but to place myself without fail under her windows at an earlier hour than usual, for she was resolved to let me into the house, and as a precaution against all accidents, she begged me to bring 2 or 3 friends in my train for fear of a surprise. What a discreet and inventive lady, said he. I should have no objection to being of your party. Ah, my dear friend, exclaimed I, out of wits with joy, and throwing my arms about Don Balthazar's neck, how infinitely you will oblige me. I will do more, resumed he. I know a young man, armed like another Caesar, for either field of love or war. He shall be of our number, and you may then rely boldly on the sufficiency of your escort. I knew not in what words to thank this seeming friend, so that my gratitude might be equivalent to his zeal. To make short of the matter, I accepted his proffered aid. Our meeting was fixed under Violante's balcony early in the evening, and we parted. He went in quest of his brother-in-law, who was the hero in question. As for me, I walked about all day with Lamela, who had no more misgivings than myself, though somewhat astonished at the warmth with which Don Balthazar engaged in my interests. We slipped our own necks completely into the noose. I own this was mere infatuation on our parts, whose natural instinct ought to have warned us of a halter. When I thought it proper time to present myself under Violante's windows, Ambrose and I took care to be armed with small swords. There we found the husband of my fair dame, and another man waiting for us with a very determined air. Don Balthazar accosted me, and introducing his brother-in-law, said, "Sir, this is the brave officer whose prowess I have extolled so highly to you. Make the best of your way into your mistress's house, and let no fear of the consequences be any bar to the enjoyment of the most rapturous human bliss." After a mutual interchange of compliments, I knocked at Violante's door. It was opened by a kind of duenna. In I went, and without looking back after what was passing behind me, made the best of my way to the lady's room. While I was paying her my preliminary civilities, the two cutthroats who had followed me into the house, and had banged the door after them so violently that Ambrose was left in the street, made their appearance. You may well suppose that then was the appeal to arms. They both fell upon me at the same time, but I showed them some play. I kept them engaged on either side so fiercely that they were sorry perhaps not to have taken a safer road to their revenge. The husband was run through the body. His brother-in-law, seeing him on his travels to the shades below, made the best of his way to the door, which the duenna and Violante had opened to make their escape while we were fighting. I ran after him into the street, where I met with Lamela once more, who, by dint of not being able to get a word out of the women, running as they did for their very lives, did not know exactly what he was to divine from the infernal noise he had just heard. We got back to our inn. After packing up what was best worth taking with us, we mounted our mules and got out of town without waiting for daybreak or fear of robbers. It was sufficiently clear that this business was not likely to be without its consequences, and that a hue and cry would be set up in Toledo, which we should act like wise men to anticipate by a retreat. We stayed the night at Villarubia. At the inn where we put up, some time after our arrival, there alighted a tradesman of Toledo on his way to Segorba. We clubbed our suppers. He related to us the tragical catastrophe of Violante's husband, and so far was he from suspecting us of being parties concerned, that we inquired into particulars with the curious indifference of common newsmongers. "Gentlemen," said he, "just as I was setting out this morning, the report of this melancholy event was handed about. Every one was on the hunt after Violante, and they say that the corregidor, a relation of Don Balthazar, is determined on sparing no pains to discover the perpetrators of this murder. So much for my knowledge of the business." The corregidor of Toledo and his police gave me very little uneasiness, but for fear of the worst, I determined to precipitate my retreat from New Castile. It occurred to me that Violante, when hunted out of her hiding place, would turn informer, and in that case she might give such a description of my person to the clerks in office as might enable them to put their scouts upon a right scent. For this reason, on the following day we struck out of the high road as a measure of safety. Fortunately, Lamela was acquainted with three-fourths of Spain, and knew by what cross paths we could get securely into Aragon. Instead of going straight to Xinca, we threaded the defiles of the mountains overhanging that town, and arrived by ways with which my guide was well acquainted at a grotto, looking very much like a hermitage. In fact, it was the very place whither you came yesterday evening to petition me for an asylum. While I was reconnoitring the neighbourhood, which presented a most delicious landscape to my view, my companion said to me, "It is 6 years since I travelled this way." At that time the grotto before us afforded a retreat to an old hermit, who entertained me charitably. He made me fare as he did. I remember that he was a holy man, and talked in such a strain as almost to wean me from the vices and follies of this nether world. He may possibly be still living. I will ascertain whether it be so or not. With these words in his mouth, Ambrose, under the influence of natural curiosity, alighted from his mule and went into the hermitage. He remained there some minutes, and then returned, calling after me, and saying, "Come hither, Don Raphael, come and bear witness to a most affecting event." I dismounted immediately. We tied our mules to a tree, and I followed Lamela into the grotto, where I descried an old anchoret stretched at his length upon a couch, pale and at the point of death. A white beard, very thick, hung down to his middle, and he held a large rosary, most piously ornamented, in his clasped hands. At the noise which we made in coming near him, he opened his eyes, upon which death had already begun to lay his leaden hand, and after having looked at us for a moment, said, "Whosoever you are, my brethren, profit by the spectacle which presents itself to your observation. I have seen out 40 years in the world, and 60 in this solitude. But mark, at this eternal crisis, the time I have devoted to my pleasures seems an age, and that, on the contrary, which has been sacred to repentance, but a minute. Alas, I fear lest the austerities of Brother Juan should be found light in the balance with the sins of the licentiate Don Juan de Solis." No sooner were these words out of his mouth than he breathed his last. We were struck by the solemn scene. Objects of this kind always make some impression even on the greatest libertines, but our serious thoughts were of no long duration. We soon forgot what he had been saying to us, and began making an inventory of what the hermitage contained, an employment which was not oppressively laborious, since the household furniture extended no further than what you remarked in the grotto. Brother Juan was not only in ill-furnished lodgings, his kitchen too was in a very rustic plight. All the store laid in consisted of some small nuts and some pieces of crusty barley bread as hard as flint, which had all the appearance of having been impregnable to the gums of the venerable man. I specify his gums because we looked for his teeth and found they had all dropped out. The whole arrangement of this solitary abode, every object that met our eyes, made us look upon this good anchoret as a pattern of sanctity. One thing only staggered us in our opinion. We opened a paper folded in the form of a letter, and lying upon the table, wherein he besought the person who should read the contents to carry his rosary and sandals to the Bishop of Cuenca. We could not make out in what spirit this modern recluse of the desert could aim at making such a present to his bishop. It seemed to us to tread somewhat on the heels of his humility, and to savour of one who was a candidate for a niche in the calendar, though indeed it might be that there was nothing in it but a simple supposition that the bishop was such another as himself, but whether his ignorance was really so extreme I shall not pretend to decide. In talking over this subject, a very pleasant idea occurred to Lamela. "Let us take up our abode," said he, "in this holy retreat. The disguise of hermits will become us. Brother Juan must be laid quietly in the earth. You shall personate him, and for myself, in the character of Brother Anthony, I will go and see what is to be done in the neighbouring towns and villages. Besides that, we shall be too cunningly ensconced for the prying curiosity of the corregidor, since it is not to be supposed that he will think of coming hither to look for us. I have some good connections at Cuenca, which may be of essential service to us." I fell in with this odd whim, not so much for the reasons given me by Ambrose, as in compliance with the humour of the thing, and as it were to play a part in a dramatic piece. We made an excavation in the ground at about 30 or 40 yards from the grotto, and buried the old anchoret there without any pompous rites, after having stripped him of his wardrobe, which consisted of a single gown tied round the middle with a leathern girdle. We likewise despoiled him of his beard to make me an artificial one, and finally, after his interment, we took possession of the hermitage. The first day our table was but meanly served. The provisions of the deceased were all we had to feed on. But on the following morning, before sunrise, Lamela set off to sell the 2 mules at Torralva, and returned in the evening laden with provisions and other articles which he had purchased. He brought everything necessary to metamorphose us completely. For himself he had provided a gown, of coarse dark cloth, and a little red horsehair beard, so ingeniously appended to his ears that one would have sworn it had been natural. There is not a cleverer fellow in the universe for a frolic. Brother Juan's beard was also new modelled and adapted to the plumpness of my face. My brown woolen cap completed the masquerade. In fact, nothing was wanting to make us pass for what we were not. Our equipage was so ludicrously out of character that we could not look at one another without laughing, under a garb so diametrically at variance with our general complexion. With Brother Juan's mantle I caught and kept his rosary and sandals, taking the liberty of borrowing them for the time being from the Bishop of Cuenca. We had already been 3 days in the hermitage without having been interrupted by a living soul, but on the 4th 2 countrymen came into the grotto. They brought bread, cheese, and onions for the deceased, whom they supposed to be still living. I threw myself on our miserable couch as soon as they made their appearance, and it was not difficult to impose on them. Besides that, it was too dark to distinguish my features accurately. I imitated the voice of Brother Juan, whose last words I had heard, to the best of my ability. They had no suspicion of the trick, though a good deal surprised at finding another hermit there. Lamela, taking advantage of their stupid wonder, said in a canting tone, "My brethren, be not astonished at seeing me in this solitude. I have quitted a hermitage of my own in Aragon to come hither and be a companion to the venerable and edifying Brother Juan, who at his advanced age wants a yoke-fellow to administer to his necessities." The rustics lavished their clumsy panegyrics on the charity of Ambrose, and congratulated themselves that they might triumph over their neighbours, and boast of 2 holy personages residing in their country. Lamela, laden with a large wallet, which he had not forgotten among the number of his purchases, went for the first time to reconnoitre the town of Cuenca, which is but a very short distance from the hermitage. With a mortified exterior, by which nature had dubbed him for a cheat, and the art of making that natural deception go as far as possible by a most hypocritical and factitious array of features, he could not fail to play upon the feelings of the charitable and humane, and those whom heaven has blessed with affluence. His knapsack bore testimony to the extravagance of their pious liberalities. "Master Ambrose," said I on his return, "I congratulate you on your happy knack at softening the souls of all good Christians. As we hope to be saved, one would suppose that you had been a mendicant friar among the Capuchins." "I have done something else besides bringing in food for the convent," answered he. "You must know that I have ferreted out a certain lass called Barbara, with whom I used to flirt formerly. She is as much altered as any of us, for she also has addicted herself to a godly life. She forms a coterie with 2 or 3 other sanctified dames, who are an example to the faithful in public, and flounce over head and ears in every sort of private vice. She did not know me again at first. 'What then, Mistress Barbara,' said I, 'is it possible that you should have discharged one of your oldest friends from your remembrance, your servant Ambrose?' 'As I am a true Christian, Signor de Lamela,' exclaimed she, 'I never thought to have turned you up in such a garb as that. By what transformation are you become a hermit?' 'This is more than I can tell you just now,' rejoined I. 'The particulars are rather long, but I will come to-morrow evening and satisfy your curiosity. Nay, more, I will bring Brother Juan, my companion, along with me.' 'Brother Juan,' interrupted she, 'the venerable hermit who has taken up his saintly residence near this town? You do not know what you are saying. He is supposed to be more than 100 years old.' 'It is very true,' said I, 'that he was of that age some little while ago, but time, in deference to his sanctity, has gone backward with him, and he has grown considerably younger within these few days. He is at present just about my turn of life.' 'Say you so? Then let us have him too,' replied Barbara. 'I perceive there is something more in this mystery than the church will be able to explain.' We did not miss our appointment with these whited sepulchres on the following night. To make our reception the more agreeable, they had laid out a sumptuous entertainment. Off went our beards and cowls and vestments of mortification, and without any squeamishness we confessed our birth, education, and real character to these sisters in hypocrisy. On their part, for fear of being behindhand with us in freedom from prejudice, They fairly let us see of what pretended religionists are capable when they drop the veil of the sanctuary and exhibit their unmanufactured faces. We spent almost the whole night at table, and got back to our grotto but a moment before daybreak. We were not long in repeating our visit, or if the truth must be told, it was nightly for 3 months, till we had ate up more than 2/3 of our ways and means in the company of these delicate creatures. But an unsuccessful candidate for their favour got wind of our proceedings, and prated of our whereabouts in the ear of justice, which was to have been in motion towards the hermitage this very day to lay hold of our persons. Yesterday Ambrose, while picking up eleemosynaries at Senca, stumbled upon one of our whining sisterhood, who gave him a note with this caution: "A female friend of mine has written me this letter, which I was going to send to you by a man on purpose. Show it to Brother Juan, and regulate your proceedings accordingly." It was this very note, gentlemen, that Lamela gave me in your presence, which occasioned us to take so abrupt a leave of our solitary dwelling. End of Book 5, Chapter 1, Part 4. Book 5, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 2, Don Raphael's consultation with his company and their adventures as they were preparing to leave the wood. When Don Raphael had finished the narrative of his adventurous life, which, with all the other qualities of a romance, had the tediousness, Don Alfonso, according to the laws of good breeding, swore himself black in the face that he had been prodigiously entertained. After the usual exchange of compliments, Signor Ambrose put in his oar with an admonitory hint to the partner of his exploits and peregrinations. "Consider, Don Raphael, that the sun is setting. It would not be amiss, methinks, to take counsel on what we are to do." "You are in the right," answered his comrade. "We must determine on the place of our destination." "For my own part," replied Lamela, "I am of opinion that we should get upon the road again without loss of time, reach Requena tonight, and enter upon the territory of Valencia tomorrow, where we will go to work full tilt at our old trade. I have some prognosticating twitches which tell me that we shall strike some good strokes in that quarter." His colleague, from ample experience of his infallibility in such prophecies, voted on his side of the question. As for Don Alfonso and myself, having nothing to do but to follow the lead of these two worthy gentlemen, we waited in silent acquiescence the issue of this momentous debate. Thus it was determined that we should take the direction of Requena, and all hands were piped to make the necessary arrangements. We made our meal after the same fashion as in the morning, and the horse was laden with the bottle and with the remnant of our provisions. After a time, the approach of night seemed to promise us that darkness so friendly and even so necessary to the safety of our retreat, and we were beginning our march through the wood, but before we had gone 100 paces, a light among the trees gave us a subject of anxious speculation. "What can be the meaning of that?" said Don Raphael. "These surely must be bloodhounds of the police from Senca, uncoupled and eager for the sport, with a fresh scent of us in this forest, and in full cry after their game." "I am of a very different opinion," said Ambrose. "They are more likely to be benighted travellers, taking shelter in the thicket till daybreak. But there is no trusting to conjecture. I will examine into the real truth. Stay you here, all three of you. I will be back again instantly." No sooner said than done. He stole, just as if he had been used to it, towards the light, which was not far off. No brute or human thief of forest or city could have done it better. With a gentle removal of the leaves and branches which obstructed his passage, the whole scene was laid open to his silent contemplation, and it afforded sufficient food. On the grass, round about a lighted candle with a clod for its candlestick, were seated 4 men, just finishing a meat pie, and hugging a pretty large bottle, which was at its last gasp, after having sustained their alternate embraces for successive rounds. At some paces from these gentry he espied a lady and gentleman tied to the trees, and a little further off a carriage with 2 mules richly caparisoned. He determined at once in his own mind that the fellows carousing on the ground were banditti, and the tenor of their talk assured him that he had not belied their trade by his conjecture. The 4 cutthroats all avowed a like desire of possessing the female who had fallen into their hands, and they were proposing to draw lots for her. Lamela, having made himself master of the business, came back to us and gave an exact account of all he had seen and heard. My friends, said Don Alfonso on his recital, that lady and gentleman whom the robbers have tied to trees are probably persons of the first condition. Shall we suffer scoundrels like these to triumph over their honour and take away their lives? Put yourselves under my direction. Let us assail the desperate outlaws, and they will perish under our attack. With all my heart, said Don Raphael. It is all one to me. I had just as soon engage on the right side as on the wrong. Ambrose, for his part, protested that he wished for nothing better than to lend a hand in so moral an enterprise, as it promised to combine much profit with some share of honour. And indeed, if a man may speak a good word for himself, danger stood better recommended than usual to my comprehension. All the boiling courage of knighthood, pledged up to the knuckles or the chin on the behalf of female innocence, was oozing out at every pore of this chivalrous person. But if we are to state facts in the spirit of history rather than of romance, the danger was more in imagination than in reality. Lamela having brought us word that the arms of the robbers were all piled up at the distance of 10 or 12 paces out of their reach, there was no difficulty in securing the mastery of the field. We tied our horses to a tree and drew near, as softly as possible, to the spot where the robbers were seated. They were debating with some impetuosity, and their vociferous argument was all in favour of our covert attack. We got possession of their arms before they had any suspicion of us, but the enemy was nearer than they imagined, too near to miss aim, and they were all stretched lifeless on the ground. During the conflict, the candle went out, so that we proceeded in our business by guesswork. We were not remiss, however, in unbinding the prisoners, of whom fear had got such complete possession that they had not their wits enough about them to thank us for what we had done for them. It must be allowed that they could not at first distinguish whether they were to consider us as their deliverers, or as a fresh gang who had taken them out of one furnace to cast them hissing into another. But we recovered their spirits by the assurance that we should lodge them safely in a public house, which Ambrose mentioned as not being more than half a mile off, whence they might take all necessary measures to pursue their journey in whatever direction they thought proper. After these words of comfort, which seemed to sink deep, we placed them in their carriage and conducted them out of the wood, holding their mules by the bridle. Our clerical friends instituted a ghostly visitation to the pockets of the vanquished banditti. Our next step was to recover Don Alfonso's horse. We also took to ourselves the steeds of the robbers, waiting as they were to be released from the trees to which they were tied near the field of battle. With this extensive cavalcade we followed Brother Antony, mounted on one of the mules, and conducting the carriage to the inn, whither we did not arrive in less than 2 hours. though he had pledged his credit that the distance from the wood was very short. We knocked roughly at the door. Every living creature was napping except the fleas. The landlord and landlady got on their clothes in a hurry, and were not at all annoyed at finding their rest disturbed by the arrival of an equipage, which promised to do more for the good of the house than it eventually did. The whole inn was lighted up in an instant. Don Alfonso and the stage-bred son of Lucinda lent their assistance to the gentleman and lady in alighting from the carriage, and acted as their ushers in leading the way to the room prepared for them by the landlord. Compliments flew backwards and forwards like shuttlecocks, but we were not a little astonished at discovering the Count de Polan himself and his daughter Seraphina in the persons we had just rescued. It would be difficult to represent by words the surprise of that lady as well as of Don Alfonso when they recognized each other's features. The Count took no notice of it, his attention being engrossed by other matters. He set about relating to us in what manner the robbers had attacked him, and how they secured his daughter and himself, after having killed his postilion, a page, and a valet de chambre. He ended with declaring how deeply he felt his obligation, and that if we would call upon him at Toledo, where he should be in a month, we should judge for ourselves whether he felt as a grateful heart ought to feel. His lordship's daughter was not backward in her acknowledgments for her timely rescue, and as we were of opinion, that is, Raphael and myself, that we should do a good turn to Don Alfonso by giving him an opportunity of a minute's private parley with the young widow, we contrived to keep the Count de Polan in play. "Lovely Seraphina," said Don Alfonso to the lady in a low voice, "I no longer lament over the lot which obliges me to live like a man banished from civil society, since I have been so fortunate as to assist in the important service just rendered you." "What then?" answered she with a sigh. "Is it you who have saved my life and honour? Is it to you that we are so indebted? Myself equally with my father? Ah, Don Alfonso, why were you the instrument of my brother's death?" She said no more upon the subject, but he conceived clearly by these words, and by the tone in which they were pronounced, that if he was over head and ears in love with Seraphina, she was equally out of her depth in the same passion. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane, by Alain Rene Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 1, The Fate of Gil Blas and his companions after they took leave of the Count de Polan, one of Ambrose's notable contrivances set off by the manner of its execution. The Count de Polan, after having exhausted half the night in thanking us, and protesting that we might reckon upon his substantial acknowledgments, sent for the landlord to consult him on the best method of getting safely to Tours, whither it was his intention to go. We had nothing to do with this nobleman's further progress, and therefore left him to take his own measures. Our departure from the inn was now resolved on, and we followed Lamela like sheep after the bellwether. After 2 hours travelling, the day overtook us near Campillo. We made as expeditiously as possible for the mountains between that hamlet and Requena. There we wore out the day in taking our rest and reckoning up our stock, which the spoil of the robbers had considerably replenished, to the amount of more than 300 pistoles, the lawful ravage of their pockets. We began our march again with the setting in of the night, and on the following morning reached the frontier of Valencia in safety. We got quietly into the first wood that offered as a shelter. The inmost recesses of it were best suited to our purpose, and led us on by winding paths to a spot where a rivulet of transparent water was meandering in its slow and silent course to incorporate with the waters of Guadalaviar. The refreshing shade afforded by the foliage and the rich pasturage in which our toil-worn beasts so much delighted would have fixed this for the place of our halting, if our resolution had not been previously taken to that effect. We therefore alighted, and were preparing to pass the day very pleasantly, but a good breakfast was amongst the foremost of our intended pleasures, and we found that there was very little ammunition left. Bread was beginning to be a non-entity, and our bottle was becoming an evidence of the material system, mere carnal leather without a vivifying soul. Gentlemen, said Ambrose, scenery and the picturesque have but hungry charms for me, unless Bacchus and Ceres preside over the landscape. Our provisions must be lengthened out. For this purpose away post I to Zelva. It is a very pretty town, not more than 2 leagues off. I shall soon make this little excursion. Speaking after this manner, he slung the bottle and the wallet over a horse's back, leaped merrily into his seat, and shot out of the wood with a rapidity which seemed to bid fair for a speedy return. He did not, however, come back quite so soon as he had given us reason to expect. More than half the day had elapsed, nay, night herself was already pranking up her dun and gloomy wings to overshadow the thicket with a denser horror, when we saw our purveyor once again, whose long stay was beginning to give us some uneasiness. Our extreme wishes were lame and impotent compared with the abundance of his stores. He not only produced the bottle filled with some excellent wine, and the wallet stuffed with game and poultry ready dressed, to say nothing of bread. The horse was laden besides with a large bundle of stuffs, of which we could make neither head nor tail. He took notice of our wonder, and said with a smile, I will lay a wager neither Don Raphael nor all the colleges of soothsayers upon earth can guess why I have bought these articles. With this fling at our dulness, we untied the bundle, and lectured on the intrinsic value of what we had been considering only as an empty pageant. In the inventory was a cloak and a black gown of trailing dimensions, doublets, breeches, and a hose to correspond, an inkstand and writing paper, such as a Secretary of State need not be ashamed of, a key, such as a treasurer might carry, a great seal and green wax, such as a chancellor might affix to his decrees. When he had at length exhausted the display of his bargains, Don Raphael observed in a bantering tone, Faith and troth, Master Ambrose, it must be confessed that you have made a good sensible speculation. But pray, how do you mean to turn the penny on your purchase? Let me alone for that, answered Lamela. All these things cost me only 10 pistoles, and it shall go hard, but they bring us in above 500. The 10s in 500 are 50, a good improvement of money, my masters. I am not a man to burden myself with a trumpery pedlar's pack, and to prove to you that I have not been making ducks and drakes of our joint stock, I will let you into the secret of a plan which has just taken birth in my pericranium. After having laid in my stock of bread, I went into a cook's shop, where I ordered a range of partridges, chickens, and young rabbits, half a dozen of each, to be put instantly on the spit. While these relishing little articles were roasting, in came a man in a violent passion, open-mouthed against the coarse conduct of a tradesman to his consequential self. This faggot of fury observed to the Lord Paramount of the dripping pan, By St. James, Samuel Simon is the most wrong-headed retail dealer in the town of Zelva. He has just insulted me in his own shop before his customers. The skinflint would not trust me for 6 ells of cloth, though he knows very well that my credit is as good as the bank, and that no one could say he ever lost anything by me. Are not you delighted with the outlandish monster? He has no objection to getting people of fashion on his books. He'd rather toss up heads or tails with them than oblige a plain citizen in an honest way, and be paid in full at the time appointed. What a strange whim! But he is an infernal Jew. He will be taken in some day or other. All the merchants on the exchange are lying in wait to catch him upon the hip, and his disgrace or ruin will be nuts to me." While this reptile of the warehouse was thus spitting his spite and blurting out many other ill-natured innuendos, there came over me a sort of astrological anticipation that I should be lord of the ascendant over this Samuel Simon. "My friend," said I to the man who was complaining against that hawker of damaged goods, "of what character is the strange fellow you are talking about?" "Of a confoundedly bad character," answered he in a pet. "Depend on it, he is one of the most extortionate usurers in existence, though with the affectation of not letting his left hand know what his right gives away in charity. He was a Jew and has turned Catholic, but rip your way into his heart if he has any, and you will find him still as inveterate a Jew as ever Pilate was. As for his conversion, it was all in the way of trade." I took in with greedy ear the whole invective of the shopkeeping declaimant, and failed not, on coming out of the eating-house, to inquire for Samuel Simon's residence. A person directed me to the part of the town, and there was no difficulty in finding out the house. It was not enough to skim my eye cursorily over his shop. I peered into every hole and corner of it, and my imagination, always on the alert when any profit is to be picked up, has already engendered a rogue's trick, which only waits the period of gestation, when it may turn out a bantling not unworthy to be fathered by the sanctimonious servant of Signor Gil Blas. Straightway went I to the ready-made warehouse, where I bought these dresses, into which we may stuff an inquisitor, a notary, and an alguazil, and play the parts in the spirit of the solemn offices they represent. "Ah, my dear Ambrose," interrupted Don Raphael, transported with rapture at the suggestion, "what a wonderful idea! A glorious scheme indeed! I am quite jealous of the contrivance. Willingly would I blot out the proudest quarter from my escutcheon to have owned an effort of genius so transcendent. Yes, Lamela, I see, my friend, all the rich invention of the design, and you need be at no loss for instruments to carry it into effect. You want two good actors to play up to you, and you have not far to look for them. You have yourself a face that can look sanctified, magisterial, or bloodthirsty at will, and may do very well to represent the Inquisition. My character shall be that of the notary, and Signor Gil Blas, if he pleases, may enact the alguazil. Thus are the persons of the drama distributed. Tomorrow we will play the piece, and I will pledge myself for its success, baiting one of those unlucky chance medleys, which turn awry the currents of the most pithy and momentous enterprises." As yet, Don Raphael's masterpiece of roguery had made but a clumsy impression on my plodding brain, but the argument of the fable was developed at supper time, and the hinge upon which it turned was, to my mind, of an ingenious contrivance. After having dispatched part of our game, and bled our bottle to the last stage of evacuation, we stretched our length upon the grass, and soon fell fast asleep. Up with you," was the alarum of Signor Ambrose as the day began to dawn. "People who have a great enterprise on hand ought not to indulge themselves in indolence." "A plague upon you, Master Inquisitor," said Don Raphael, rubbing his eyes. "You are confounded early on the move." "It is as good as an order for execution to Master Samuel Simon." "Many a true word is spoken in jest," replied Lamela. "Nay, you shall know more," added he with a sarcastic grin. "I dreamt last night that I was plucking the hairs out of his beard. Was that not a left-handed dream for him, Master Secretary?" These pleasant hits were followed by 1,000 others, which called forth new bursts of merriment. Our breakfast passed off with the utmost gaiety, and when it was over we made our arrangements for the pageant we had got up. Ambrose arrayed himself in sables, as befitted so ghostly an instrument for the suppression of vice. We also took to our official habits, nor has the dignity of magistracy been often more gravely represented than by Don Raphael and myself. The making up of our persons was rather a tedious operation, for it was later than 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we sallied from the wood to attend our call at Zelva. It is true there was no hurry, since the play was not to begin till the setting in of the evening. That being the case, we jogged on leisurely, and stopped at the gates of the town till the day was closed. At that eventful hour we left our horses where they were, to the care of Don Alfonso, who was very well satisfied to have so humble a cast in the distribution. As for Don Raphael, Ambrose, and myself, our first visit was not to Samuel Simon in person, but to a tavern keeper who lived very near him. His reverence the Inquisitor walked foremost. In went he to the bar, and said gravely to the landlord, "Master, I want to speak a word with you in private." The obsequious publican showed us into a room where Lamela, now that we had got him to ourselves, said, "I have the honour to be an unworthy member of the Holy Office, and am come here on a business of very great importance." At this intimation the man of liquor turned pale, and answered in a tremulous tone that he was not conscious of having given any umbrage to the Holy Inquisition. "True," replied Ambrose with encouraging affability, "neither do we meditate any harm against you. Heaven forbid that august tribunal, too hasty in its punishments, should make no distinction between guilt and innocence. It is unrelenting, but always just. To become obnoxious to its vengeance, you must have earned its displeasure by wickedness or contumacy. Be satisfied, therefore, that it is not you who bring me to Zelva, but a certain dealer and chapman by name Samuel Simon. A very ugly story about him has come round to us. He is still a Jew in his heart, they say, and has only embraced Christianity from sordid and secular motives. I command you in the name of the tremendous court I represent to tell me all you know about that man. Beware how you are induced by good neighbourhood, or possibly by close friendship, to gloss over and palliate his errors. For I warn you authoritatively, if I detect the slightest prevarication in your evidence, you are yourself even as one of the abandoned and accursed. Where is my secretary?" pursued he, turning down towards John Raphael. "Sit down and do your duty." Mr. Secretary, with his paper already in his hand, and his pen behind his ear, took his seat most pompously, and made ready to take down the landlord's deposition, who promised solemnly on his part not to suppress one tittle of the real fact. "So far, so good," said the worshipful commissioner. "We have only to proceed in our examination. You will only just answer my questions, but do not interlard your replies with any comments of your own. Do you often see Samuel Simon at church?" "I never thought of looking for him," said the drawer of corks, "but I do not know that I ever saw him there in my life." "Very good," cried the inquisitor. "Write down that the defendant never goes to church." "I do not say so, your worship," answered the landlord. "I only say that I never happened to see him there. We may have been at church together, and yet not have come across each other." "My good friend," replied Lamela, "you forget that you are deposing to facts and not arguing. Remember what I told you. Contempt of court is a heinous offence. You are to give a sound and discreet evidence, every iota of what makes against him, and not a word in his favour, if you knew volumes." "If that is your practice, O upright and impartial judge," resumed our host, "my testimony will scarcely be worth the trouble of taking. I know nothing about the tradesman you are inquiring after, and therefore can tell neither good nor harm of him. But if you wish to examine into the history of his private life, I will run and call Gaspard, his apprentice, whom you may question as much as you please. The lad comes and takes his glass here sometimes with his friends. Bless us, what a tongue! He will rip up all the minutest actions of his master's life, and find employment for your secretary till his wrist aches, take my word for it." I like your open dealing, said Ambrose with a nod of approbation. To point out a man so capable of speaking to the bad morals of Simon is an instance of Christian charity as well as of religious zeal. I shall report you very favourably to the Inquisition. Make haste, therefore, go and fetch this Gaspard of whom you speak, but do the thing cautiously, so that his master may have no suspicion of what is going forward. The multiplier of scores acquitted himself of his commission with due diligence and laudable privacy. Our little shopman came along with him. The youth had a tongue with a tang, and was just the sort of fellow that we wanted. Welcome, my good young man, said Lamela. You behold in me an inquisitor, appointed by that venerable body to collect informations against Samuel Simon, on an accusation of still adhering to Judaism in his secret devotions. You are an inmate of his family, consequently you must be an eyewitness to many of his most private transactions. It probably may be unnecessary to warn you that you are obliged in conscience and by fear of punishment to declare all you know about him, notwithstanding any promise to the contrary, when I order you so to do on the part of the Holy Inquisition. May it please your reverence, answered the plotting little rascal, I am quite ready to satisfy your heart's desire on that head, without being commanded thereto in the name of the Holy Office. If ever my acquittal was to depend on my master's character of me, I am persuaded that my chance would be a sorry one, and for that reason I shall serve him as he would serve me. And I may tell you in the first place that he is a fly-by-night, whose proceedings it is no easy matter to take measure of, a man who puts on all the starch formalities of an inveterate religionist, but at bottom has not a spark of principle in his composition. He goes every evening dangling after a little girl no better than she should be. I am vastly glad indeed to find that, interrupted Ambrose, because I plainly perceive by all you have been telling me that he is a man of corrupt morals and licentious practices. But answer point by point to the questions I shall put to you. It is above all on the subject of religion that I am commissioned to inquire into his sentiments and conduct. Pray tell me, do you eat much pork at your house? I do not think, answered Gaspard, that we have seen it at table twice in the year that I have lived with him. Better and better, replied the paragon of inquisitors. Write down in legible characters that they never eat pork in Samuel Simon's family. But as a set-off against that, doubtless a joint of lamb is served up every now and then. Yes, every now and then, rejoined the apprentice. We killed one for our own consumption about last Easter. The season is pat and to the purpose, cried the ecclesiastical commissioner. Come, write down that Simon keeps the Passover. This goes on merrily to a complete conviction, and it seems we have got a good serviceable information here. Tell me again, my friend, pursued Lamela, whether you have not often seen your master fondle young children. 1,000 times, answered Gaspard. When he sees the little urchins playing about before the shop, if they happen to be pretty, he calls them in and makes much of them. Write that down, be sure you write that down, interrupted the inquisitor. Samuel Simon is very grievously suspected of lying in wait for Christian children and enticing them into his den to circumcise them. Vastly well, indeed, Master Simon. You will have an account to settle with the Society for the Suppression of Judaism. Take my word for it. Do not take it into your savage head that such bloody sacrifices are to be perpetrated with impunity. A pretty use you make of baptism and shaving. Cheer up, religious Gaspard, thou foremost of elect apprentices. Make a full confession of all thy master's sins. Complete thine honest testimony by telling us how this simular of a Catholic is more than ever wedded to his Jewish customs and ceremonies. Is it not a fact that one day in the week he sits with his hands before him and will not even perform the most necessary offices for himself? No, answered Gaspard, I have not exactly observed that. What comes nearest to it is that on some days he shuts himself up in his closet and stays there a long time. Ay, now we have it, exclaimed the commissary. He keeps the Sabbath, or I am not an inquisitor. Note that particularly, officer. Note that he observes the fast of the Sabbath most superstitiously. Out upon him! What a shocking fellow! One question more and his business is done. Is not he always parleying about Jerusalem? Pretty often indeed, replied our informer. He knows the Old Testament by heart, and tells us how the temple of Jerusalem was destroyed. The very thing, resumed Ambrose. Secretary, be sure you do not neglect that feature of the case. Write in letters of an inch long that Samuel Simon has contracted with the devil for the rebuilding of the temple, and that he is plotting day and night for the reestablishment of his nation. That is all I want to know, and it is labor in vain to pursue the examination any further. What Gaspard, in the spirit of truth and charity, has deposed would be sufficient to make a bonfire of all Jewry. When the august mouthpiece of the holy tribunal had sifted the little scoundrelly apprentice after this manner, he told him he might go about his business, at the same time commanding him under the severest penalties of the Inquisition not to say a word to his master about what was going forward. Gaspard promised implicit obedience and marched off. We were not long in coming after him. Our procession from the inn was as grave and solemn as our pilgrimage thereunto, till we knocked at Samuel Simon's door. He opened it in person. 3 figures such as ours might have dumbfounded a better man, but his face was as long as a lawsuit when Lamela, our spokesman, said to him in a tone of authority, Master Samuel, I command you in the name of the Holy Inquisition, whose delegate I have the honor to be, to give me the key of your closet without murmur or delay. I want to see if I cannot find wherewithal to corroborate certain hints which have been communicated to us respecting you. The son of commerce, aghast at these sounds of melancholy import, reeled 2 steps backward, just as if someone had given him a blow in the bread-basket. Far from smelling a rat in this pleasant trick of ours, he fancied in good earnest that some secret enemy had made him an object of suspicion to the holy hue and cry, and it might possibly have happened that, from being rather clumsy at his new duties as a Christian, he might be conscious of having laid himself open to serious animadversion. However that might be, I never saw a man look more foolish. He did as he was ordered without saying nay, and opened all his lock-up places with the sheepish acquiescence of a man who stood in awe of an ecclesiastical rap on the knuckles. At least, said Ambrose as he went in, at least you are not a contumacious oppugner of our resistless mandates. But withdraw into another room and leave me to fulfill the duties of my station without profane observers. Samuel did not set his face against this command any more than against the first, but kept himself quiet in his shop while we went all 3 of us into his closet, where without loss of time we laid an embargo on his cash. It was no difficult matter to find it, for it lay in an open coffer and in much larger quantity than we could carry away. There were a great many bags heaped up, but all in silver. Gold would have been more to our mind. But as robbers must not be choosers any more than beggars, we were obliged to yield to the necessity of the case. Not only did we line our pockets with ducats, but the most unsearchable parts of our dress were made the receptacles of our filchings. Yet was there no outward show of the heavy burden under which we tottered, thanks to the cunning contrivance of Ambrose and Don Raphael, who proved that there is nothing like being master of one's trade. We marched out of the closet after having feathered our nests pretty warmly, and then, for a reason which the reader will have no great difficulty in guessing, the worshipful inquisitor produced his padlock, and fixed it on the door with his own hands. He affixed, moreover, his own seal, and then said to Simon, Master Samuel, I forbid you in the name of the Holy Inquisition to touch either this padlock or this seal, which it is your bounden duty to hold sacred, since it is the authentic seal of our holy office. I shall return hither this time tomorrow, then and here to open my commission and provisionally to take off the interdict. With this injunction he ordered the street door to be opened, and we made our escape after the processional manner, out of our wits with joy. As soon as we had marched about 50 yards, we began to mend our pace into such a quick step, aggravated by degrees into a leap and a bound, that we were almost like vaulters and tumblers, in spite of the weight we carried. We were soon out of town, and mounting our horses once more, pushed forward towards Segorba, with many a pious ejaculation to the god Mercury on the happy issue of so bold an attempt. End of Book 6, Chapter 1.